Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Taisho's Alice Kaguya's route. Last we left off, we were in the middle of having a crisis. Well, the heroine at least was having a crisis over Kaguya kissing us over a mask. Like, what? 3 days into our... No. It was more than 5 days. So like a week into the relationship. So yeah, pretty nutty, fast-paced relationship we're having. We'll see what happens. Ichigo. Feeling defeated, I trudged down the stairs. Right when I was finally lucky enough to meet my mystery neighbor, he turned out to be a gremlin from hell. On the upside, however, I was a lot calmer now. Sure, he was rude. But his complaints themselves were still justified. The fact of the matter was, I was being obnoxious, and I needed to stop. Tapped myself on the cheek to psych myself up. Alright, I can do this. I can't just mope around forever. Here I am. Huh. Interesting. Interesting place we left off. Right as I burst into the kitchen, however, I saw Kaguya go flying across the room. Huh? He crashed into a chair, bringing it with him to the floor. Alice is hopefully not another red flag boyfriend. Welcome, Night of Beauty. Hi, I missed you. But yeah, I think for Alice, he's a good boy. From what I heard, his route is good. Also, like starting from episode 3, the routes are actually good. Apparently. Hopefully. Kaguya?
He's...
As I hastily helped him up, I found he was somehow still smiling. Masochist. You're bleeding! Yes, please, yes. I love Alice so much. Blood trickled from his mouth, probably from cutting his lip on his teeth.
ほんまや。
Yes, it is. I pressed my handkerchief to his lip. So we got another handkerchief. Are we gonna give him this handkerchief too?
ひいさん、ハンカチが汚れるで。
How many handkerchiefs do we have? That's what they're there for.
ようやっと、まともに話せたな。
Huh? My heart skipped a beat. Can someone please tell me what's going on? I looked from Kaguya to Cinderella, who was just standing there idly.
俺が殴ったんだよ。
Of course you did. Honestly, Cinderella, I was like praising him last time, but I don't like guys who are aggressive, so we're back to square one with Cinderella. I no longer like him that much. And why did you do that? I did my best to keep my voice level.
あんたがこいつに手を出されたって聞いてな。
He's my boyfriend! And by that you mean, what happened last night?
そうだよ。あんたがこいつに無理やりされたって。
That wasn't what he did! What? Forced himself on me? I mean, sure, it was forceful, but... He's my boyfriend, and besides, it was just a kiss. Yeah, that's it. It was just a kiss. No big deal. But it was no big deal. Hardly more than a greeting in some countries. Not on the lips, girl. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure even countries that kiss as a greeting, like, don't actually kiss, they just, like, slam their cheeks together. And, like, you don't kiss lips, no? I tried to stay calm, but my voice came out in a strained yelp.
挨拶って、あんた。
And he gave me this weirdly compassionate look.
いいんだぜ。そんな風に無理に明るく振る舞わなくってさ。
Really not, though.
もういいって。
Dude, I wouldn't even this MC. Every round, we will be screaming at MC, like, what the fuck are you doing? The trend continues. pulled me close and patted me on the head. Okay. Enough of what? Never in all the time I had known him had he ever treated me so kindly. He gives me big brother vibes. I like him. But I kind of felt like there was some sort of misunderstanding. Or was I overthinking it?
まあ、初めてが、野外とかないわな。男として最低。
He thinks we fucked out the horse! Cinderella. Cinderella. It's not like that. I burst out laughing.
なんとな。
He used his sleeve to wipe my spit off his face. Cinderella, my friend, I think maybe you've got the wrong idea. Cindy best guy? He's so funny. I genuinely really like Cinderella, if only like his route didn't end it badly. Because I really liked his route as a whole, but the ending really takes me out of it. Which is such a shame.
勘違いって、あれだろ？昨日、あんたがこいつにやられたって話だろ？
I think your imagination is getting a little carried away, you perv.
なんで俺なんだよ！したのはあいつの方だろ！
He didn't! It was just a kiss, a little smooch, a peck, and it wasn't even on the lips. There was a mask between us. He has a route? Yes, I was screaming. It was my first route, and I couldn't stop yapping about how good it is until the ending was shit. And I was screaming at how shit the ending was.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Honey, the 3 types of what in a nutshell?
はい、たたた。
Okay, I think you were here for Gretel's route, yeah? Basically, Cinderella's route is good. But the ending, like, thing, like, the big reason why we can't be together is dragged out for so long. Like, it was solved, and then, wait, it's a problem again. It was solved, and then, oh, it's a problem again. Like, it keeps doing that. But if you take the ending out of the equation, it's actually good. And they do live happily ever after. It's just that I just get annoyed because they repeat the same plot point, like, 10 times. Cinderella shoved past me and grabbed Kaguya. Oh, yeah. They really like drilling the plot point in, even though, like, it really doesn't need to.
おい、かぐや。こいつの言ってることは本当か？
え、せやで。
お前、説明が足りねえんだよ。
He shook Kaguya vigorously by the shoulders.
すんません。
Cinderella, don't! He's injured!
おっと、すまねえ。
I love Kaguya. I love Cinderella. He's so funny.
あいだ。
As Cinderella let go of him, he slammed headfirst into the wall. No.
あれだ。悪いな。
The light-hearted Warina at the end. He held out his hands in a defensive pose.
ああ、まあ、そんな気にせんでええって。僕が悪いんは変わらへんし。
Kaguya smiled weakly. No, you didn't. You didn't mess up at all. I'm the one who got all freaked out about it for no reason. I got freaked out? I paused to examine my own statement. What do you mean? Huh?
いや、悪い。つい。
Cinderella pressed the hand to his mouth, shoulders shaking. But I already saw his grin and I knew what this was about.
だってさ、あんた、すっげえ様子がおかしかったし、きっ
Asshole.
となんかあったんだと思ったら、ただ らのキスとか、それもお面越しって、どんなガキだよ。
He's so mean. His laughter is so mean. He's so bullying us. He burst into a fit of laughter, pointing at me with one hand, touching his side with the other. I miss him. Now I miss him. But I know if I replay his route, I'm just gonna get pissed off. Rude! I pounded my fists on his chest in protest, but it was too late. He couldn't stop. He laughed and laughed until he was practically crying. Oh, right. Just then I remembered I was supposed to go and help Kaguya to his feet. God, I don't know what to say except I'm so sorry.
ひーさんが謝らんといて。それに、こうしてボコられたおかげで、ひーさんが僕と目見て話してくれたしな。
Don't do that. That's not good. Kaguya.
あん時、ひーさんが可愛くて可愛くて、ついキスしてもうたけど、めっちゃ後悔してて。ひーさん、恥ずかしがって僕のこと見てくれへんし、話しかけただけで飛び上がるし。そりゃ、恥ずかしがってるひーさんもめっちゃ可愛いけど、やっぱり、笑ってる方がええわ。
Honey?
ごめんな。
In that moment, my chest ached as though my heart was in a vice. My pulse was racing and my cheeks were flushed.
どうしたん？
Whoa, chill! Whoa! Whoa! Girly! It's a little early for that. I think I might love you.
僕も自分のことめっちゃ好きやで。
Kaguya! I leapt into his arms.
なんだこれ。
Bruh.
つまり、当て馬ってことじゃない？
下世ね。って白雪、お前いつの間に。
He's just a mixed package. He's a very good boy. But again, I know this is Taisho's Alice, so I'm just like mentally preparing myself to not like the guys too much, just in case they're weird. MC stupidity strikes again. Yes.
ただいま。ところで、お客さんが困っていたけど。
We have guests? Why customers? Why the fuck are we in the back?
あ。
Dumbasses. Thank you for coming. We hope to see you again soon. Phew. Once the last customer was gone, I heaved a sigh of relief.
たく、あんたらのせいで危うく店の評判を落とすとこだったぜ。
How is it my fault? I'm sorry.
ほんま、すんませんでした。
Gretel's drought has traumatized all of us, lol. It was... Like, the thing is, with Gretel's route, even my friend who likes yandere guys don't like it. So, you know, like, I just don't know where they were going with it. I did find, like, a Reddit thread of people who likes Gretel's route, though, so that's interesting. But yeah, I'm just very confused as to what their thought process is. The two of us knelt on the floor, humbling ourselves. Apparently those customers were waiting to get their checks the entire time. Naturally, they heard everything we were saying in the kitchen, and they were rather alarmed. Fortunately, they were quick to forgive us in the end, but I still felt bad.
罰は全部僕が引き受けます。
Kaguya? Glanced over to find him smiling faintly.
僕が全部悪かったんです。そもそも、僕がホールを離れなければ、こないなことにはならんかったわけやし。
Normally, his smile would come across as flippant in a situation like this one, but I knew better. I could see his fists trembling in his lap.
罰って言ってもな。
自分だって忘れてたんでしょ。他人を責める資格、ないはずだけど。
まあな。確かに俺も悪かったよ。
大体、この店は趣味で経営してるわけだから、
And it's also
評判
true.
とか利益とか関係ないでしょ。
それもそうだな。とりあえず、この話はやめだ、やめ。湿っぽいのは嫌いなんだよ。あんたらもあんま気にするな。俺も気にしねえよ。
Thus, I placed a hand over Kaguya's trembling fist.
ひいさん。
Aw, honey. Let's just make sure it doesn't happen again, okay? I smiled, hoping to reassure him.
せやな。
We got to our feet and turned to the guy who saved our bacon. Thank you for defending us, Snow White.
別に。
Turned away, cooled his eyes. I think his route is next, like Snow White in episode 3. Yeah. Later in the kitchen, we were all seated around the dinner table. I was sitting next to Kaguya. Across from us sat Cinderella and Snow White. Now that everything's calmed down, allow me to introduce you. Snow White, this is my boyfriend, Kaguya. I gestured energetically to Kaguya next to me.
さっきとはえらい態度が変わったな。
And what they say, women are as variable as April weather. I don't know that saying. Then again, it's winter right now.
ああ、はいはい。
どうも、はじめまして。僕は、かぐやと言います。ここには一時的に住まわせてもらってます。
Kaguya held his hand out for a handshake.
白雪だよ。よろしく。
While Snow introduced himself in kind, he did not accept the While Snow introduced him in kind, he did not accept the proffered hand. He didn't even meet Kaguya's gaze.
ああ、気にすんな。こいつは誰に対してもこうだから。
そうですか。
Kaguya nodded and lowered his hand. So, you're Cinderella's younger brother? This was the extent of what I know about Snow White. I wonder if Gretel is still Cinderella's brother in this route.
そうだね。
まあな。
This is actually only the second time I've met him.
そうなんや。
気まぐれでな。普段は実家にいるんだが、たまにこうしてフラッとやってくるんだよ。な。
Snow White glanced in Cinderella's direction, then immediately looked away.
おい、
Good,
答えろよ。
good conversationalist, I see.
まあ、ええやん。それって、帰ってくる場所があるってことやろ？
No, poor
帰
baby.
ってくる家ね。
Don't say it like
あ
that,
んた家なしだったな。
bruh.
せやな。
Bruh. Don't say it like that.
ふん。
Cinderella gave a non-committal grunt in response. Then, after a moment, his lips curled in a cruel smirk.
あれだろう。女癖の悪さで実家に感動でもされたか？
You're not supposed to make jokes about a sensitive situation like this, Cinderella.
兄ちゃん、彼女がおる前でそないなこと言わんといてや。
Kaguya's gaze shifted to me. I admit I'm curious, but I'm not worried about it. There was still a lot about him I don't know, but I could afford to wait until he was comfortable telling me.
大人やな。
He ruffled my hair playfully.
どうしたん？白雪さん？
I realized Snow White was staring at Kaguya's head. Why? Good morning, hi! Welcome back, Ren! Good morning!
そのお面。
All at once, everyone looked up at Kaguya's mask.
うさぎ？
せやで。ようわかったな。
Actually, it's a rabbit? I thought he's a fox. No? Oh, it's a rabbit? That's cute. I thought it was a fox. Same.
せやろ。ひいさんもうさぎさんみたいで、かわええで。
Oh, because Kaguya. Okay. But from a design standpoint, Kaguya, the story of Kaguya is about a princess who eventually ran away to the moon. And the moon is the place where rabbits pound mochi in Japanese folklore as well. Right? So yeah, it makes sense that it's a rabbit rather than a fox, I guess. I tilted my head in his direction and he ruffled my hair some more. What am I, a pet?
どうした？
別に。ただ、その目、剥がれないように注意しておきなよ。
Interesting.
思っただけ。
Interesting. I think so, yeah, right? Like, from a design standpoint, that makes sense.
気ぃつけるわ。
Contrast with Kaguya's jovial laughter, Snow White stared back coldly. As I attempted to decipher this exchange, however, something else occurred to me. Oh crap, I forgot about dinner.
ああ、そういやそうだな。なんかごたごたありすぎて忘れてた。
We'll get started on it now. I rose to my feet and Kaguya followed suit.
手伝うで、ひーさん。
That'd be great. I opened the fridge and took stock of our inventory on hand. My game just killed itself. Okay, fine. Salami, cheese, chicken, eggs, veggies.
今日は何作るん？
Feels like we haven't had something light and simple in a while. Any requests? Why is it dead? Everyone pets MC with pity, lol. Why is it dead? No, it's not. Okay, it's fine.
自分が作ってくれたもんなら何でもええよ。
What about you, Cinderella? Snow White?
別に何でも。
俺はいらない。
Of course. Okay then. Evidently no one was opposed to me making something simple, per Alice's request. Not that I would care if they did oppose it. Still, the idea of making something like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for dinner bored me to tears. If Alice knew I felt that way, he'd scoff and call me a diva. Alice is like the last person I want to hear calling someone else a diva. Holding my arms, I contemplated tonight's menu.
どないしたん？
Want to make something simple, but I don't know what. What's something that's simple and classy that I could make from scratch?
さっぱりして豪華な和食か。せやな。ほんなら海鮮丼とかええんちゃう？
That's perfect! I snapped my fingers. Fish sticks were simple on their own, but I could spice things up by making a few fancy dipping sauces.
ほんまに？よかったわ。
Oh, but... Oh, dang it, we don't have any fish.
僕買ってこようか？
I'll come with you. Cinderella, would you mind if we ran to the store real quick?
おお、あんまゆっくりしすぎて今度こそ本当にやらかさねえようにね。
That is insane. Okay, he says it differently in Japanese, but the meaning is about the same. That's crazy. He smirked at me as he leaned against his chair. Okay. At first I didn't get it, but then the innuendo sank in. Gah! In retaliation, I raised my fist, but Kaguya grabbed my arm to stop me. Let's go! Let go, Kaguya! What a jackass!
まあまあひーさん。ほら、はよ行こう。な。
And so he dragged me outside. I'm so humiliated. I didn't need a mirror to know my face was beet red.
まあ僕が言うもなんやけど、あんま気にせん方がええって。シンデレラさんかて意地悪しよう思うたんやなくて、自分のことを心配してあんなん言うたんやで。
I know.
よしよし。
Gently stroked my hair as I slumped my shoulders. After a moment, I straightened myself up and looked over at him.
どないしたん？
Kaguya seems unruffled. How do you react? Ask about his lip. How's your lip? I started to reach out to touch it and stopped myself.
平気平気。
Grinning, Kaguya waved a hand dismissively. You sure? That punch was pretty recent.
せやな。 まあ、僕が悪いんやし。
Why don't you ever stand up for yourself?
What?
All these people keep hitting you, but you never fight back. You never protest. You just take it. Granted, I'm not saying you should fight back, but it just worries me sometimes. I don't want you to bottle it all up inside.
ひいさんは、優しいな。
I'm not. But I am your girlfriend, so it's only natural that I worry about you. Kaguya's eyes widened and he smiled softly. I let out a sad sigh. Feels like you've got me wrapped around your little finger.
そうかな。
I do. I stopped short. Kaguya followed suit. Then, clasping my hands in front of me, I turned to face him, my head tilted. I gotta be honest, I'd much rather have you wrapped around my finger. That's what I'm used to.
知っとるで。
I was still in the honeymoon phase of the relationship, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world.
ひいさん、手、つなごう。
Sure. I took his proffered hand and we set off. Now it feels like a date. The winter air felt nice and cool against my flushed skin. The moon looks really pretty tonight.
やな。
Looking at the moon reminded me. Have you heard of the rabbit who lives on the moon? Yeah, the one I was talking about.
うさぎさん。
Yeah, don't you see him up there?
おー、見えへんな。ひいさんには見えるん？
No, I guess it's kind of hard to see from here. Maybe it's because the moon's so far away, or maybe it's all the light pollution. But centuries ago, our ancestors could see an outline of a rabbit making rice cake. Or so they say.
ぺったんぺったん？
Yep, though I have to wonder why a rabbit would want to make rice cakes.
やっぱ食べるんちゃう？美味しいし。
Moorish. You like rice cakes?
好きやで。
Interesting. Having acquired an exciting new piece of info, I fist pumped internally. So, while we're on the subject of rabbit,
この麺？
yeah, maybe you're a rabbit too?
僕がウサギさんやったらいつか月に帰ってまうかもしらんな。
That is a very Kaguya thing to say. If you tried that, I'd do everything in my power to stop you. And I mean everything.
ひいさんは僕を引き止めてくれるんや。
I'm right.
そっか。ひいさんにはかなわんな。
Sure, maybe Kaguya was just joking around, but to me, it felt like maybe he kinda meant it. He seemed so unassuming at first glance, but deep down, he was an enigma, constantly threatening to slip away into the night.
あ、なあなあひいさん、知っとる？
What is it? I flinched, startled from my thoughts.
ウサギさんはな、耳が長くてどんなに遠くの声でも聞こえるんやで。
Blinked and tilted my head. It can?
せやな。聞かれたくない内緒話なんてのはお手のもんやな。
He ain't homeless if the moon is his home. That's true. It's free real estate up there. Which emotion best describes your response to this? Pity. Apparently. That must be really hard.
どっちが？
For the rabbit, of course. Secret teller will never find out they were overheard unless you tell them. But the eavesdropper has to live with that knowledge forever. That's why people keep secrets at all. Because that knowledge can never be revoked. And on top of that, the rabbit can't choose not to hear it, right?
せやな。
Which makes it even worse, since a lot of secrets are malicious in nature. Even if that malicious intent is directed at someone else and not them personally, that doesn't make it pleasant to hear. The moment you heard it, you'd cast judgment on the secret teller and fall into despair.
絶望？
I imagine the rabbit would come to hate himself.
なんで？
he realized he carried those very same dark thoughts within himself. But simply, he realized he was no different from the secret tellers he so reviled. Girl is assuming so much. Like, I can tell they're trying to make this, like, sound cool and, like, oh, she understands him, but that's so much assumptions in one statement, no? At that point, I'd start plugging my ears or something.
ひいさんはウサギさんの気持ちがわかるんやな。
I don't know for sure how other people feel, but I can at least imagine it. The social code dictates treat others as you wish to be treated, but even then there's no guarantee they want to be treated that way. Since we can't know what the other person is thinking, we have to observe them and make an educated guess.
そのための会話。
That's right. Shut him the finger guns.
でも、ウサギさんは喋らへんで。
Too much to be stupid, lol. Exactly. Sure, but there are other ways of expressing yourself. Yes, assumptions. Too much assumptions to be too much. Wait, where do you put the assumptions? Too much assumptions to be stupid? Too much to be stupid assumption? I'm confused now.
例えば
Well, there's body language and facial expression.
ウサギさんは無表情やで。
Or maybe we just think they don't. Maybe we just need to spend more time with them to recognize them. Plus, you never know, they might write letters like we do. What is this? Like, what are we talking about? This is just like rambling about like, maybe it's me. I'm like a pragmatic type of person. I don't really do, oh, what if the rabbit lives on the moon? It doesn't. Full stop. Like, I'm that type of person. But like, I generally don't understand what they're trying to say here. I'm assuming too much. She's too stupid. Yeah, that was what I thought.
交換日記。
Oh, exactly. And speaking of which, Kaguya, it's your turn tonight.
うん、せやな。ちゃんと覚えとるで。
Stopped short to stroke my hair.
僕、ひいさんに会えて、ほんまよかったわ。
Well, that was random.
突然ちゅうか、いつも思ってることやで。
It's cute though.
ひいさんが可愛すぎて可愛すぎて、どんどん好きが募っていくみたいや。
Hey, I'm glad I met you too.
おおきに。
Closed my eyes and gave myself over to the feeling of his palm against my hair, almost like I really was a bunny. And at last the warmth of his hand pulled away, I slowly opened my eyes once more. There I found Kaguya gazing tenderly back at me. Instantly I thought back to last night and trembled. Somehow I was embarrassed, happy, and a tiny bit fearful all at once. Just then...
店員さん。
Oh, the cute guy who confessed to us! The one I liked! Ah! Come on in! I was so startled by the familiar voice, I straightened my posture and blurted out a response, reflexively slipping into work mode. When I turned around, I found one of the cafe regulars standing there. That would explain why my brain defaulted to come on in, of all things.
こんばんは。こんなところで会うなんて偶然だね。今日の仕事は終わり？
I just got off work. What about you? Are you on your way home? It would have been rude to blow him off, so I decided to make small talk. Smiling stiffly, his gaze wandered to Kaguya beside me.
彼は
Oh, this is... I tried to answer, but Kaguya stopped me.
僕は数日前から彼女と同じ喫茶店で働かせてもらってます。かぐやっちゅうもんです。お客さんはうちによく来てくれるお客さんやんな。今後ともよろしゅうお願いします。
ああ、そうなんだ。ここのところ忙しくて行けなかったから。
そうですか？ぜひまた来てくれると嬉しいです。な、 ゆりかちゃん。
Bro. Yeah, he's like avoiding saying that he's our boyfriend. I wonder why. Right. I smiled to hide my internal conflict. Interesting. After we parted ways with the regular, we walked in silence for a while. How come?
Hmm?
I wanted to ask, how come you didn't introduce yourself as my boyfriend? But the words wouldn't come. I knew he had intentionally avoided the subject in order to keep things professional. I would have liked him to be at least a little protective of me around other guys.
あ、ひーさん。お魚屋さんやで。
Change the subject with eerily apt timing. Let's get in and get out quick so Cinderella doesn't make any more creepy jokes when we get back. And so I forced myself to let it go. That was Cinderella's reaction to his first fish stick. How was it? I stopped eating and looked at him expectantly.
うまい。お茶漬けなんて貧乏臭いと思ってたけど、たまにはこういうのもいいな。
Bruh. Glad to hear it. They're so light and crunchy. Thus far, I had been making a lot of intricate dishes, so it was nice to have a more lazy dinner for a change. All thanks to Kaguya and Alice for giving me the idea.
いやいや、僕は特に何もしとらんし、どっちかっちゅうと、文句を言ってたアリスくんの方がお手柄なんとちゃうん？
Wait, what? How did you know about that? Then it hit me. Oh god, you heard everything?
俺がこいつをぶん殴った時に、そっちはそっちで大盛り上がりだったな。
We did. Ugh. Embarrassed, I buried my face in my hands. Honestly, I should have known they would have heard us, given how loud Alice was screaming. Wait, does that mean they all heard me whimpering and groaning too?
こっちは真剣な話してんのに、お気楽なもんだよなとか、あの時は思ったな。ま、勘違いだったわけだけど。
Cinderella, I want to smack him in the head. Amazing, lol. No laughing at the dinner table.
おお。
I love Cinderella. God! I pouted at him. Then I glanced over at Kaguya and realized he wasn't eating. You not like it, Kaguya?
ん？そないなことないで。めっちゃ美味しいわ。
And yet he's barely eaten any of it? You don't have to force yourself to eat it, you know?
ああ、ちゃうねん。
何が違うんだよ。元はといえばお前の案だろ。
せやな。
あのな、そのヘラヘラヘラヘラすんのやめろ。見ててイラつくんだよ。
Why can't someone smile, huh?
兄ちゃん厳しいな。
誰が兄ちゃんだ。
At the rate we were headed, Cinderella was only getting more furious. How do you handle Cinderella's anger? Apparently we have to save here. Just a reminder, we have 13 bad endings. So yeah, very interesting. We're supposed to change the subject. I immediately changed the subject. Oh, is Snow White really not going to eat with us?
ああ、あいつはな、食わねえんだよ。
And he hasn't starved to death somehow?
一応生きてるから死なねえんだろ。
Okay, but seriously though, how has he survived without eating? I turned to Kaguya so as to include him in the conversation.
おおきにな、ひいさん。
あ？
ほんま、こんなに美味しいもん食べへんなんてもったいないと思うわ。
まあな。
せやけど、食べられへん気持ちも少しわかるかな。
Huh? How so?
置かせてもらってる身なのに、ご飯まで用意してもらって迷惑やないんかな
Oh,
とか。
don't think like that.
いろいろ。
その理屈でいくと、 せっかく用意されたご飯を食べ残すのも悪いとかにもなるんじゃねえの？
そうかも。まあ、白雪くんには白雪くんなりの事情があると思うね。せやから、あんま気にせんと、放っといたらええんちゃう？
ふん。ごちそうさん。
As soon as he finished his dinner, Cinderella rose to his feet. What about dessert? I love dessert.
んじゃ、後で部屋に持ってこい。
Yes, sir. I like how the Japanese is so long. And in English, it's just yes, sir. It's not wrong. But the difference is massive. I saw him off with a firm salute. Now it was just the two of us. With nothing to talk about, we continued eating in silence. Once I finished, I stacked my plate on top of Cinderella's. Glanced over at Kaguya to find him still slowly working through his food. Was he always such a slow eater? I thought back to all the other meals I had shared with him. I have to leave early, but I'll watch the rest later. Thank you so much for coming, Night of Beauty. Bye-bye. Have a good rest of the day. Have fun. Thank you. You too. All I could remember was that he would always compliment the taste, no matter what he ate. Whenever I asked him for specific requests, he'd shrug his shoulders, just as he did tonight. But when I asked him to help me brainstorm something simple, only then did he suggest fish sticks. And now that he was eating said fish sticks, I feel like I keep saying that wrong. Fish sticks. He was progressing more slowly than ever. As I watched him, a thought occurred to me. Hey, Kaguya?
Hmm?
You like fish sticks?
好きやで。
It's apparently a really hard word for me. Fish, because every time I try to say it fast, it goes fish stick, which is not the way to say it. Fish stick. Fish stick. Fish stick. Okay, I got it. Believe it or not, he actually seemed a bit bashful about it. There's enough for you to have seconds, you know?
ああ。おおきに。
No need to be shy. Stop eating. What is it this time? Was it something I said? Or is he the kind of person who can't eat when someone else is watching? I thought about it for a moment, then decided to clear away the empty plate. Humming to myself to keep the mood light, I began washing the dishes in the sink. After a moment, I heard him start eating again. In spite of my relief, I felt guilty that I had made him uncomfortable.
ごめんな。
Huh? His voice was barely audible. Why would he apologize? Had he wronged me in any way? I turned to find him standing there, holding his empty plate. You don't want seconds? Okay then, I'll wash it for you. Go ahead and have a seat.
僕も洗うの手伝うわ。
He rolled up his long sleeves, and that was when I saw it. Oh no, honey, what happened? The dark red lines that ran across his arm like scratch marks. And I knew what they were. But before I could say anything, he unrolled his sleeves again. What do you mean you know what they were? Kaguya?
猫に引っかかれて。
Hadn't asked for an explanation, but he gave me one regardless. Meanwhile, I thought back over our history together. It only took a few seconds to arrive at the conclusion, either because I didn't have many memories to review, or because I had always felt something was off with him. Kaguya, can I ask you something? In response to this, you ask. Oh shit. He's cutting himself? You have amnesia. Any chance, do you have amnesia? Interesting. Once upon a time in the Looking Glass world, there lived a peculiar young man named Kaguya. He was blessed with mysterious charms such that all the women in the world, rich or poor, fell head over heels for him. Why would they feel so strongly for him, you ask? Naturally, his good looks were part of the reason, but more than that, it was his kindness. He was always smiling warmly, and he seemed to understand people better than anyone, even themselves. You see, Kaguya never made any selfish demand. No matter how afraid he felt, no matter how much he suffered, always kept a smile on his face. He could never reject the ladies who wanted him. And so his list of lovers grew. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why, there were too many girls to count. None of these relationships lasted very long. Each girlfriend started off madly in love with him, but would inevitably break things off just a short time later. And Kaguya would accept their feelings without protest. Never talked about himself either. Why, you ask? Because...
せやな。
I asked him if he had amnesia, and his response was yes.
僕な、記憶があらへんねん。今まで自分が何してたんか、自分がほんまは何者なのか覚えとらんのや。
Well, no, that's a huge, important revelation. And yet his tone was completely casual. Frankly, I would have liked it if he told me this up front. Wait, but then, what about the lady who dumped you at the cafe?
あの子は、僕がふらふらとその辺を歩いとった時に、久しぶりちゅうて声かけられて、話聞いてみたら、僕と付き合うてたみたいで、記憶があらへんことを正直に話したんやけど。
And she didn't believe you? I don't remember an amnesia subtext in the Kaguya story, Princess Kaguya story, like the real folklore, so this is interesting.
冗談やと思われたな。
Now it all made sense. The reason Kaguya hadn't stood up for himself was because he couldn't remember dating these women in the first place. That and his naturally passive personality didn't help. What about your name? Are you sure it's Kaguya?
それは、他の人が僕のことをかぐや言うから、ああ、僕は、かぐやなんやと思っただけで。
Oh. It was also surreal, like I was reading a romance novel that suddenly pivoted into suspense. Then again, I suppose a lot of suspense novels have elements of romance in them, so maybe the universe isn't that far-fetched.
やっぱ、信じられへんよな。
You believe him? Well, I'm sure we have to. Okay. Yes, I do. What are you talking about? Of course I believe you. I gave him a look that said, who do you think you're talking to? Eyes widened. I'm the one who put 2 and 2 together, you know? Are you really that surprised?
まあ、そうかもしれんけど、なんで？
Are you asking how I figured out how you had amnesia?
うん。
Well, at first I thought maybe you could read minds, but that wasn't very realistic. Granted, part of the reason you're so incredibly perceptive is undoubtedly your careful nature, but I suspect that you were more focused on yourself.
関心。
Simply, I'm referring to your self-awareness. Awareness of yourself. Awareness of the difference between yourself and others. Self-identification. The ability to recognize yourself. Let me guess. You constantly wonder to yourself, what does this person think of me? How will they react if I say X, Y, Z? You're interested in other people because they interact with someone you're dying to know more about. Yourself. Oh, but to be clear, I'm not saying you shouldn't act this way. There's nothing wrong with it. Everyone does it to some degree. But in your case, I think you do it a bit excessively. Of course, if it was just that, we could call you self-conscious and be done with it. But in your case, you're a little too good at reading people. Your intuition is too powerful. Granted, plenty of people are hyper-focused on the people around them, but that doesn't mean they aren't self-centered. No, they just lack the confidence to express it. As unstable as they may be, they have a firm sense of self. What bothers them is the inconsistency between how others view them and how they view themselves. This sort of person tends to let their imaginations run wild. Oh, this person must think XYZ and so on. They make a lot of misguided assumptions. But in your case, you don't make any assumptions, right or wrong. You don't try to read into anyone's behavior. You just sincerely want to know what they think of you. And that makes me think maybe you're searching for clues about yourself. It's not all either. You always default to other people's opinions. You're completely passive. But it's not that you lack confidence, you simply don't know what your personal opinion actually is. And that's how I decided you might have amnesia.
ひいさんは頭がええな。
You can call me Detective Yurika.
ひいさんは僕のことを気持ち悪く思わへんの？
What? Why would it? I stared back blankly, baffled by the question.
自分が何者かようわからん男なんてキモいやろ。
What? No, not at all. Why would you make me uncomfortable? You're my boyfriend.
せやけど僕は今までひいさんを裏切ってたわけやし。
He be lying about his feelings for me? The thought made my chest tighten. After a long silence, I spoke up again. Kaguya?
ん？
What's your next move? Do I have to save again? Yes. There's a lot. If I'll 6. Stroke his hair. Silently, I gazed into his eyes.
ひいさん？
As I reached out, Kaguya flinched slightly. Offered him a reassuring smile. There, that's a good boy. And stroked his hair. He didn't try to stop me. As I ran my palm over his head, I stared directly into his eyes. Like the moon, they seemed to shine. Normally, you're the one who does this to me, but now it's your turn. How is it? Nice, isn't it?
せやな。
I thought so. I ran my hand over his head one more time, then pulled him into a big hug. I can't imagine how hard it must be for you. Lying in bed, I organized my thoughts. Amnesia, a state in which one has lost their memories. The whole "who are you? Who am I?" shtick. The formal term is retrograde amnesia, which includes both full and partial amnesia. Full amnesia is when someone can't remember anything except their name, and partial amnesia is when there's a mix of things they can and can't remember. Thus, Kaguya's amnesia would be categorized as full amnesia. As a side note, they say the majority of amnesia cases are psychological in origin. Surprising, isn't it? In fiction, it's usually the result of blunt force trauma, like a nasty blow to the head. But amnesia caused by physical trauma, in the rare cases in which it occurs, only lasts for a short time following the initial injury. When severe pain is inflicted on a person, their instinctive reaction is to escape. I want to get out of here. I never want to think about this again. I want to bury it all. Amnesia is caused by the conscious mind escaping from that sort of psychological stress. In other words, it's a defense mechanism. They forget in order to protect their bodies and minds so they won't break. I ruminated on this further. What does it mean to lose your memories? It must feel so very surreal, existing in the present while some other version of you exists somewhere else. If I lost my memories to the point that I didn't know who or where I was anymore, how would I react? How would I feel if a stranger reached out and tried to cheer me up? I would probably be overwhelmed with fear and inexplicable repulsion. The entire world around me would seem so frightening. I'd probably want to run away. Feeling a spike in anxiety, I decided to pay a visit to Kaguya's room. But it was the middle of the night when everyone was supposed to be asleep. What if he's already gone?
ちゃんとおるで。
How do
安
you
心
know?
しいや。
Kaguya!
し
Pressed his index finger to his lips, and I clapped both hands over my mouth. It's impossible for me not to worry. Anytime I take my eyes off you, it feels like you might just vanish into thin air. Did I wake you, or were you awake already?
起きてたで。
Liar, you've got a serious case of bedhead.
ほんま、どこ
Touched his hair. Nowhere, I was lying.
やと思った。
Can I come in?
僕はええけど。
Gazing at me, he cocked his head.
シンデレラさんとの約束はどないするん
Oh crap. I completely forgotten about our agreement. It was Cinderella's way of looking out for us and making sure we didn't skip any more steps on the staircase, as it were. Will you obey Cinderella's rule? Apparently no. So, did I fuck up? I feel like I'm lacking save files here. Hold up. I feel like I'm lacking save files. I do not have enough save files. I'm supposed to be on save file 8. I am on save file 7. Huh. Okay. Oh, okay, we'll deal with it later, whatever. I don't care. No. Pardon the intrusion. I walked straight into his room without hesitation. If it was for my beloved, I'd break my promises to other people at the drop of a hat. Oh, and don't worry. If Cinderella catches us, I'll take all the blame. Or maybe we could run away together, just the two of us. I was joking, but at the same time I was a little bit serious.
それもええかもしれんな。
The giggle, I glanced around. This was my first time in his room, and it was very well kept. Bed was perfectly made, without a single wrinkle in the sheet or stray hair on the pillow.
ちゃんと寝とるから安心しいや。
Awkward. It felt like I was trying to play adultery detective or something. Oh, because he cheats a lot? Well, not cheat, but like he has a lot of girlfriends, and it looks like she's trying to survey his room to see if any other girls had been there. Okay. I was confused there for a second. I plopped myself down on the spotless bed. This was the part where I was supposed to look up at him and whisper sweet seduction until he threw himself at me. Fancy a bed with me tonight? Girl. I was trying to be cute, but for some reason my voice came out in a cringy imitation of his accent.
僕はええけど、ひいさんは。
Don't say it. I'm really nervous, okay? Is my thing okay? My whole body felt like it was on fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello, Ranji. You came at a very interesting scene. Huh. He pressed a hand over my mouth. It was all on the spur of the moment, I'm sure, but now he was leaning over me on the bed. Came at a perfect moment. Congratulations. Almost like...
こういうのを呼ばいって言うんかな。
Oh my god.
ひいさんのエッチ。
Oh no. I smacked his chest.
すまんすまん。堪忍してえな。
Is it dark? Is it dark for you guys? Why is it dark? No, you missed it. No, we're gonna have to go back. Why is it not showing anything? Is it dark? Why is it broken? Let me try and fixing it. Let me try to fix it. Nope. Not that one. Okay, I thought you were censoring it, so I was just like, sure. No, I'm not censoring it. It's broken, it seems. Why? Why are you breaking at the CG? Okay. I might have to redo this. Wait. Say. I think I might have to restart the game. Because it's breaking. Wait just a bit. Okay. I don't know why it's breaking. It hates me! Go! How could it? The game gatekeeping the CG. Oh, now you see it. Well, too late. I already, already stopped it. Bruh. I don't know if you can see it because the thing is slow. Okay, you should be able to see it. Well, it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's a very cool CG. I will. Wait. Can I go back? Can't go back. Just load. No. Yes, you can see it good. Okay. Oh, we're going back.
僕はええけど、ひいさんは。
Don't say it. I'm really nervous, okay? My whole body felt like it was on fire. Insane. Gorgeous. Very, very nice. He pressed the hand over my mouth. It was all on the spur of the moment, I'm sure, but now he was leaning over me on the bed. Yes, woo! Yay! CG. Almost like
こういうのを予売って言うんかな。ひいさんのエッチ。
Bruh, don't say it like that. That's crazy. I smacked his chest.
すまん。堪忍してえな。
Still hovering over me, he started to stroke my hair. Meanwhile, I was dying of embarrassment.
なんでこないなことするか教えて。
Well, I was scared you were going to turn around and ghost me.
僕がひいさんの前から。
Yeah.
そないなことあらへんよ。かわいい僕の彼女を置いていくはず。
Liar, that's not going to work on me.
名探偵ゆりかやもんね。
Yes, woo! That's right. You do want to find out more about yourself, don't you?
どないやろな。まあでも知らん方がええかもしれんな。
So pretty.
僕女の子に節操ないみたいやし。
I burst out laughing in spite of myself. Sorry?
いや謝らんでええよ。浮気は良くないっちゅうんは僕も分かっとるし。
But on the other hand, wouldn't it be a lot easier to learn more about yourself if you just asked those same girls? His gaze drifted to his arm. The faded scars etched into his wrist. Ooh. I see. His eyes narrowed bitterly.
これ自傷行為って言うんやろ。僕は自分を傷つけるほど 自分のことが嫌いやったんやろなって。せやから僕が今記憶があらへんのは偶然やなくて必然なんやろなって思ってる。
But don't you think your family's worried about you?
どないやろ。僕に家族がいて僕を心配してるんなら なんで僕はここにおるんやろな。
He raised his eyes back to mine.
ひいさんは僕に記憶を取り戻してほしい。
You're asking me?
ほら僕、主体性が欠如してる人間やし。
Touche. You want Kaguya to get his memories back? Yes. Yes, I want you to get them back, but not for me, for you.
僕のため。
Yeah, I understand you might not want to remember, but still.
僕が僕でなくなったとしても。
His lips were smiling, but his eyes weren't.
記憶を取り戻したら今の僕はどうなるんかな。今の僕は記憶がない僕であって、本当の僕は今の僕と全然違うのかもしれん。
Kaguya. His eyes, amber like a harvest moon, pulled me in.
僕な、ひいさんとおると楽やねん。自分は僕のことを知らんやろ。で、僕も自分のことを知らんねん。せやけど、それは当たり前のことやろ。ひいさんなら、わけのわからんまま抱きついてきたり、怒ったり、泣きついたり。ひいさんは、今の僕を見てくれる。
Aww, honey.
たとえ僕が僕でなくなったとしても。
Will you take that risk? This is surprisingly way deeper than I thought it was going to be. Oh, okay. Safe. Answer is still yes. Yes. He answered without hesitation. Even if the new him wouldn't want me anymore, I still wanted him to get his memories back. I didn't want his real self, the self he had forgotten, to disappear. Even if it changes who you are right now, I still want you to regain your memories.
君を傷つけることになっても。
Don't worry, I'm stronger than you think. I wrapped my arms around his neck and gazed into his eyes. You can get a little rough with me. I won't break. Bro is insane. Girl! Girl! Don't say that when you're pinned on the bed. You have nothing to be afraid of. Whenever you're feeling sad or upset, I'll be right there to hug you or hold your hand. I'll accept you no matter what. So, I want you to show me who you really are. Can you do that for me? What if he has like a whole ass wife and child, huh? What are you going to do? That is so, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I would want if I'm in this scenario, but what if he has like a whole ass wife? What are you going to do?
別にダメやないよ。
Get your memories back together. It's not all the way on top of me. Home wrecker route! Yippee! I've never actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever played a game where you play as a home wrecker. I feel like that would be kind of fun if you like take out the morality standpoint. I feel like it would be a really fun game.
僕もひいさんがええならええよ。
Why do I feel like we're gonna get attacked? Are we gonna... Ochikawawa? No, no, okay. Where am I? White walls, white sheets. Everything in this tiny little room is white. What am I doing here? I don't understand. How long have I been here? I wanted to ask someone, but no one else was around. Only option was to try and remember. As I waded through my sluggish mind, all of a sudden, I heard the rattle of a film projector. Oh, interesting. They put us in the psych ward. You're crazy for wanting to help me. Go get yourself checked in. I looked up to find black and white images projected onto the wall. Images of a boy wearing a mask, looking up at the full moon. Who is that? When was this taken? It was raining outside. Meanwhile, I sat perfectly still. My legs had gone numb, but they told me I needed to sit here and stay quiet, and I had no choice but to obey. Where am I? All my hazy mind could offer was that I was in some Eastern-style house. On the far side of the room was a tiny altar with a few flowers and a framed photograph of a beautiful woman. For some reason, all the adults around me was wearing black from head to toe. As we sat there, I could hear them talking about someone. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but their voices carried over the sound of the rain, and I couldn't escape it.
かわいそうにまだこんな小さいのに虐待されてたんでしょ 何度
No.
も警察が来ていたみたいまあそう
I had no idea who they were talking about, but apparently some lady was abusing her young son, and then she died? Poor kid. As with everyone else in the room, I felt sorry for him. Then I looked down at my hands and noticed how bony they were. Come to think of it, why am I so hungry? When I looked up, I found the adults all looking at me. Flinched and straightened up. I needed to do as I was told, or else I was a bad kid, and I didn't want them to yell at me.
あの子どうするのうちは2人もいるし無理よそんなのうちだって困るわそっちはどううちだって迷惑ようちには年頃の娘もいるし何か間違いでもあったらと思うとそれにほらあの子だって本当に私たちと血がつながってるかわからないって言うじゃないまあ確かにねまったく迷惑なことになったわね
The rain poured down in thick sheets, drowning out the voices. Poor baby! Next morning, I awoke to find Kaguya beside me.
おはよう。ひーさん。
うん。
お
Morning! I dove under the blanket.
こらこら、起きなあかんで。
Whoa! He whipped the blanket right off the bed.
ごめんな。僕ももうちょっと寝かせてあげたいんやけど。
Did we do the deed or not? I'm confused. He fixed me with a guilty look. Meanwhile, the morning sun streamed in through the window and illuminated his face for a bonus of plus 30% handsomeness. No, that's okay. Thanks for waking me. Fidgeted. Admittedly, I was a little embarrassed to see my handsome, glowing boyfriend fresh out of bed first thing in the morning. Wait, why is it so bright? Something felt extremely off. Then, after a long pause, I overslept! I sprang upright.
大丈夫やで、ひーさん。朝の支度は全部僕がやっといたわ。
All of it?
うん。
Cleaning the laundry? Setting up the cafe?
掃除も洗濯も店の準備も。ついでに朝食も作っといたで。
I was so shocked I could only open and close my mouth like a goldfish. The words were stuck in my throat. I'm so sorry. I buried my face in my hands. Words cannot describe how unbelievably pathetic I felt.
別にええって。ひーさんぐっすりと眠っとったし。せやから僕が全部やったろう思ってな。
Yes, I admitted. Well, I was the one who came into his room and asked him to share a bed with me. I then got so nervous that I promptly passed out. Girl. Girl, please. You're embarrassing me. The last thing I could remember was lying there in his arms, being extremely tense, and then zilch. Just for the record, did we...
別にエッチなことはしてへんよ。僕もブレーキは踏めるつもりやし。
Oh, cool. Thanks for being so considerate. I was actually surprised at the lack of sexy time. Can you not put it that way? It's so stupid. You can get a little rough with me. I won't break, she says. Good grief. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
ええやん、別に。僕は、ヒーさんの可愛い寝顔見れて幸せやったし。
You didn't drool, did I?
垂れてない垂れてない。
Did I snore?
書いてない書いてない。
Did I sleep with my eyes open? I do that.
あ、それは。
I do that! Actually. I once woke up in like a sleepover with friends with them shining a flashlight in my eye. Because they were like, you sleep with your eyes open. So we were checking it out. And like, with the flashlight? My friends, I swear. Idiots. I did?
冗談やって。
Ah! Even without a mirror handy, I could tell my hair was probably, no, almost certainly, a total mess. It took me a solid 15 minutes to style my usual curls each morning.
大丈夫やって。ヒーさんはめっちゃ可愛い。
Aw, he's so sweet. As he spoke, he stroked my hair.
ああ、せや。これ、ヒーさんの番やで。
Oh yeah. He handed me the exchange tire like an afterthought. Thanks.
うん。ほな、ヒーさん。起きて顔洗って、歯磨いて、着替えや。
Okay.
あんま遅いと、シンデレラさんが様子見にこっち来るで。
What?
あんな、下でヒーさんが来るのをみんな待っとんねん。僕は、様子見でヒーさんの部屋に訪ねたっちゅう体で。
Gotta go now, but enjoy playing. I love your energy and commentary in these bits. Bye. Thank you so much for coming. It was fun. Bye bye. And so I got ready faster than I'd ever gotten ready in my entire life. Phew. I patted down my thick, poofy hair. Having donned my uniform, I set about throwing it into a quick braid, but I hadn't brushed the tangles out, so it was messy. When I walked into the kitchen, Cinderella took one look at me and burst out laughing. But as a result, he didn't grill me for oversleeping.
ごめんな。僕が気利かせてもっと早く起こしたれば。
No, that's okay. It was my fault for, sleeping through my alarm. By the way, Kaguya, do you remember what we decided last night?
記憶を取り戻すっちゅうやつ？
Yes, exactly. I want to start hunting for clues as soon as we can.
わかった。ほんならどないしようか。昼は仕事やし、夜に行動するしかあらへんやんな。
Sounds good. Are you cool with keeping you to myself tonight?
朝も昼も夜も
Ah,
僕はヒーさんのもんやで。
grief. In spite of my embarrassment, I held out my arms for a hug.
Kaguya!
What?
何やってるの？
Huh. I see.
はいはーい。
I see. Summoned by a customer, Kagubear left my side. With no one to greet them, my arm slowly drooped. Poor girl.
おう、せや。ヒーさん、ヒーさん。ちょっとこっちに来てくれへん？
Standing in the dining area, he turned back and beckoned over it like he had just remembered something. Okay, I'm coming. What's up? Sped over to him and he pulled me into his arms. No way?
ぎゅー。
Bruh. Meanwhile, I could hear girls squealing in the background. Kagu Bear? When our eyes met, he shot me a wink.
僕はひいさんなもんやーって言うたやろ。
Now I'm scared because like I really like him so far, but knowing Taisho is Alice, he's gonna make me hate him. But I like him so much right now. I'm scared. Later that night, after we closed up shop and got dinner prepped, I stepped out into the night, holding a picnic basket in one hand and Kaguya's hand in the other. Can't keep doing that stuff in public, you goof.
あんなことって
You know what I mean? Showing me off to people and rubbing it in their faces.
ハグ
No, not the hug. The hug was fine. After all, a hug was a little more than a greeting, non-verbal communication. But Kaguya cocked his head like he couldn't fathom what I was talking about.
怒うてる
I'm upset, alright?
笑うてるやん
Disregard that. Though I cleared my throat, I couldn't wipe the smirk off my face. So anyway, my point is... why is she talking like that? You can't be so provocative in front of the lady customers. Keep a straight face, I pinched my own cheeks as I spoke. I see. Especially not while we're on the clock.
ごめんな
Stroked my hair.
ひいさん顔真っ赤やで
That's because I pinched it real hard. Maybe a little too hard, actually. My cheeks smarted even after I let go. Of course, that wasn't the only reason my face was flushed, but still.
でこれからどうするん記憶を取り戻す言うて外に出たけど
First, let's start with the police station. Maybe someone submitted a missing persons report for you.
出されてなかったら
Let's look for your exes.
僕の元カノ
Yeah, your exes ought to know more about you than some random person on the street. We've already met two thus far, so it should be a piece of cake. I raised a fist in determination.
僕はええけど
Gazed at me probingly. Relax, it's fine. I took his hand. You'll be fine. I'll protect you.
守るって何から
After a moment of hesitation, I answered. I'll, make sure that they don't hit you. Kaguya chuckled and squeezed my hand in return.
そんじゃあよろしゅうなひいさん
I do wonder when he got his amnesia, though. Like, was the day he found the X and went to our cafe is the time where he first got amnesia, or was it way beforehand? I'm curious. I hope they explained it properly in this route. Well, we started things on the right foot, but I guess it takes more than just having the right mindset, huh?
せやな
In the end, there were no missing persons reports filed for Kaguya. So we asked them to let us know if they heard anything, then set off to track down his exes instead. A few hours passed. We wandered around the shopping district for a while, but didn't encounter anyone likely to fit the bill. The shopping district employees didn't seem to know much about you either. There were a few who seemed to recognize him. That was only because of his unique style of clothing. They didn't know him personally.
いただきます
And so since we were hungry, we decided to eat a late dinner out at the lake. The contents of my picnic basket were predominantly seafood, since that was what Kaguya seemed to prefer. As he ate his grilled sea bream, I stole a glance at him. Like last time, he was eating his food slowly, probably savoring it, which I took to mean that I was indeed correct. That's Detective Yurika for you.
ひいさんはすごいな
Huh?
僕より僕のことを知ってるみたいや いや、実際そうなんかもな。
Popped the shrimp into his mouth.
めっちゃうまい。
Glad to hear it. Meanwhile, I had myself some bean stew. Oh, I hate beans. Not to brag, but it was really yummy. Unfortunately, I have to disagree with your statement. It's just not possible for me to know you better than you do. Only you can ever really know what you're thinking on the inside. He set his fork down.
ひいさんが前に言った、相手が何を思っているのかわからないからこそ、観察し、
Right? I'm just a bit better than your average Joe. But what matters most of all is actual communication, like what we're doing now. I winked at him.
会話だけでええの？
Well, it doesn't hurt to hug and hold hands too.
僕もそう思う。
Put his hand on mine.
僕も、君のことを、ちゃんと理解してるんかな。
Aww? Are you suggesting you don't? And explain how you're so good at getting under my skin.
ひいさんはわかりやすいからな。
Ah, you're doing it again. I giggled. For the record, yes, people with amnesia may not know their own preferences. That's only because you've forgotten. They're still in there, deep down in your heart.
心。
Just look at babies. They can't talk, but they can definitely feel the full range of human emotions. They laugh and cry to express themselves to their caretakers. So why do babies laugh and cry? Why does laughter represent happy times and crying represent sad times? Why do we find some things good and other things bad? We can't know for sure, but doesn't it suggest we have those values ingrained in us right from birth? Put more simply, we can reduce it to a binary of like versus dislike, or perhaps the closest word to describe it would be instinct. We're born with instinctual knowledge of what we do and don't like, and as you build up more and more memories, you hone who you are as a person. Instead of memories, perhaps I could say life experiences.
なんか、めっちゃむずいな。
It's psychology stuff. I learned that in school. A little bit, at least. He smiled vaguely, somewhere between a grin and a grimace. Sorry, for what it's worth, I was trying to simplify it somewhat. Basically, what I'm saying is this. Even without your memories, you're still you, no matter what. When you forget about something, all you're really doing is putting it up in the attic. Even if you can't recall the memory of what happened, it doesn't erase the fact that it indeed happened. At some point, you must have discovered for yourself that you enjoy fish. Besides, like I said, I'm going to need to put in effort to make you fall head over heels for me.
言うたな。そのための努力が、今？
Yeah, I'm going to give it 120%, figure out all your likes and dislikes so I can make you love me.
好かれるための努力か。せやな。僕もひいさんのこと知りたい。ひいさんのこと好きやから。
He squeezed my hand and leaned in. His eyes were locked on mine. Then, right as our noses touched, he let out a soft breath.
こういうところが素直でええよな。
You do? I smiled nervously.
これは、本能？
No, it's completely intentional. So if anything, it's a product of reason. He promptly pulled back.
大丈夫。キスせえへんよ。
I mean, I can live without a kiss for right now, but we're gonna have to kiss eventually. Not that I'm brave enough to say that out loud. Kaguya tilted his head up and gazed at the half moon hanging in the sky.
一応、僕も思い出そうとしてんねんけどな。
Yeah?
うん。でもわかんねん。思い出したくても、頭の中にもやがかかってるみたいで、思い出したいのに思い出されへん。
What does it feel like?
無理に思い出そうとすると、 頭をガツンって殴られたみたいになって、それでも思い出そうとすると、そこからまたプツンと意識がなくなるっちゅうか。
You lose consciousness? So you pass out on the spot?
うん。
God, that must be really hard.
大丈夫やで。
No, it isn't. You can't admit when you're having a hard time, you know? Like I said, likes and dislikes are human instinct.
まあ、大丈夫やって。
Smiled evasively. As much as I'd like to smile, it could be so frustrating at times.
ひーさんこそ、僕のことが嫌になったら、いつでも突き放してええから。
His words are so harsh. How will you respond to this comment? I want to protest. Yeah, we can. I prodded his forehead with my index finger.
おう。
Eyes widened, as if I had caught him off guard. I narrowed my eyes. I take it back. It would appear you don't know me very well at all. If you meant what you said just now, then I'm honestly kind of hurt. Do I really look like the kind of girl who would drop you like yesterday's news?
見えへんです。
Good. Don't let me hear you say that again. Folded my arms and scowled haughtily. That is until I broke character and started laughing.
月が、綺麗やな。
Definitely.
不思議やな。ひーさんと見る月は、いつもより綺麗に見える気がするわ。
Mm. You're right. It does seem to be shining a little brighter tonight. Maybe it means we're in love?
そうみたいやな。
While everyone else was fast asleep, I was rereading the exchange diary. Oh, how cute. So
ひ
ugly.
ーさん、うさばんは、って、なんか閉まらんな。記憶喪失ということを、今まで秘密にしていてごめんなさい。言おうかどうかずっと迷っていたけど、結局、こんな形でバレてしまうだなんて、本当に申し訳ないと思ってます。本当は、初めて会った時にちゃんと説明するべきだったんですよね。もしも、迷惑だと思うなら、すぐにでも消えるつもりなので、遠慮せず言ってくださいね。
Keeps thinking that he's like annoying or like people will get sick of him. That's so sad.
こんなことを書いといて、
うん
ひーさんは優しいから、迷惑だなんて言わないということもわかってます。僕は卑怯者です。昨日のキスのことも、本当はする気はなかったんです。ひーさんの気持ちを考えずに、
Aww.
傷つけてしまっていたら、本当にごめんなさい。でも、まさかひーさんがあんなに取り乱すとは思わなかったです。こんなこと書いたら、最低な男だと思われるかもしれないけど、いつも自信満々な君が照れてる姿は、めっちゃ可愛かったです。僕は、初めて出会った時よりも、もっともっと、ひーさんのことが好きになりました。
Aww.
あかんな。ひーさんといると、めっちゃ楽しくて、どんどんわがままになってるみたいです。こんな僕を止められるのは、ひーさんだけだから。ひーさんこそ、本当に嫌な時は、嫌だと言ってください。
Once I finished reading the latest entry, I set about writing my reply beneath the dim glow of the lamp. Time for bed. After I finished writing my letter, I closed the notebook and soon fell fast asleep. At night, I had a dream. Kaguya? He's glowing. Kaguya was standing out in the yard, looking up at the sky. There I could see a crescent moon gleaming brightly. His face in profile was shrouded in melancholy, and it made me sad just looking at him. Why do you look so sad? Is there something on your mind? You know you can talk to me.
思い詰めることなんて何もあらへん。ただ、なんとなく心細いだけや。
Does the moon remind you of something?
かもしれへんな。
Smiled faintly. If the moon makes you feel bad, then stop looking at it.
どうして月を見ずにいられるんやろ。ひいさんは僕に思い出してほしいんとちゃうん？
Well, yeah, but... Unable to stand his probing gaze, I looked away. His voice was quiet, like a rippling lake.
ひいさん、僕な、思い出したんや。僕はこの国の人やない。僕は
Actually?
月の都の人や。前世からの約束によってこの世界にやってきた。もう
We're
帰ら
having...
なければならない時になり、この月の15日にあの元の国から迎えがやってくる。
We're having like actual aliens in Taisho X Alice? It's canon?
さようなら、ひいさん。
What the fuck is going on? Kaguya! I awoke shouting out loud. Then I fumbled in the darkness for the clock by my pillow. The hour hand had just ticked past 4. At least I hadn't overslept like yesterday. While I could afford to go back to bed, I didn't really feel like it, so instead I decided to get up. Phew. I tied my messy bedhead in a ponytail and pinned my bangs back by a headband. With a headband. Then I headed to the bathroom to wash my face.
お、
Oh. Without thinking, I shut the door in his face. Why? It is so mean. God, I'm an idiot. What am I doing? What do I care if he sees my hair like this? He's already seen what I look like unconscious. As a compromise, I took the headband off and brushed my bangs out. Good morning. I called out cheerfully with one hand pressing my bangs flat.
おはようさん。ひいさん、今日は僕の当番なんやから寝といたらよかったのに。
I would, but I had this weird dream, and now I'm wide awake.
変な夢。
Dream about you.
僕？
Tilting his head, he pointed at himself for confirmation. Will you tell him about your dream? Make something up, apparently. I want to know what happens if I'm honest with him. Oh. Had a dream where you left me.
僕が？
Grasped at his kimono. You won't leave me in real life, right? I looked up at him pleadingly and he smiled lightly.
行かへんよ。
Make something up. I had a dream that you were Super Kagu Bear, protecting the Earth from aliens like it was some kind of sci-fi action movie.
うん。そりゃ確かにしんどそうやな。
I know, right? I laughed breezily. The reason I lied was to avoid sounding clingy. Or to have the silly conversation with you first thing in the morning.
ええよ。
He ruffled my hair. Then his face lit up like he had remembered something.
せや、僕のせいで変な夢見たっちゅうならお詫びせなあかんよな。
Huh? Took me by the hand and led me back into my room.
はい、こ こ、座っとき。
Why? As I lowered myself onto the bed, I tilted my head in confusion. How was he going to make it up to me in here? Oh my god. I gotta know, right? It is my duty as a streamer to choose the interesting options. Something R-rated? R-rated? Wait. Then a realization hit me. There we are, all alone in my bedroom, and I was on my bed. I think it's about to get R-rated in here?
ひいさん。
Yes? How can I help you? With my mind in the gutter, he caught me completely off guard, and I held up my fist in a fighting pose. Blinked at me in surprise, then grinned awkwardly.
ひいさんの髪の毛を溶かしたいんやけど。ええかな？
Yurika. A massage? Oh, are you going to give me another massage? I thought back to the day when we first met.
まあ、そっちのがええっちゅうならそっちでもええけど、今日はひいさんの髪の毛溶かしてあげよう思うてな。
Oh, please do! The comb and the ribbon are on my vanity. I turned my back to him.
うまくできるかわからへんで。
I don't mind. He didn't care how frizzy or wacky he made it look. I wasn't about to let this opportunity pass me by.
わかった。
Kaguya grabbed the comb and ribbon from atop the vanity, then sat down next to me.
ひいさん、ひいさん。
Yes? He patted me on the shoulder, and I turned to find him holding his arms out.
その体勢じゃひいさんが疲れるや
Oh
ん。
my god.
僕の膝の間、座って。
Praise the Lord and hallelujah! Girl! Okay then. Scooted myself over onto his lap. As I rested my full weight on him, the bed creaked. As he spoke, his breath tickled my scalp. With him holding me from behind, I could feel his warmth against my back. Oh god, this sure is something.
ひいさん。
Yes? He startled me right as I was panicking internally, causing me to yelp even louder.
三つ編みでええかな。
Grinned without commenting on my overreaction. Yes, please. My voice was barely a whisper. In the hours before sunrise, the silence was a bit different from the quiet of the night. Not to mention it was early winter. Chilly air only served to enhance the tranquility of the moment.
ひいさんの髪、めっちゃ綺麗やな。
Kaguya slowly worked the comb through my long locks. I'm glad to hear it because, believe it or not, I put a lot of work into it. Maybe not today, but most days at least.
このふわふわなんは地毛。
It is indeed.
へえ。生まれた時からお人形さんみたいな子やったんやな。
Growing up, I never quite knew what to say in response to that.
お人形さん？
I mean, my appearance is sort of unique, you know? My hair, my eyes.
おー、確かに。その目の色も天然？
It is. But I always hated my appearance. People used to tease me mercilessly.
こんなに可愛いのに？
Children can be really cruel. They have trouble accepting people who are different. One day, I thought to myself, I'm only ever going to be me, so I may as well love myself. Instead of hating my weird traits, I'll lean into them instead. I'll love and accept myself no matter what. Things that make me weird also make me special. My eyes aren't creepy, they're radiant like gems. And ever since then, I've considered my appearance to be one of my best qualities.
ひいさんは昔からあんま変わらんな。
How would you know that if you only just met me?
なんかそう思ったわ。僕は好きやで。
Huh?
君の宝石のような目も、ふわふわとした柔らかな髪も、全部。
Alright.
よっしゃ、できたで。
Place the hand on each of my shoulders. Already? By the time I finished my little anecdote, he had somehow finished braiding my hair. I reached back and sure enough, I could feel two perfect neat little braids. Which meant I now needed to address the current situation.
もうちょっとこうしとく。
Peered at me over my shoulder and I felt my face flush. Yes, please.
了解。
Wrapped his arms around me and held me from behind. Oh, but what about breakfast?
まだまだ余裕あるし平気や。
Okay then. Well, this sure is embarrassing.
こんなところシンデレラさんに見つかったらえらいことになりそうやな。
Frankly, if it wasn't for Kaguya reminding me of Cinderella's situation, I would have forgotten about him entirely. Sorry, Cinderella.
約束また破ってしもうたな。
Well, Cinderella's not a morning person, so we're probably fine. Probably. Kaguya buried his face against my shoulder blade. Oh, how cute. Sleepy?
まあちゃうね。ただこうしてるとめっちゃ気持ちええっちゅうかなんか
Huh?
安心できんね。
Questions rose to my mind. What was he worried about? What made him feel more secure? But I didn't voice them aloud. Instead, I was simply willing to stay like this for as long as he needed me to.
Ah, そうだ。
Yes? As I was brewing my our post-breakfast coffee, Cinderella spoke suddenly.
昨日の夜、白雪とあんたらの話してたんだがな。
About me and Kaguya? Instantly, I froze. Did he find out about our secret tryst?
あんた、記憶喪失なんだってな。
Oh, that. Right, of course.
ひいさんから聞いたんですか？
Kaguya shifted his gaze to me. Should I have kept it to myself? Cinderella has a lot of connections in this town, so I figured he'd be an asset to the search.
そうなんや。
つーか、そういうことならもっと早く言えって。そのせいでいろいろ勘違いしちまったじゃないか。
すんません。
Kaguya hung his head guiltily. That said, I didn't think he needed to apologize at all.
で、今はあんたの過去を取り戻すために元カノを探してる最中なんだってな。
はい。
んなめんどくせえことしないで。
Hmm?
もっと手っ取り早く人集める方法はあるだろ
Oh. Huh? Kaguya and I exchanged a look.
う。要は若い女を集めりゃいいんだろ。パーティーを開けばいいじゃねえか。
Where would we hold it?
ここで。
Cinderella tapped the table. Cinderella? I clasped his hand in mine. Oh, Cinderella, you're the best. You're so kind and smart and wonderful.
まあな。あんたもようやく理解したか。遅えんだよ。
俺の案だけどね。
I promptly pivoted to Snow White. Thank you so much, Snow White. I had a feeling you were behind it.
別に。
でもパーティーって費用はどないするんですか？
I raised my hand to volunteer. I'll pay. Cinderella grabbed my wrist and lowered my hand back down.
俺が出す。この前殴っちまったからな。そ
Aww.
の詫びだ。
Cinderella is such a good boy.
いや別に気にしてへんから。
俺が気にしてんだよ。なんだよ。気に食わねえならはっきり言えばいいだろう。
そうやなくて僕なんかのためにそこまでしてくれるのは悪いっちゅうか、ただでさえもいろいろとお世話になっとるわけやし。
気にしない方がいいよ。この人派手好きでお祭り好きだから。
True.
本心は君のためじゃなく 自分が楽しみたいだけだよ。
That's our Ouch! I tried to chime in, and Cinderella rewarded me with a smack to the head. Oh, sure, you'll hit me, but not him? This is discrimination! I rubbed the sore spot. I can make the food myself, so we'll save money on catering. All we need to decide is the time frame and the party size. I looked from Cinderella to Snow White. Likewise, they exchanged a glance.
ま、やっぱり盛大にやらないとな。明日。
Tomorrow? He answered with a flawless smile. After that, we worked from morning until night getting the party arranged. Naturally, we had to run the cafe too. Busy was an understatement. In between mountains of party prep, we served our customers, and once the cafe was finally closed, we started juggling our tasks with household chores instead. Next thing I knew, I was standing outside, staring up at the moon with a trash bag in hand.
月がどうかしたの？
What's you?
こんばんは、店員さん。
Next thing I knew, a regular from the cafe was standing right in front of me. Oh, hey there. I hastily snapped to my senses.
月を見て睨んでたけど、月に何かあるの？
I laughed vaguely and pressed a hand to my forehead. After the dream I had last night, you could say I had a slight grudge against the moon. What about you? What are you doing here?
君を待ってたんだって言ったら気持ち悪いかな。
A little bit, yes. For me? He averted his gaze awkwardly. No, it's not creepy. I'm flattered. It was my honest opinion of his affection for me.
そうなんだ。ありがとう。
I'm glad too.
今日は随分と忙しそうだったね。
Yeah, we're throwing a party tomorrow here at the cafe, and anyone's free to attend. Would you want to come?
パーティーか。行きたいけど、明日はちょっと忙しくて。
Okay, that sucks. You've been busy a lot lately, haven't you? As I recall, the last time we met was when I went to the fish market with Kaguya.
でも、そんな時でも君の笑顔を見ると疲れが吹き飛ぶんだ。
He sounds really nice, but one thing I've learned from my otome game journey is that the nice guys are usually the creepiest, so I don't know.
毎週のように通い詰めて、毎週同じものを頼んで、こうやって顔を覚えてもらって。
Before he could continue,
ひいさん
voice called for me, interrupting him. Kaguya, what's the matter?
どうしたって。ゴミ捨ての帰りが遅いから心配して迎えに来たよね。
Kaguya snatched the trash bag out of my hand, then turned to the other man.
彼女に何か用事ですか？お店のことでしたら僕が聞きますけど。
ごめん。今日はやっぱりやめておくよ。
Oh, okay. Smiling weakly, the man walked away.
一緒にゴミ掘りに行こうか。
Okay. He started walking, and I followed after him. A long moment of silence passed. There was no chance in hell that Kaguya hadn't put two and two together by now. He must have realized the man's feelings for me, and what he was about to say to me. And now...
なあ、ひいさん
Yes, Kaguya? He came to a stop, and I followed suit. Meanwhile, the moon shone down on us, same as it had the night before. And like always, Kaguya was smiling. But the smile wasn't quite the same as usual. His eyes glittered.
今、君にキスしたい言うたら、怒る？
Why all of a sudden? Why would I be upset?
それは、 ってこと。
While holding the trash bag? No, why are you touching me? You just touched the trash bag. Oh no. Oh, this is ruining it for me, I'm afraid. The next moment, he put his hands on my shoulders and pressed his lips to mine. Something. Oh, okay. Don't say it like that. Something wriggled its way into my mouth. I didn't understand what was happening, but I let it happen anyway. Suffocated, I pushed back against his chest to try to get some air, but he grabbed my hand.
ひいさん。
Kaguya, I can't breathe. Devoured me again and again until I could scarcely stand. The moment I could finally breathe, my knees gave out and I collapsed on the spot. My first kiss wasn't some innocent tongue kiss. It was raw and hungry.
大丈夫？
Yeah, I'm okay. He helped me to my feet.
なんでやろう。こんなことするつもりなかったのに。帰ろうか。
He smiled softly. Okay. My legs were unsteady, but I could still walk for the most part. I took a step.
その前に、ひいさん、ちょっとごめんな。
Whoa! The next instant, he scooped me into his arms.
僕のせいで腰抜かしてしもうたみたいやしな。
Yeah, but you don't have to carry me bridal style.
いや、
His handsome face so close to mine, my heart fluttered in my chest. Especially considering what just happened a moment ago. No, it's okay. I could feel my entire face burning, right down to my collarbone.
なら、僕の首に腕回して、しっかり捕まっとき。
Okay. Once I got a good grip on him, he started walking slowly.
こうすると、ひいさんの顔が見られて、へな。
Sure it's not ugly?
かわいいよ。
Kill me now.
ひいさん。ごめんな。
For what?
僕のせいで、こんなしんどい思いさせて。
Oh no, it's fine. Given our relationship, it was bound to happen sooner or later. This happened a little sooner than I was expecting, that's all.
今日も一日中、パーティーの準備に追われてたし。
Oh, that's what you meant?
ん？
Nothing. I'm sure you must be dead tired. You've been working just as many hours as I have.
僕は平気やで。
You sure?
ほんまほんま。ひいさんと比べたらめちゃめちゃ楽やで。
Liar.
嘘やないって。それにほら、僕は男やし。女の子と違って体力があるんやで。
Don't make it a gender thing. How am I supposed to argue with that?
なあ。
Scowling, I pouted my lips in a show of disapproval.
帰ったらひいさんは休み。後の用意は僕が全部やったるから。
No can do, mister. Lest you forget, you're the VIP of tomorrow's party.
僕。
Turn right, and we need you well rested so you'll look your best.
せやけど、これ以上ひいさんに迷惑かけるわけには。
Kaguya? Like I told you, I'm trying to make you fall head over heels for me. If I stop now, that will never happen.
僕はもう振り向いてるよ。
Aww! That's so cute! Then I want more.
ひいさんは、意外に強欲さん。
Maybe so. I turned away.
なら、僕も自分のために努力せんとな。
Jazz?
そうやな。喫茶店に着いたら、ひいさんのために美味しい紅茶を入れる。でどうかな。
Perfect. I'd love a cup of tea.
うん。わかった。
Oh, Kaguya? I admired him as though he were the moon hanging above us.
Hmm?
Wearing his same old smile, he waited for me to continue. So give it everything we've got at tomorrow's party, okay?
せやな。
Yeah.
ひいさんこんにちは。うさぎさんやで。僕がここに来てから1週間が過ぎました。
Well, now it's been a week.
ということは、僕とひいさんが付き合ってから
A lot
1
has
週間経っ
happened.
たということです。そろそろここでの生活もこの日記を書くことにも慣れてきました。いつも顔を合わせているとはいえ、仕事をしているとなかなか話す機会がないから、ここでいろいろと話したらいいんですよね。ひいさんはいつも元気で明るくてすごく一生懸命です。僕はそんなひいさんのことすごく尊敬してるし、とても好きだけど、無理をしているんじゃないかと時々不安になります。僕は君みたいに器用じゃないから
Aw.
役に立たないこともあるかもしれないけど、でも言ってくれれば何でもやるから。だから僕には遠慮せず何でも言ってな。少しでもひいさんの役に立てれば幸せです。
He's such a good boy so far. I'm really scared they'll make me hate him. Because he's so nice so far and I really like him. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break, so be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Got my mic on. Okay, good. And so the night of the party rolled around. Some people played the piano, some people sang, some chatted with others nearby, and some were even dancing.
こんなむさ苦しいところに来てくれて悪いな。今日は全部俺のおごりだから好きに楽しんでくれ。
Cinderella's voice echoed across the room, followed by cheer. As for myself,
すいません、こっちにもお酒ください。
sure thing, just a moment.
ここでパーティーをしてるって聞いたんですけど。
Sure are, come on in. Ladies, get in free. Wow. Well, as you can see, I was super busy with bussing tables and other waitress work. I was constantly running in and out of the kitchen, so I didn't exactly have time to look for any ex-girlfriends. Still, the venue was overflowing with young ladies to an absurd degree. Evidently, Cinderella had pulled some strings with his many connections. What connections, you ask? No clue. Either way, I was extremely grateful. All hail Cinderella! As for Cinderella himself, he was already drunk, sipping wine and hitting on women. Ooh, look at those lipstick marks all over his cheeks. I'm happy for you, buddy. Just please don't pass out. Anyway, while Cinderella was entertaining the ladies, we had Snow White cover the kitchen. Meanwhile, one of our party guests, VIP guest, sorry.
かぐやん。
Kaguya?
して。
あかんって。
Our dear Kagubear was surrounded by fangirls. I stopped and stared at them for a moment until he noticed me looking and smiled awkwardly. Ugh. Bit back my resentment and tried not to think about how badly I wanted to be over there feeding my boyfriend instead of them. Deep breaths, Yurika. Shaking my less than kind thoughts away, I went back to work. The entire purpose of this party was to ferret out Kaguya's exes. Even if Cinderella was the host, Kaguya was the true VIP. To that end, I needed to take a supporting role to keep all the gears turning. And so, glancing at the giddy girls out of the corner of my eye, I cleared away a large pile of plates.
じゃあ、私にあんして。
Abruptly, I spun around in the opposite direction. On second thought, our objective was to find Kaguya's exes, not add new entries to his list of admirers. Phew, that was close. Almost took my eyes off the prize for a minute there. Oh. Just then, I caught sight of a familiar face. I know her. She's the haughty lady who dumped Kaguya at the cafe. And I heard another voice behind me. It was the girl we bumped into at the shopping district. If Kaguya was the flame, then they were the moths. All froze on the spot to process the situation. But then voices called out from the crowd.
かぐや、見つけた。かぐやちゃん。
Oh dear, looks like we've got a full house in here. Okay, so just to confirm, all of you have dated Kaguya at some point in the past, correct? Once the party came to an end, the interrogation began. This was our big chance to rediscover Kaguya's past. And yet...
かぐやちゃん、かぐやちゃん。ちょっと、何くっついてんの？かぐやと付き合っているのは私。っていうか、かぐやちゃんとか何キモい。はあ？あなたこそ何言ってるの？彼と付き合ってるのは私だよ。
Damn, he's so popular.
みんな彼女面してるけど、かぐやの恋人は私だから。
Oh my god, I can't do this. They're not listening to a word I say. Then again, I guess this does technically still answer my question.
モテモテだな。あんた。
Cinderella was sitting in a chair, smirking at the unfolding carnage. Next to him sat Snow White, reading a book and occasionally glancing over at us. Both were clearly enjoying the spectacle. Then again, I guess anyone would break out the popcorn in a situation like this. Not much they can really do to rescue him from 4 ex-girlfriends and 1 current girlfriend. Meanwhile, Kaguya stood wordlessly in the center of the crowd. More accurately, his lips were pursed together in a silent smile. Now, everyone, let's all settle down. Being Kaguya's actual girlfriend afforded me a certain level of confidence. But apparently this confidence struck a nerve with the exes because they turned and fired a fusillade of verbal attacks in my direction.
何よ、あんたがかぐやのこと誘惑して私から奪ったんでしょ。
一人余裕ぶっちゃって自分だけいい子ちゃんのつもりなんだ。
っていうか、あなた誰？彼の何なの？
あなたひどいです。
How is it my fault? As you can see, they really let me have it. My name is Yurika Arisu, and I'm Kaguya's current girlfriend. Nevertheless, I remained calm and composed, hoping to keep things civil. Unfortunately, this seemed to have the opposite effect. I tried to ignore them as best as I could, but they all saw me as the thief who stole their boyfriend by manipulating and seducing him. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and... How will you conduct yourself in front of these women? Hold yourself back.
みんな聞いてくれよ
Prompted, Kaguya suddenly shouted over the noise. This startled not only me, but everyone in the room, including Cinderella and Snow White. After all, he was normally the quiet type who hardly ever raised his voice. The room fell silent. Then Kaguya spoke again, more quietly, but still firmly and audibly.
ごめんな僕の彼女はひーさんゆりかちゃんやから
Oh, Kaguya! I was overcome with the desire to hug him on the spot, but I knew doing so would result in an ass-kicking. I followed the social code and balled my hands into fists to brace myself against it.
ひどいよ。
Their anger seemed to evaporate, and instead they burst into tears. I was starting to feel bad for them.
ごめんな
Kaguya reached out to one of the crying girls and stroked her hair. Excuse me? Why are you doing that? Exactly! You're not supposed to do that. Clearing my throat, I decided to move this conversation along. Alright, ladies. Since not all of us are on the same page, allow me to explain. This man, Kaguya, has amnesia. This, the women burst into an uproar.
嘘。なんで？
かぐや、
私たちあんなにラブラブだったのに。
ねえ、私だよ。本当に私のこと覚えてないの？
かぐやちゃん、私のこと忘れちゃったの？
Closed in on him, screaming and grabbing at him. From the looks of things, only the woman who dumped him at the cafe seemed to know about his amnesia. Oh. Surrounded by his exes, Kaguya was still wearing his usual smile, but his complexion was growing paler and paler by the second. Excuse us real quick. I pulled Kaguya away from them and sat him down with Cinderella and Snow White.
何するのよ！
Given the direction things are going, I've decided to let Kaguya sit this one out. I thought they'd play nice in front of the other guys, but who am I kidding? Girls these days are aggressive, me included.
勝手なこと言わないで。
He stormed over to me without even a glance at the men. In response, I positioned myself in front of Kaguya and held both arms out like a point guard.
どいて。私はあなたじゃなく彼に話があるの。
I get where you're coming from, but I'm not going anywhere.
なんで？
怖え
As an aside, Cinderella was currently extremely uncomfortable in the middle of this cat fight. I was outnumbered, but before things could get any worse, I was rescued by the great and merciful Snow White.
うるさい。
He spoke only 2 words, yet his icy gaze froze everyone in its wake. And after a moment of silence, he spoke again.
君たちはかぐやをどうしたいの？自分のものとして欲しいの？彼は君たちの所有物なの？
Women recoiled, all except for the one I thought was the most level-headed. As irony would have it,
そうだよ。 ちゃんは私のも
Insane.
のだよ。だってかぐやちゃんは私の言うこと何でも聞いてくれたもん。
That's toxic as fuck.
それなら私だって。
私も。
Each of them insisted that they owned Kaguya. Pursing my lips, I balled my hands into fists once more.
へえ。だったら、何か証拠はあるの？
証拠？
そう。彼が君たちのものだったという証。
Snow White crossed his legs, rested his elbow on the table, and stared down at Kaguya with distant, somber eyes.
彼は、記憶喪失なんでしょ？何か証拠があるんだったら、それをここに持ってきて、彼に見せれば思い出すかもしれないよ。
そんなの。
ないの？
あるもん。二人の思い出の品。
そう。じゃあ、見つけ次第ここに持ってきて。期限は、1週間でいいよね。
期限なんてあるの？
あるに決まってるだろう。だいたい、すでにあるものを持ってきてもらうわけだから、明日にはここに持ってこられるはずだよね。
For once, Snow White was actually smiling, smirking even.
まあ、それだけではなんだから、君たちにもメリットをあげる。もし、君たちの誰かが、かぐやは自分のものだという証拠、思い出の品とやらを持ってきて、それを見た彼が記憶を取り戻したなら、真の恋人は、その人だということになる。
Well, I understand that he's just saying that so that the girls would, bring the things. But still, who are you to decide? Snow White!
それはいい考え。そうすれば恨みも残らない。
そうだね。そうかも。
And so the four of them determined that this was, in fact, a good idea.
君たちもそれでいいでしょ？もともと、ここに彼女たちを集めたのは、かぐやの記憶を取り戻すためだったんだからさ。
It was hard to argue with that statement. As I cleared away all the dirty plates, I rubbed my lower back. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Meanwhile, Cinderella and Snow White were out escorting Kaguya's exes home since it had gotten late. It left me and Kaguya to take care of cleaned up unsupervised.
ひいさん、大丈夫？
Yeah, I'm fine.
ひいさんは休んでて。あとは僕が全部やっとくわ。
Kaguya took the plates from my hands. It'll get done faster if I help. I grabbed a plate from a different table.
せやけど。ひいさん、しんどいやろ？遠慮せんとき。
Right back at you. Rolled up my sleeves and got to work washing all those dirty dishes. While Snow White was a huge asset during the party, he sure left one heck of a mess back here. I'll wash them, you dry them?
わかったわ。
Once I finished cleaning a plate, I handed it to him and he dried it off. For a while, the only sound was the hiss of running water and the clinking of flatware. Good thing we found your exes pretty quick, huh?
せやな。
Glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. The shadow had fallen over his smile. Did anything they say jog your memory at all?
何にも。
Suck. After a moment of silence, I donned a tone of forced cheer. This has all gotten quite complicated, hasn't it? If their keepsakes actually help you remember, then... I trailed off. Kaguya successfully regained his memories as a result. Then he would be handed off to some other woman. Frankly, after hearing the way they spoke about him, I got the sense that they hadn't treated him very well at all. Snow White's words echoed in my mind. Is he your toy? Should have stood up for him right then and there. Should have told them that Kaguya wasn't a prize to be won. But I didn't, and that was because gave up on clearing away the gloom in the air and instead spoke quietly. Are you still opposed to getting your memories back?
どないやろな。僕には記憶がないから、ようわからんわ。でも、僕、やっぱめっちゃ嫌なやつやったんとちゃうかな。あんなぎょうさん女の子と付き合ってたっちゅうことやろ。めっちゃ最低やん。
Maybe you broke up with some of them before you... But before I finished my sentence, I realized, no, he probably didn't. If he had ended things properly, these women wouldn't still be so hung up on him.
あの子ら、泣いとったな。僕は、多くの人を殺してきた心の持ち主なんかもしれへんな。
Is it possible that Kaguya is a monster? Oh shit, I'm supposed to say maybe. Wait, wrong. Wait, I'm confused. Wait. Is there a load? Oh, okay. This one. There we go. Right? Making sure. No, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're good. Maybe. Maybe so. I stopped and regarded him with a serious look. But more than that, I think the person you've hurt the most is probably yourself. Quirk the brow. You think I don't know what you're hiding behind that smile? Trust me, I'm not stupid. I wasn't joking around. Neither was he, of course, but unlike me, he was still smiling faintly.
僕の真意
But before I could respond, I heard the front door jingle. Sounds like they're back.
せやな。
This marked the end of our conversation. So tense all of a sudden. Once upon a time in the Looking Glass world, there lived a peculiar young man named Kaguya. He was blessed with mysterious charm so that all the women in the world, rich or poor, fell head over heels for him. Alas, Kaguya suffered from amnesia. He had no clue who he was or how he had spent his life. In an attempt to restore his lost memories, his caretakers held an extravagant party and gathered all the ladies in town. They were... I choked on my own spit, sorry. They were hoping at least one of these women would know about Kaguya, and sure enough, 5 such ladies stayed behind. 5 women all insisted that Kaguya was their beloved, their property. Each of them begged him to remember their love affair. Caretakers saw this and said to the women, "She who brings the keepsake that successfully revives his memories shall be named his true lover." 5 women agreed that this was a good plan and promised to bring their keepsakes at a later date. Then they all went home. But in the end, no one knew which keepsake would revive his memories, nor what those memories even were. At night, I lay in bed, deep in thought. Perhaps some people would find my present predicament irksome. After all, whoever brought forth an item that successfully jogged Kaguya's memory would then be considered his real girlfriend. It was like a contest at the fair. Step right out, let's see what you've won. It's a new boyfriend! Admittedly, it was unethical to treat a human being like an object, but on the other hand, at least it made things simple. Yes, this was all a game. Master had issued a challenge, and now it was up to the players to rise up to the task for a prize. That kind of game. Squeezed my eyes shut. If this was a game, then I needed to think of the optimal strategy. Just then, I heard a knock at my door, so I got up and answered it. Who could it be at this time of night?
俺だけど。
Opened the door to find a most uncommon visitor standing there.
入ってもいい？
Sure. I stepped back and gestured for him to enter.
失礼します。
Do you need Snow White? It's past your bedtime.
面倒なことになったって思ってる？
Of course. Totally.
嘘だね。
Grinned mirthlessly.
君は彼の記憶を取り戻すには必要な措置だと思っている。俺が言い出さなくても君が提案したさ。
Yeah, maybe so. As he stood there, I pulled out a nearby chair and offered it to him. Gracefully descended onto it, then fixed me with an scrutinizing look.
誰が彼を手に入れるか。明日からは彼をめぐって醜い争いが見られるかもね。でもそこに君はいない。なぜなら君はまだこのゲームの盤上に上がってすらいない。
I was thinking that, like, we can't ever be his girlfriend because we don't have any keepsakes. I laid my hand on the table and leaned forward slightly, peering into his eyes. That's right. After all, I don't have any keepsake I can offer. Maybe the exchange diary? I'm not on the same playing field.
彼女たちを使って彼の記憶を取り戻すつもり？
Exactly. I shot him a wink. He stared back at me, his eyes icy and clear like a mirror's surface. I let my guard down. It feels like he might just see right through me. Asked them if Kaguya was their toy. They said yes, and I didn't argue. Want to know why? Because I knew I was treating them like toys.
君は随分といい性格をしてるね。
I get that a lot. He smiled stiffly.
彼を傷つけることになるかもしれないよ。
Yeah,
かぐやが記憶を取り戻したら、かぐやは君の恋人は記憶のない状態のかぐやだから。
I know. But I'd still prefer that he cured his amnesia. Why do you want Kaguya to regain his memories? Because it's the right thing to do? That's what's best for him.
かぐやのため彼は
Sorry. At a surface level, no. It's probably not, but what about subconsciously?
真相？
On an instinctual level, I mean.
君は正解を知っている？
I'm as clueless as they come. That just means I have room to learn. And I need to know what happened to him before he got amnesia. I need to know his pain and suffering. Most of all, I need to know what it is that he truly wants.
それはなぜ？
Because I'm going to heal him. Oh my god, Yurika, you and your savior complex.
過ぎたことには手出しできないよ。
Yeah, I know. But I might be able to grant his wish, right? See, the thing is, Snow White, all I care about is making sure my beloved is happy.
そこに君は含まれなくても？
Yeah, although obviously I'd love it if it did. Maybe I'm not on a chessboard just yet, but I'm willing to be turned into a pawn at any time. Then I'll get myself promoted into whatever piece I need to be to win.
たとえ君が死んだとしても。
Why would I die? Of course.
変わってるね。
Yurika's crazy yandere tendency is showing. Yeah, I get that a lot. I shot him another wink. Next day marked the start of the keepsake tournament. Princess number 1. First to turn up was the standoffish one. A bowl?
一緒に過ごした時の茶碗よ。これを見て何か思い出さない？
思い出されへんな。
そんなことない。よく見て。私はどこにも行くあてのないよそ者のあなたを住まわせてあげたでしょ。食事もちゃんと与えてたし、部屋も用意してあげたし、人並みの生活はさせてやったじゃない。
So, Basically like what we're doing right now?
それなのにあなたは何も思い出せないっていうの？相変わらず恥知らずなのね。
ごめんな。
There was an option to punch this chick in the face. I would have taken it in a heartbeat. But instead I held back. It would be all too easy to give in to emotion, but to do so would be no different from giving her ammo to use against me. That said, at the very least, I wanted to say something in his defense, but Snow White stopped me.
一緒に過ごした時の茶碗というからには、その茶碗にまつわる何か思い出話があるんじゃない？
茶碗にまつわる思い出？そんなの特にない。食事も別々だったし、私たちから話すことも、彼の方から話しかけることもなかったし。
How did you even end up dating?
なるほど。邪魔者扱いということか。
邪魔者扱い？そんなひどいことはしてない。ちゃんと自由にさせてあげてた。
でも、彼は無視されていたわけだよね。
だって、どうしたらいいのかわからなかった。彼は私の元に現れた異物。本当の家族じゃない。
なら、なぜわざわざそんなものを用意してここに現れたの？その茶碗だって、かぐやが使っていたかもしれないというだけで、本物かどうかもわからない。
そう、こんなもの、本当はどうだっていい。
And with that, she threw the bowl away.
ねえ、かぐや、あなたには保護者が必要でしょ？どうせ私のところにお鉢が回ってくるんだから、あなたはおとなしく従っていればいいの。
It's enough. As she reached out to touch him, I interjected, stopping her short. Her cold eyes slowly turned to me. I stared back stubbornly, my eyes narrowed.
君は、この鉢を捨てた。その時点で君には、二度とお鉢は回ってこない。
Princess number 2. Next to visit was the haughty woman who had struck Kaguya in the cafe.
かぐやはね、私の言うことなら何でも聞いてくれたわ。料理も洗濯も掃除も、店の手伝いもしてくれたし。
Had him work for you?
あら、当たり前じゃない。ただで置いておくわけないでしょ。いるだけで金がかかるんだから、少しは役に立ってもらわないと困る。
I see. I didn't agree with it, but I could at least see where she was coming from. No one was obligated to take care of some guy they weren't related to. So in exchange for those human necessities, she put him to work, like a live-in assistant. Frankly, it wasn't all that different from his current situation with us.
なんだよ。
It's nothing.
でも彼ったら、こっちの気も知らずに勝手な行動ばかりして、よくイライラさせられたわ。
Sort of trouble.
買い物に行かせたら、頼んだ品と違うものを買ってきたり、余計なものまで買ってきたり。それによく家からいなくなったわ。困ったもんよね。勝手に出ていく方はいいかもしれないけど、こっちはその度に連れ戻して、おまけにそのことで世間に噂されて、恥ずかしいったらなかったわ。
He's really treated like a burden everywhere. That's so sad. I was tired of listening to her complain, so I decided to keep the conversation moving. So is that your keepsake?
そうよ。
It was what I believed to be a branch laden with peaches, made out of fake crystal.
お、ガラス細工か。
Oh, of course you like that, Cinderella. Cinderella leaned forward curiously. He was a big fan of all things glass.
これはね、彼が私にプレゼントしてくれた思い出の品なの。これを見たとき、今まで苦しんできたのが嘘みたいにすっきり落ち着いたわ。ああ、すべては私のためにしてくれたんだ。彼はそれほどまでに私を愛しているんだって。
He spoke with an enraptured expression on her face.
かぐや、あなたは私を愛してるの。だ だからあなたは私のもの。今までのことは全て許してあげる。だから私の元に戻ってきて。
僕は、
ってこれ、昔俺が作ったやつじゃねえか。
No way.
懐かしいなあ。これ作るの大変だったんだぜ。なんであんたがこんなの持ってんだ。
嘘よ嘘。こんなの素人が作れるわけないじゃない。
嘘って言われてもな。なんなら俺のコレクション見てみるか。ああ、ついでになくなってねえか確認しねえとな。
Cinderella smirked.
そんなことあるわけないでしょ。これは私がその辺で買った。
Dumbass. And that was the moment she realized she had dug her own grave.
つまり、偽物ということだね。
Okay, I get that you're supposed to bring keepsakes, but who the fuck brings like a fake glass peach branch? Like, from all the things you could say, oh, my boyfriend bought this for me, you chose a glass peach branch. That is so fascinating to me. Like, why? Big as the crystal it's made of. Kaguya, does this item remind you of anything?
いや、
だよな。そもそもこれに思い出なんてねえんだからな。
Cinderella snorted.
どうしてよ。
Having lost her temper, the woman grabbed at Kaguya. No violence. Yeah, for real though, I hate violent people. Together, Cinderella and I pulled her away from him.
こっちだっていろいろ我慢してるのに勝手な行動されたら迷惑なのよ。突然姿を見せたくなったりして嫌がらせのつもり。こっちだって手もあげたくなるわよ。もういい。あんたなんていらない。どこにでも好きなところに行けばいいじゃない。
And so the woman stormed out of the cafe. Her face beat red.
相変わらずおっかねえ姉ちゃんだな。
Princess number 3. Third to visit was the small cutesy girl. With her big puppy dog eyes, she showed us her keepsake. That's... Instant I laid eyes on it, I was stunned. In her hands was a tiny scrap of fabric burnt to a crisp. A big chunk of ash or something?
違うもん。
Just to humor her, I gave it another once over. I'm pretty sure that's just a chunk of ash.
これはかぐやちゃんが私のところにいた時に着てた衣だよ。
You burned it? Fighting back the urge to reply with, whatever you say, hon, I instead asked. And why is it charred black?
家が火事にあって。
I'm sorry to hear that.
でも今はすごく幸せだよ。かぐやちゃんはどう？
ごめん。なんも思い出されへんわ。
そうなんだ。
Kaguya shook his head. She seemed sort of relieved. Oh, interesting. Something about it felt off to me, so I questioned her further. So what was it like having Kaguya live with you?
かぐやちゃんはいつもニコニコしてて、かわいいかわいいってみんなにチヤホヤされて、すごく大切にされてて。
So he was cuter than you. He still loved you, but not as much as Kaguya. Isn't that right? At this, the girl snapped.
違うもん。私の方が可愛いに決まってる。確かにかぐやちゃんは可愛いけど、でもそれは本当に可愛いんじゃなくて、かわいそうなんだよ。偽物の可愛いなんだよ。みんなかぐやちゃんが可愛そうだから同情して可愛がってるだけなのに、それなのに本当に可愛い私がかわいそうになるのはおかしいよ。
I see. So you were burning with jealousy. At this, her complexion turned green with envy. And those flames consumed this keepsake of yours, correct?
そうだよ。 立て役にされていい面の皮だったよ。みんなの可愛い可愛いかぐやちゃんはいつも笑顔でいたけど、本当はそうじゃないって私は知ってた。だから私はこの偽善者の面の皮を剥いでやろうと思ったの。ねえかぐやちゃん、私のところに来て。今度はね、大丈夫。みんなあなたのこと知ってるから。私があなたがどんな人なのか教えてあげたの。だからね、今度はかぐやちゃんが私に焼き餅を焼く番だよ。
Now it feels like less like they're ex-girlfriends, but more like ex-families he lived with, no? Because like we got the flashback of him at the funeral and about like the families that were going to take him in, right? Like I feel like this is less of like an ex-girlfriend thing and a more ex-sibling, ex-housemate.
嫉妬に焼かれた時点で思い出の品は贋作と同じ。その証拠に君はかぐやの記憶を取り戻せなかった。君がかぐやを得ることはできない。帰れ。
Princess number 4. The fourth visitor was the fashionable girl we met in the shopping district.
これこれ、翡翠のネックレス思い出した？
思い出されへんな。
もっとしっかり見てよ。
She was flippant in both tone and attitude, but Kaguya treated her kindly nonetheless.
ごめんな。よければこれにどんな思い出があるか教えてくれへん？
昔から君は変わらないね。思い出ならいっぱいあるよ。この翡翠のネックレスはね、私が湖に落としたって言って探させてたの。
探させてた。
そう。だって君は頼めば何でもやってくれるんだもの。だからある日みんなで試したの。彼はどこまで言うことを聞いてくれるんだろうって。
I swear all these girls are horrible.
ある日私たちは彼に言った。大切なものをなくしたから一緒に探してほしいって。もちろんそんなものは見つからないに決まってる。だって別になくしてなんてなかったんだもの。でもね、彼ってば私たちの嘘に気づかず、土砂降りの雨が降っても探し続けて、おまけにそのせいで病気になっちゃった。その後のことは知らなかったけど、元気でやってたんだね。よかったよ。ねえ、かぐやくん、思い出してくれた？私たちのところに戻っておいでよ。そんでまた私たちを笑わせて。
ごめん。
なんで？
最後にもう一つ尋ねてもええかな。結局僕は何も持ち帰らずに君の元に帰ってきたっちゅうことやんな。もし僕が君のネックレスを持ってきても、君は僕を。
His voice began to falter. So I stepped in. I set you up to fail. Whether you looked or not, the outcome was always going to be the same. Kaguya hung his head in defeat. So I decided to let Snow White make the final call. What do you think, boss?
帰って。
Heard a man. And so a week flew by. So the four princesses utilized their cunning, wealth, and influence. All of their strategies ended in failure. When they realized Kaguya would never be theirs, they hurled insults at him and stormed out. And for the fifth princess, I'm sure exhausted in more ways than one.
まあな。
What a total bust. That night we stood in the empty dining hall, talking about the events of the past week.
しかし、ひってよな。あれだけかぐやは自分のものだとか主張してたのに、いざ思い出せなかったら、恩知らずだとか、最低だとか、勝手なこと言って去ってくんだから、女ってすげえよ。
Indeed, the women had all written Kaguya off the moment he failed to remember them. Their final parting words to him were, "After everything I did for you, why won't you do what I tell you?" In the end, they only cared about what he could offer them. Meanwhile, Kaguya stared into space. Kaguya?
どうしたんひいさん。
Nothing.
ま、気にすんなって。記憶くらいなくたって、こうしてなんとかやってけてるじゃねえか。
Cinderella put an arm around Kaguya's shoulder to cheer him up.
なんなら俺がもっといい女を紹介して。
Excuse you? Excuse me?
まあ、お前に
What I
は
thought.
ここにいい女がいるよね。
Cinderella took one look at me and hurried back to his room. I let out a sigh. Both Cinderella and Snow White had taken pity on Kaguya and tried to help him. But as for Kaguya himself, Kaguya started to lose himself in thought with growing frequency. Whenever the winter sky was clear, he'd wander outside and stare up at the moon. What is it with you and the moon? I stood beside him, partly to keep him company and partly to keep him from vanishing altogether. Over time, the moon was shifting from a waxing crescent to a proper full moon.
なんもあらへんよ。
I see. Well, you shouldn't be wandering around outside this late at night. We're all really worried about you. Why don't you go back home?
家に
Yeah. Or is there somewhere specific you wanted to go? I'll come with you. This question, he lifted his head and gazed at the sky once more. His eyes were always fixed firmly on the moon. One place I couldn't go.
お月さんにはうさぎさんがおるんやったっけ。
Yeah.
前に話したこと覚えとる？うさぎさんは耳が長くてどんなに遠くの声でも聞こえるんやって話。
Yeah, I remember.
ひいさんはどんな声でも聞こえるうさぎさんは自分自身にも絶望してしまうちゅうてたけど、あれ少し言っちゃうと思うね。うさぎさんは最初から世の中に絶望してるからどんなに遠くの声でも聞こえてしまうんや。せやからうさぎさんはお月さんに憧れる。月を見ると世の中が心細くしみじみと悲しく感じられる。あの月の都の人は華やかで美しくて老いることはない。思い悩むこともない。
I knew painfully well just what he meant.
うさぎさんは月に帰りたい。
It was his deepest, most desperate desire.
いろいろ考えたけど僕はな、ひいさん、あの子らの言い分が正しいと思う。僕みたいな
Oh.
おそらく普通ではない人を置いてくれただけでもほんまはめちゃくちゃ感謝せなあかんことや。僕は何も持ってない。ちょっと物珍しいだけで大した器量でもないし才能もない。 召使いとしてしか役に立たん存在や。あの子らが僕に執着してたんも、僕があの子らにとって都合がいいからであって、僕自身を必要としてるわけやない。ああ。ひいさん、君も、あの子らみたいに僕を。いや、なんでもない。ごめんな。
Poor
変なこと言うて。
baby! No, I'm fine. Like I said before, I'm stronger than you think. You can get a little rough with me. I won't break. Now let's go home. I took his hand and proceeded to drag him back to the cafe.
ひいさん、こんにちは。このところ、何かとひいさんを心配させてしまってるようなので、明るい話題でも書きたいと思います。今日、いつもお店に来てくれるおじいさんが、最近ひいさんの姿が見えなくて寂しいと言っていました。おじいさんが言うには、ひい
Aww.
さんは若い頃のおばあさんによく似ているそうです。特に笑った顔が好きなんだと、彼氏の前やっちゅうのにのろけられました。ひいさん、めっちゃモテモテやな。おじいさんと話してるとき、僕は君と初めて会うた時のことを思い出していました。僕が君を初めて見たとき、君は明るく他人と接していて、ひいさん、君はみんなから好かれています。僕はそんな君がたまらなく眩しいのです。ひいさん、君は付き合い始めの頃に、これから一緒にお話をしたり、触れ合ったり、思い出を積み重ねていくうちに、この思いが本当の恋なのか知ることができると言いました。それは今も
Aww.
同じなのでしょうか。
Of course.
今も君は僕のことを知りたいと思ってくれているのでしょうか。ひいさん、なんで君は僕に付き合ってくれるんですか。
I really like him so much. I swear if they turn the ending like shit
いらっしゃいませ。
again, I will be so
2名
sad.
様ですね。お席はこちらになります。
The more Kaguya withdrew into himself, the more obsessed I became in turn, thinking about him at all hours of the day and night. Then, one day... Ouch! I got distracted while I was cooking and accidentally cut my left index finger with the chef's knife. Oh boy. Watching the blood seep out from the cut, I was contemplating what to do when Kaguya walked in from the dining hall with impeccable timing.
ひいさん、ダージリン2つとチェダーチーズケーキ、アップルクランブルを。
Oh, hi Kaguya. But before I could ask permission to step away from my post to patch myself up, Kaguya stumbled backwards, his face white as sheet. His elbow bumped a bowl, which went clattering to the floor. Kaguya? Tilting my head, I blinked at him, and I realized he was staring directly at my finger. The blood. Meanwhile, the bowl, which I had been using to rest my dough, had now splattered its contents all over the floor.
おい、どうしたよ。
Cinderella peeked in, summoned by the commotion.
怪我か。
Now, little. As soon as he took in the situation, he immediately intuited what was going on. He walked up and looked at me intently.
注文は。
What?
注文はって聞いてんだよ。それともないのか。
Alright, 2 Darjeelings, 1 cheddar cheesecake, and 1 apple crumble for table 3.
了解。
How do you know the table number? He didn't mention the table number. And he set about brewing the tea without another word. Cinderella?
ここは俺がやっとくから、あんたらは怪我の手当てをしてこい。できるな、かぐや。
はい。
He's not smiling anymore.
ここ座って。
Arriving at my room, Kaguya wrapped my fingers in the handkerchief I gave him.
痛い。
Nah,
嘘やな。傷つけて。痛くないわけあらへんやん。
so Kaguya silently administered first aid kit. He was quite skilled at it, as if he had done it all countless times before. Honey!
ほんまはちゃんと病院に行った方がええんやけどな。
Is it because he has like the scars on his wrist? So he already knows how to treat it? Oh, I'm so sad. For this tiny little cut? Nah, it'll heal in no time. He averted his gaze and I looked down at his left hand. Dozens of faint pink lines ran across his wrist. Were all centered on the same section of his arm, like an emblem of his suffering. Unlike the little nick on my finger, those scars weren't going to heal in an instant. Either they would fade with time, or quite possibly, they would remain for the rest of his life.
ひいさん。僕は君のために何をしたらええかな。
Where did that come from? Didn't answer. The kind of question you have to ask for yourself.
僕が、
Yeah, what is it you want to do for me?
僕は、
What do you want to do, Kaguya? The answer is nothing, then I don't need you to do anything.
せやけど、何もせんちゅうわけにはいかへん。
I wanted to ask, because you'll feel like you haven't earned the right to be here? But I held my tongue. In that case, I'll do something for you. I'll hug you. Still seated on the bed, I pulled Kaguya into my arms. His breath brushed against my hair, and my heart welled with indescribable affection.
僕は、君にもらってばっかやな。
Nuzzled his forehead against me, and it tickled slightly. I'm right. I'm your girlfriend, remember?
恋人。
That's right. I'm the girl you were meant to hug and hold hands with.
恋人は、こうして傷をつけるもの。
As he spoke, he held up my hand and kissed the cut. It was just a knife cut. It's fine. Hurting yourself sure isn't fun, is it? Can you feel my pain?
わかるよ。
Night, we stepped out to go for a walk. As hard as I tried to keep Kaguya from looking at the moon, it never seemed to stick.
今日も月が綺麗やな。
Yeah. His face and profile glowed beneath the moonlight. Beautiful, fragile, but most of all, melancholy.
なあ、ひいさん。僕は人やない。
Huh.
ほんまは、あの月の都の人なんやと思う。
What?
って言ったら、どうする？
Bruh. Are we having aliens in this game or not? We already had a yandere siscon. We already had an obsessive stalker. We had like a marriage fraud man. Are we going to have a yandere, an alien or not? Like at this point, I'm not gonna be surprised anymore. Strangely enough, it was the same thing he said to me in that dream I had. How would you react if Kaguya was a moon dweller? I'll keep him here on Earth. You remember the conversation we had a while back? I'd do everything in my power to keep you with me. I won't let anyone take you away. I'll fight every single moon dweller if I have to. Moon dwellers are beautiful, opulent people who never grow old and never have problems. Think about it. Can you really say that counts as true happiness?
それは、
hesitated and looked away. But as I was waiting for him to find his answer,
お
all of a sudden, something yanked my hair, and I came to a stop. Confused, I turned to find that my hair had gotten caught on a tree branch.
どうしたん
My hair.
ひいさんは案外手のかかる子やな。
He laughed and shook his head at me. Ari
じっとしててな。
reached out and started to untangle my hair from the branch. Okay.
ほら、取れた。
Thank you.
僕がいなかったら、ひいさんは今頃動けんままやったんかな。
Not and crying like a baby, probably.
僕がいてよかった。
Mm-hmm. I'm very glad you're here. Yeah.
そっか。なら、
かぐやくん
Then a voice called out from behind. I whirled around to find a woman standing there, but this time it wasn't one of his exes.
あ、やっぱりかぐやくんだわ。少し大人っぽくなってたけど、すぐわかったわよ。元気そうでよかったわ。みんな、あなたのこと心配してたのよ。ほら、昔、あんなことがあったでしょ
The moment she laid eyes on him, the woman smiled and started to speak fondly of the past. His past. Pardon me, but... As Kaguya hesitated, I decided to speak up on his behalf.
ごめんなさいね。お話中のところに。
No, it's fine. So, you know Kaguya?
そうよ。
Facility.
かぐやくん、うちの施設にいたことがあって、その時にね。
Oh, where was that?
ええ。なよたけの家っていう児童養護施設なんだけど、
Like the story. An orphanage. She pressed a hand over her mouth in an oops gesture.
あら、やだ。もしかして、私余計なこと言っちゃったかしら。
Kaguya? I looked at Kaguya to gauge his reaction and found him grimacing with a hand clutching his forehead. Kaguya?
頭が。
Staggered sideways and collapsed on the spot. Kaguya! He slid an arm around his shoulders and helped him into a sitting position. Touching his head, Kaguya started to sweat bullets, his complexion ashen. And then... What's happening? Kaguya, snap out of it, please! Kaguya! All at once he broke down. Nothing I said or did got through to him. He simply smacked my hands away and screamed to drown out whatever I said. And eventually, he lost consciousness completely. I'm so sorry for the cliffhanger, but I gotta be right back. Wait a bit. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Why? Okay. It's the colored version of the black and white version we saw. Why wasn't I good enough? What did I do to upset them? What did I do to disappoint them? What did I do to make them so miserable? What was I supposed to do?
これあげるわ。丈夫な赤ちゃん生まれるとええな。
Gacha? Baby? Why didn't you translate that? I don't understand Japanese. Eh? I think I wore the wrong headphone. Even if it was an impossible task, I knew I couldn't say no. Where's my log? Wait. I skipped something. After all, if I said no, they would decide that I was useless. I was scared. Scared of getting yelled at, of getting punched, of being ignored, of being treated like a burden. All of it. I spent my whole life reading people. I spent my whole life smiling. But in the end, I couldn't accomplish a single one of their impossible tasks. So they abandoned me. I had nowhere to belong. No one wanted me. Then, one day, she told me that this world was tainted. So why not fly like a bird across the ocean to somewhere, someplace far, far away? Yeah, according to the woman who used to work there, after Kaguya lost his parents, he got shuffled around from relative to relative until he ended up at their facility. She said he was always cheerful and well-behaved, never complained, never threw a tantrum.
今と印象変わんねえな。
それがなんでこんなことに？
No idea. Apparently he didn't have these symptoms when he lived there. But at some point after he moved in, there was an incident.
事件？
One of the orphan girls jumped from off the roof and took her own life. And he witnessed the whole thing. Obviously, he wasn't the one who pushed her or anything like that. But the girl was a close friend of his, so her death was extremely traumatic for him. He started rejecting food and water until he was nothing but skin and bones. Sometime afterwards, Kaguya left the orphanage, and the woman didn't know what happened to him after that.
そうか。
He imagined all of those things added up to the point that Kaguya's brain wanted to forget.
自分が壊れてしまわないように、自分の体を、心を守るために忘れてしまった。
Yeah,
忘れたいほどの記憶なら、このまま忘れさせてやった方がいいだろう。俺は別にいいぞ。ど
aww.
こにも居場所がないってんなら、ここに置いてやっても。元から部屋は余ってたし、働きぶりもいいしな。お前、
Sorry. I don't think it's a good idea to keep him here in his current state.
はあ？なんでだよ。最初の頃はここに置けって、うるさいくらい言ってたくせに。それとも、面倒だから病院にでも突き出せってか。
It's not that. I don't think he wants to be here. He's going to leave sooner or later. See? I kind of figured it out. I realized why he looks at the moon and why it makes him sad. From his point of view, the world is tainted. Being here makes him lonely and miserable. So he yearns to go to the moon.
究極の逃避先だな。好きだなんて何もねえとこに行ったって、面白いことなんかねえだろ。ま、いいや。なんか必要なもんがあれば言えよ。用意はしてやる。
Okay, thank you, Cinderella. And with that, the two of them left my room. Kaguya's room and sat down beside him. This is my first time seeing him asleep. The expression on his face was perfectly peaceful, as though his earlier traumatic episode had never happened. I reached out and gently stroked his bangs. It was rare to see him without a smile plastered on his face. Only when he was asleep was he able to lower that shield. All this time, he never let anyone see the real him. I couldn't even begin to imagine how lonely he must have been. I knew these things, yet I forced that pain on him. The truth of the matter was, he never really wanted to remember. My gaze drifted to the exchange diary on his desk. I lifted myself up slightly, grabbed it, then sat back down and opened it.
ひいさん、こんにちは。この頃、日記を読み返すのが癖になってしまいました。日記を読み返してみると、この日に何があったのか思い出されて、とても楽しい気持ちになります。ひいさんに合わせて始めた日記ですが、今では僕の方が心待ちにしているようです。文章って不思議ですね。同じ言葉を交わすのでも、会話と違って相手の顔を見なくても成立します。だからこそ、偽ることも簡単で、限られた言葉の中で相手の心情を読み取るのは難しくて、君がこの時どういう思いで書いたんだろうと想像するのがなんだか新鮮で面白いです。君が言う通り、僕は他人の言葉に少しだけ敏感です。それは僕が人の顔色を伺っているからです。僕はこの人は今何を思っているのか、その人の放つ雰囲気や表情から読み取ることができます。でも文章にはそれがありません。ひいさんの文章を見ていると、いつも笑っている姿が思い出されます。僕の予想は当たっていますか？あと、読み返していて思うのは、ひいさんと出会ってからすごく月日が経ったように感じますが、実際はそんなこともないということでしょうか。君と出会って、いろいろなことがあったせいか、なんだか、長い間、一緒。僕は記憶喪失やねんけどな。
Aw, he's trying to lighten the mood.
これからもできれば、君とこうしてやりとりをしたいと願ってしまうのは、僕のわがままでしょうか。ひいさん、こんにちは。
He's not drawing this time.
いつも心配かけてしまってごめんなさい。僕がひいさんにしてほしいことはありません。いつもひいさんにはよくしてもらっているので、いろいろと悪いなって思ってます。僕にできることは、君より少し早起きして、仕事を先に終わらせることです。でも、それをすると、今度はひいさんの役目を僕が奪うことになってしまうんですよね。なんだかすごく難しいです。僕は何もお返しできていません。僕は君のために何ができるのか、今一番の悩みです。ひいさん、今日も記憶のない僕のためにいろいろと動いてくれてありがとう。朝も昼も働いてるのに、夜まで僕のために時間を使ってくれて、 ごめんなさい。僕のことはいいから、無理はしないで、自分のことを気にしてください。僕は大丈夫です。
Feel so bad for him just reading this.
ひいさん、僕のせいで辛い思いをさせてごめんなさい。
All he does is apologize.
僕は君の彼氏なのに、君のことを傷つけてばかりいますね。好きな人が他の人と仲良くしているのを見るのはあまり嬉しくないことなのだと僕も分かっているつもりです。記憶のない僕が言っても信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、君のことを好きだという気持ちは本当です。
Aww.
他の女の子も女の子みんな可愛いと思ってるけど、ひいさんが一番可愛いし。ただこの頃思うのは、もし本当に記憶を取り戻したらこの気持ちはどうなってしまうんだろうということです。僕は消えても構いません。ただひいさん、君のことだけが気がかりです。
Over the course of many entries, Kaguya had written "I'm sorry" countless times. Yeah, I've been noticing that. Every apology from him made my chest tighten. I picked up a pen and started to recount my feelings on the paper. And by the time I finished writing, Kaguya's dark eyelashes started to flutter. I closed the diary and put it back where I found it.
ひいさん、あれ、僕。
Back in the waking world, Kaguya slowly opened his eyes. Oh, Kaguya, thank goodness! His eyes were empty and unseeing at first, but then they gradually regained their light.
僕は。ああ、せや。確か、僕を知ってるっちゅうおばちゃんが現れて、そんでその人が話してるうちに頭が痛くなって、思い出そうとしたんやけどな。あかんかったわ。
Kaguya's lips curled in their usual smile. Likewise, I donned a false smile on my own. As he lay there, I leaned in and drew my lips to his ear. You don't have to smile anymore. I gently laid a hand over Kaguya's eyes and pressed my lips to his. Only a few weeks had passed since I first met him and agreed to be his girlfriend. And only now had I come to understand him as a person. After that, I stayed by his bedside at all times to care for him. Kaguya, open wide! I blew on a spoonful of a piping hot porridge and brought it to his lips.
なんかめっちゃはずいな。
Oh shush, I'm your girlfriend, just let me. And with that, I slid the porridge into his mouth. Because I knew if I didn't do this, Kaguya wouldn't eat, period.
めっちゃうまい。さすがひいさんやな。
Though I told him he didn't have to smile, he showed no signs of stopping. But I didn't press him on it. Instead, I decided to just let him be. I needed to make all the right moves at all the right times, or else checkmate was imminent. As my gaze drifted from Kaguya to the exchange diary, he perked right up.
それな。ごめんな、僕が止めて。しばらくの間、僕が預かっててもええかな。
I don't mind. Feel free to write back whenever you want.
ごめんな。
For what?
いや、ひいさんに迷惑ばかりかけとるなぁ思て。
Trouble? Me blowing on your porridge for you? That's no trouble at all. If anything, I'm actually enjoying it. He laughed weakly.
そうやなくて、よそもんがここに置かせてもらってるんやから、なんかせなあかんやろ。
My smile faded. He did not. Fighting to keep my voice level, I asked, "You have your memories back?"
いや、
Okay then. To tell the truth, there were times that I suspected he might remember more than he was letting on. Granted, even if he didn't, after talking to those 5 women, it was obvious what happened to him and how he felt about it. He was emotionally devastated, and it was having adverse effects on his physical health. And I was the one who orchestrated it all. I shut my eyes for a moment, then opened them once more. Eating is kinda weird, huh?
Huh?
His eyes widened slightly in surprise. I mean, the concept in general. We're 2 total strangers. All that connects us is physical and emotional attraction. We have no blood ties, and yet it feels like we're almost family, don't you think? I decided to keep going. Kaguya, who am I to you?
恋人やな。
That's right. I shot him the finger gun, which means it's okay to lean on me when you need to. It's okay to ask for help. You're allowed to have needs. I'm your girlfriend. It's what I'm here for. I smiled at him and he smiled back, but I could tell it was fake. I would do anything, whatever it took to heal him. I just didn't know what he needed.
かぐやの具合はどうだ？
As I cleared away the dishes, a voice called out to me from behind. Hi, Cinderella. I toweled off my hands and turned to face him. He's not out of the woods quite yet. He insists he's fine, but he gets massive headaches whenever he stands or sits upright. Problem is, he keeps trying to do it anyway, which worries me. He seems to think he owes us some kind of labor in order to deserve to live here.
そっか。
Cinderella? Was I wrong to do this? I wanted him to get his memories back, and as a result, I'm hurt him. I say I'm acting in his best interest, and yet I'm only making him suffer. Am I just arrogant?
さあな。俺はあいつじゃねえからわかんねえよ。
Right.
ま、あんま気合い入れすぎて倒れんなよ。
He patted me on the head. I won't. Thanks. I heard the creak of the floorboards and looked up to find Kaguya standing on the stairs. Kaguya, you shouldn't be out of bed. I rushed over to his side, but he moved away.
平気やって。
Then he awkwardly averted his gaze.
おい、無理すんなって。具合悪いんなら寝とけよ。
Cinderella walked up beside me. Kaguya met his gaze and stared back fixedly.
シンデレラさんは、ほんまええ男やな。
はあ？いや、まあそりゃそうだけど。なんだよ、突然。
It was an invitation for Kaguya to continue the conversation, yet he made no attempts to do so. He was smiling, but the light in his eyes were wavering, like he had something more he wanted to say. How will you react to this behavior? Number 11, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Grabbed Cinderella's arm, apparently. Cinderella? I grabbed his arm. What was I doing, you ask? Kaguya's behavior towards Cinderella had given me a new hypothesis, and now I was testing it. What, is he trying to dump us off to Cinderella because he's like a better man for us? Cinderella seemed to intuit what I was angling for. His expression softened, and he put a hand on my head. Just then,
あれだ！
Kaguya grabbed Cinderella's wrist and pulled his hand away from me. I didn't expect that. Kaguya? He gasped and whirled back to face me. His expression slowly twisted into a pained grimace. His usual smile was gone, and now the true Kaguya was unmasked. unmasked.
でやろう。すみません。そういうつもりじゃ。
Interesting that they used unmasked because earlier in the route, Snow White said that be careful to not let your mask drop to Kaguya. So, I'm trying to pierce together the story so hard. He quickly tried to smooth things over, but he seemed genuinely confused at his own emotional outburst because his smile was stiff and awkward.
なんだよ。
あ、いや、
Donned a smiling mask of my own to conceal my true intention. You don't look well. I really think you need to rest. I grabbed him by the arm insistently.
はあ、
I'll take you back to your room now.
せやな。ほんならお願いするわ。
His expression immediately changed once we grabbed his arm. What is this? Another yandere ex yandere?
シ
Sorry.
ンデレラさん。すんません。
He inclined his head slightly, but his voice was tinged with the faintest hint of joy. Aren't you sleepy?
うん。
When we arrived back at Kaguya's room, we sat down side by side on the bed. Kaguya's hand was gently resting on mine.
シンデレラさんってええ人やな。かっこよくて、気前もええし、気遣いもできるし。
Ah, Cinderella's a great guy. What brought this on?
いや、別に。
The warmth of his hand was swiftly replaced by empty air. I took that as my cue to rise to my feet.
ヒーさん、
Glanced back and our eyes met. Yes?
いや、
Okay, well, let me know if you ever need anything.
わかったわ。
Phew. Out in the hall, I let out a breath. Just then, I heard the door open one room down. Then I saw dirty dishes slide out from the gap and... What are you doing? I love Alice. I pulled the door open further and Alice fell flat on his face. Oops, sorry. I crouched down to help him up.
このバカ力
Oh! He leapt to his feet and karate chopped me as hard as he could. You don't have to hit me that hard, you jerk. I'm a fragile flower. Not cool, Alice. Grumbling, I clutched my throbbing head.
君はまた懲りずに被害者気取りか。いい加減自分は加害者であることを理解するんだな、このアホンだら。
Huh. Thunderhead? Sometimes he whips up some really vintage insults.
まったく君は性格が悪い。扉が開かれるのを見たとき、君は僕がドアノブに手をかけていることくらい容易に想像できたはずだ。にもかかわらず、君は勢いに任せて強引に引っ張った。そのおかげで僕は盛大に地面とキスすることになった。自身の行動によりどういう結果になるのかが想像できない。今時のゆとり様ということで救いようがないな、君は。
Wow, this is insane.
黙り込む。
Dumbass.
それも君の作戦か？君はいろいろと小賢しいな。そういうところが鼻につくんだ。
I think it's a little late to save your face after that nasty fall.
はっはっは。面白くない冗談をありがとう。お礼に王子様に振られる呪いをかけてやろう。
Please no, anything but that. Clasped my hand together, beseeching him.
よほど振られたくないみたいだな。
Well, I...
お姫様は王子様と結ばれず離れ離れになる。それは幸せな結末ではなく悲劇の物語だ。
Like the tale of Princess Kaguya, right? Or like, yeah. Tragic?
そうだ。それはそれで美しい終わりかもしれないが、それは読者にとってそうであるわけで、物語の人物である当人たちには当てはまらない。当人たちにとってはただただ悲しいだけだ。
Right. Personally, I do everything in my power to make him stay, no matter what it took.
凄まじい独占欲だな。
being possessive really that bad? Yes, yandere. You're yandere, Yurika.
罪深くないとでも
It's just a human desire like any other. The problem is, I'm out of time. Sometimes time is what solves problems, but time is limited, and you never know when you'll run out.
次の満月まで残すところ1週間か。ま、君のお手並み拝見といこう。
Interesting. He's helping us. He's never done this in other routes before. Each of Kaguya's lady suitors had forced him to serve them. This knowledge filled him with deep, deep darkness. The princess of the looking glass world sensed this and requested to speak with him. No matter how deeply she yearned to see him, he would never show himself. Anytime she tried to drag him out, he would always hide. And so, as Kaguya and the princess found solace in one another, 3 weeks passed. The full moon would soon be upon them, and Kaguya frequently became lost in thought. You mustn't look at the moon. But no matter who forbade it, Kaguya would always find a way to sneak outside alone, gaze up at the moon, and cry.
月に帰りたい。
Sick of this tainted world, he yearned for the moon night after night. Just 1 week left until the next full moon. After seeing Kaguya's reaction when I grabbed Cinderella's arm, I decided to take a gamble. Instead of hovering over him 24/7, I would purposefully give him space. This feels a lot like Shion's route in Variable Barricade, and it's making me wildly uncomfortable. I slightly reduced the amount of time I spent with him, and instead spent that time with other people. So Cinderella told me we should go in town together for a change of pace. Whenever I talked to Kaguya, I made sure to mention other guys, like Cinderella and Snow White, whether he asked about them or not. Yeah, this feels like Girl Boss Girl Keep Gate. What was it? Girl Boss Gatekeep Gaslight. There we go. It feels very much like that. We're manipulating him.
そうなんや。そりゃあ、ひーさんは誰から見ても素敵な女の子やし、僕なんかと一緒におるよりは、もっと他の誰かといたいわな。
Was still smiling like always. I knew better. I knew exactly what was concealed beneath it. Just communicate. Okay, I'm so pissed. It's like Yurika earlier in the relationship was like, let's communicate. We should communicate. And I thought, yay, no misunderstandings, finally, but no. Look at where we are right now. The sadness he held in his heart. But I never commented on it. I never made any demands of him. Never asked him to hug me or hold my hand. Instead, I just waited. Then, when the full moon was just a few days away, having physically recovered, Kaguya returned to work at the cafe, and from an outsider's perspective, things were back to normal. Welcome, come on in. Instead of relegating myself to the back, I worked in the dining area, like I did before Kaguya came along.
ひーさん、ここは僕がやるから。
No need, you're still recovering, so go ahead and take it easy.
おーいウェイトレスさん
You're right there. Talk to you later, Kaguya. This way I had a perfectly sound excuse to maintain my distance from him. Sorry for the wait. Meanwhile, I was all smiles and affection with other guys. I hate this, like, purposefully trying to make your partner jealous. Just breeds resentment. It's a very childish thing. It's a very childish attempt to try and make them look at you. After a few days of the strategy,
ひーさん、はいこれ。お客さんに持ってって。
sure thing. I took the food from him and turned to leave. Kaguya refused to let go of the tray. What is it? I turned back and peered into his eyes inquiringly. He looked away, avoiding my gaze. A few seconds of silence passed, and then he spoke.
ひーさん、
interrupted by the door chime, he fell silent again, and I let go of the tray altogether. On second thought, could you take it to them? And with that, I turned away.
ちょっと待って
At this, I turned back to face him once more.
やっぱ、そっち僕がやるわ。ヒーさんは、こっちをお願いしてもええかな。
What for?
どうしてって。それは。
Followed his gaze and found a regular customer standing there. He was fidgeting nervously. I feel so bad that this dumbass regular who has a crush on Yurika is just being used for jealousy. Like, I feel so bad. He genuinely seems like a nice guy. I like him. He was fidgeting nervously as he cradled the big bouquet in his arms. I'm gonna get going. We can't keep the customers waiting, you know?
任せとき。
And so we went our separate ways. Sorry about the wait. Thanks for coming by. Feel free to have a seat anywhere you like. I greeted him with my usual smile. You already know what you'd like to order?
ず
Yes?
っと前から君のことが好きでした。
Feel so bad for him.
よかったら僕と付き合ってください。
Feel so bad for him. I like him. Also, why are you doing this at her workplace? That is so disrespectful, actually. Now that I think about it, so that actually lowers my affection points with him. Never mind, he's not too cute anymore. Blushing beet red, he offered me the bouquet of bright white flowers. At this sudden confession, murmurs broke out all around us. Almost like I had been sent back in time to a few weeks ago. I glanced over at Kaguya, who was chatting with a female customer. The instant our eyes met, I thought I saw his expression shift a tiny fraction. With that confirmation, I turned back to the regular and accepted his bouquet with a smile. Girl, you have a boyfriend. Thank you. Say no! I hate this route. Oh my god. It was going so well. I was so happy that this route was going so well, but I hate Yurika. After the cafe closed, we were in the middle of cleaning up when Kaguya hesitantly struck up a conversation.
ヒーさん、ちょい話があるんやけど。今、ええかな。
Sure, no problem, but first let me figure out where to put these lovely flowers I got. But right as I was about to put the flowers into a vase... And there you go. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. It's like, oh yeah, you shouldn't mess with guys because then they will become wolves and attack you. I hate that trope. Like, we don't need this. We really don't need this. Out of nowhere, he grabbed my arm and shoved me away from the bouquet. The flowers did nothing wrong. Leave the flowers alone. I like flowers. My back slammed up against the wall. The impact toppled the vase, and the flowers tumbled out onto the newly mopped floor. No, the flowers did nothing wrong! No, I like flowers. Where he promptly stomped on them. How could you? Kaguya? Next, he rounded on me.
なんで他のやつ見る？僕以外に笑いかけんなよ！なんで他のやつからのものを受け取ったんや？兄さんの恋人は僕やろ？兄さんは僕のやろ？僕は他の男に君を奪われたくない。
Sorry, I'm like face palming so hard because like, they ruined a perfectly good route.
兄さんがアリス・ユリカが欲しい。
As I remained silent, the anger on his face morphed into something halfway between laughing and crying.
こう言えばええんか。これがヒーさんの欲しかった言葉
So
な。
he knew. I feel so bad for him. Like the MC is doing him wrong.
なあ、ヒーさん、なん なんで僕を試すようなことをするん？僕が気づかないアホやと思うた。毎日毎日他の男と話して、僕がどう反応するか試してたんやろ。ああ。僕を試して楽しいか？陰で僕を笑い物にするつもりやったん？ああ。僕が何も気づかへん男やと思った。僕がいつでも笑ってるばかりの男やと思ってたんか。
Kaguya!
違うな。ずーっと前から、僕が気づく前から気づいとったんやろ。僕が本当は誰よりもなあ、なんでそんなひどいことができる？なあ、自分にとって僕はほんまの恋人やったんかな。
Her baby.
なあ、なんでさっきから何も喋ってくれへんの？ああ、なんか言うてや！僕のことが嫌いになったんなら、僕のことをいらんくなったんなら、僕を振ってくれ。ひいさん。
Cupped my chin and tilted my face up. I didn't resist. Instead, I stared back at him, my expression perfectly emotionless. Water flowed from his dusky eyes, but he didn't seem to notice.
ひいさんが僕を傷つけるんなら、
Don't say that.
僕もひいさんのことを。
I was empathizing with you, bro. As he spoke, he reached for my throat. Bro, I was empathizing with you. What is it with this game and giving me yanderes in like a perfectly good route?
ごめん。
Thank you for saying sorry. Duking out an apology, Kaguya bolted from the room. Was it as bad as you thought it would be? Hi, LV, welcome. Thank you for coming. Honestly, I liked him, but Yurika is an asshole. I really don't like Yurika. Yurika is a meanie.
自分を傷つけるのはやめろ。んなことしても、お
You're
前
still
が言う
doing
月に
that?
はいけねえよ。
シンデレラさん。
よ、入ってもいいか？
何言うてますね。ここはもともとシンデレラさんの場所やないですか。
ま、そうだな。まどろっこしいのは鬱陶しいんで直球に聞くけど、お前本当は記憶を取り戻してんだろ。なんであいつにはっきりと言わない？
言うまでもないです。彼女はもうとっくに気づいてますよ。でなければあんなことせえへん。
あんなことって？
わざと僕に気づかせるような。
気づかせるって何よ？
シンデレラさん、僕は彼女が怖いです。
Should be. She's very scary.
彼女は光り輝いて見えて、一緒にいると自分が惨めに思えてくるんです。彼女は綺麗で時々残酷です。全てを明らかにする強い光で痛くないものまで見せてしまう。こっちが見せたくなかったものまでお見通して
So horrible.
僕を試すんです。
I hate that. I hate mind games. I hate it so much.
彼女と比べたら僕は罪人のようなもんです。そんでも彼女の笑顔を見ると 罪すらも忘れて彼女に甘えてしまう。そのことがめちゃめちゃ苦しいんです。
ま、お前の気持ちもわからなくはねえけどな。あいつはちょっとできすぎだ。
できすぎですか。確かにそうかもしれないですね。なら手の届かない場所にいてほしかった。手を伸ばしても決して届かない場所にいて、そのまま僕のことに気づかず放っておいてくれたらよかったんや。
To be fair, he was the one who asked us out.
シンデレラさんはひいさんのこと、アリス・ユリカのことをどう思ってるんですか？
別にどうも思ってねえよって言ってほしいか？それともあいつは俺の大切な女だとでも言ってほしいか？お前は俺がどう言えば満足なんだよ。
そんなこと。
俺の意見なんてどうだっていいだろう。たとえ俺があいつのことを好きだろう
That is
と
a good advice.
どうも思っていなくても、あいつの恋人はお前なんだからな。
恋人って何ですか？恋人ってその人のことを欲しいと、その人の体も心も何もかも手に入れたいと思うことなんですか？僕はそのことにも気づかず、彼女に恋人になってほしいと言いました。こんなことになるんなら、こんな気持ちだと知っていたら、僕は彼女に近づかなかった。僕は彼女のことが、アリス・ユリカのことが、僕は彼女に気づかされているんです。ここのところわざと彼女がシンデレラさんや
Toxic as
他
fuck.
の男と仲のいいところを僕に見せつけて嫉妬させてやろうとしているのは分かっていました。だからこそ彼女の策略に乗るわけにはいかなかったんです。でももう遅かった。彼女と離れるには、彼女と一緒にいる時間が長すぎました。彼女は僕のものだと、彼女の隣にいるのは僕でありたいと。彼女は何度も何度も僕に彼女が欲しいと思わせる。物扱いは嫌だ。
Well, yeah, nobody said you should.
人は、彼女は物じゃない。そう、誰よりも僕は分かってるはずなのに。だけど僕は今彼女を欲しいと思っている。
Like, I see the dilemma that they're trying to push, but like, in a committed relationship, you're committed. You should know to not do things that, like, you purposefully do things that will hurt your partner. I think it's completely fine to expect the bare minimum like that. Like, it's not even about possession. It's just, she shouldn't do that. She's trying to make you jealous on purpose. Like, I don't understand the logic. Like, it's not toxic to want your partner to respect the relationship you have. Am I the crazy one? Oh, I swear to God, Taisho X Alice writers.
僕は最低だ。
It's literally not that.
これじゃあ僕を物扱いした人たちと何も変わらない。
Like, have the writers stated before? Like, I'm just so confused.
きっと彼女にも嫌われた。だって僕は彼女にあんなひどいことを。僕は地上にいすぎて 汚れてしまったんです。
Blaming the outside instead of looking inward is always bad.
僕はもう月に帰りたい。
そんなに月に帰りたいのなら月に帰れば。
No, White, please.
白雪、お前聞いてたのか。
彼女が光り輝いて見えるなら、どうして彼女のそばにいたの？彼女が眩しすぎて自分の影が深くなることが分かっているなら、最初から彼女に近づかなかったらよかったじゃないか。
Blaming others is not good.
それとも最初は気づかずにいたのなら、気づいた時点で彼女から離れればいい。でも君はそうしなかった。なぜそうしなかった？君が答えないというのなら、俺が答えてあげよう。結局、君は彼女に追いかけて欲しかったんだろ？自分を好きだというのなら、その志が並大抵ではないことを証明してみせろと、君は彼女に暗黙のうちに命じていたんだ。そして、君の出した難題をこなせたなら、その思いは真実の愛だと、ようやく信じてもらえる。なんて傲慢なんだろうね。しかも、君はそんなものは誰もこなせないと分かっている。実現不可能な無理難題を相手に押し付け、最初から愛を否定している。
そんなことはない。
今までだって君は本当に死のうとしたことなんてなかったんじゃない？本気で死ぬ気なんてなかったから、手首を。
Trigger warning, please, guys. If you find the material sensitive, please go away. Please take time because they like dropping these things out of nowhere. So yeah, it's probably going to be dealt with quite, what is it called? Tactlessly, because that's what happened in the last route. So if this is sensitive for anyone, please don't watch any further.
最初から死ぬつもりなんかなかったから、
Like that.
手首の傷だけが増えていく。本気で死のうと思っていたら、手首を切るだなんて言わず、もっと確実な方法はあったはずだ。少なくとも君はそれを知っていた。なぜなら君は人が天に昇る瞬間を見てしまったんだから。
Casually digging out his past trauma, huh? And how did you know this? Like, when we know about, like, what he watched when he was in his childhood, Snow White wasn't there. So, unless Yurika told him, which is insane, by the way, to just, like, casually tell someone else someone's trauma without permission, that is insane. But, continuation, man. Sorry. I'm starting to complain.
君が言った通り、君は君を物扱いにした人たちと何も変わらない。とても傲慢で罪深い地上の人間だよ。
Kaguya? When I next visited his room, Kaguya had vanished. I had seen this coming, of course, but now that his empty room was my new reality, my throat felt hot and tight. Desperately, I bit back a sob. No! You treated your boyfriend like shit and flirted with other guys in front of him? And now he wants out? No, who could have thought? No way, Yurika! I'm so shocked! Who wrote this? I'm fine. Then I squeezed my eyes shut, took a deep breath, and fought the urge to run outside and search this town from top to bottom. When did he disappear anyway? He had vanished without a trace, almost as if he had never existed to begin with. The room was so spotless you would never have guessed that someone had been living in it as recently as a few hours ago. I thought back to the last time I visited his room. It was spotless then too. He must have taken great pains to keep it perfect. He was terrified of inconveniencing people, so he suppressed himself as much as possible for years. And now the only thing he left behind was the exchange diary sitting on the desk. Somehow I found myself drawn to it. I picked it up and started flipping through. Dear Kaguya, thank you for your questions. I appreciate you asking because it's proof that you're taking the matter seriously. And I appreciate you thinking of me. First, yes, I do still think that making memories together will determine whether our love is real. Absolutely. Granted, maybe our relationship is a little out of the ordinary. Admittedly, it felt kind of slutty to agree to date some guy I've never even met before, and truth be told, part of me was reluctant. I think I wrote about this in my first letter. On a related note, remember that conversation we had about instinct? I posited that humans are born with the ability to recognize their likes and dislikes on an instinctual level. Furthermore, memories are the foundation of an individual's identity. Ultimately, I believed that I was instinctively attracted to you on a deep subconscious level. Instincts are merely knee-jerk reactions. Human consciousness resides in the receptive surface layer and is easily influenced by memories. At the moment I met you, I wasn't thinking consciously. That's why I wasn't confident what I felt for you was love. But things have changed now. After spending time with you and making memories with you, those memories have in turn convinced me that I'm in love with you. Now that I'm fully conscious of my love for you, I'll say it flat out. Kaguya, I fell in love with you right from the moment I first saw you. Now as for why I'm dating you, I think I may have already answered that question. But if it would help you to see it in writing, I'll write it here as many times as you need me to. Or I'll say it out loud if you prefer. I love you, Kaguya, and I want to be with you. I need you, and you need me back, Kaguya. That's why we're together. Now you'll notice I use the word need. You are allowed to have needs of your own. I understand you're struggling with that right now. You know it might hurt you to read this. I can only imagine the sort of pain you must feel. Perhaps by trying to get your memories back regardless, I've done more harm than good. I know my words won't mean much to someone who doesn't believe in themselves. No matter what I say, or how many times I say it, I'm sure it'll all sound hollow to you. But I'm still going to keep searching for a way to heal you. Lastly, I'd like to ask you something. How do you feel now that you've made so many memories with me? Why is it that you choose to stay with me? Like, I like their portrayal of like an anxiety, a person with commitment issues a lot because to some extent I was kind of like that. Like, it's relatable. It's relatable to me. I like that. But the way they're going about fixing him, quotation mark, and his reactions and the stupidity that Arisu is trying to use to fix him is so dumb. I would just leave. Personally, if I force myself to be in a relationship with someone and I'm going out on a limb out of my commitment issues to date someone and then they just flirt in front of other people in front of me, I would just leave, bro. Like, what a lore dump. I always lore dump. I like it when media relates to me because I know to an extent how they feel. I like having experiences that relate to things. I want to relate to more things. I want to understand things. This was the most recent entry I had written to Kaguya. The one I wrote while he was asleep. I was so desperate to heal him at any cost, I experimented with all sorts of methods. Even when I knew it would hurt him, I couldn't stop myself. And then, after I hurt you, you left me. He didn't leave because you wrote you love him. He left because you were being toxic as fuck, Eureka. I'm hurt. I am in pain. Oh, Kaguya. Without your memories, you probably felt like you had nowhere to belong. And you probably still feel that way. But the fact of the matter is, you were part of this family. I met you. I spent time with you. As proof of that, I've got about a month's worth of love letters in my hands. Flip to the next page.
ひいさんへ。これが最後の日記になります。お別れの時が来ました。もうすぐ満月になり、僕は月へと帰るでしょう。月に帰るためには、今までの衣服を脱ぎ捨て、元の姿に戻らなければなりません。ただ、その前に何か一言でも言っておかなければならないことがあり、今こうして筆を取って、あなたに手紙ならぬ日記を書いています。すでに気づいているとは思いますが、僕はすべてを思い出してしまいました。隠すような真似をしてごめんなさい。また、そのことで君を傷つけるようなことをしてしまって、
I was still thinking about
本
her.
当に申し訳なく思っています。僕の過去については、今から語ろうと思いますが、少し長くなるかもしれないことを先に断っておきます。それと、思い出しながら書いているので、ところどころ曖昧な部分や、拙いところがあるかもしれません。それでもよければ、ご覧ください。
今日からしばらくの間、うちで預かることになったから。
For a while. In other words, this arrangement wasn't permanent, and eventually I would have to leave. There I was, living in someone else's house. While they were supposedly distant relatives, to me they were no different from strangers, and it was hard to believe we had any sort of connection. This feeling was apparently mutual because they all walked on eggshells around me.
まったく面倒なことになったな。
Everyone around me saw me as a little more than a strange and inconvenient burden. And eventually, that was how I started to see myself too. The first house, I was practically invisible. They gave me food and a place to sleep, but they didn't care about my presence one bit. We never spoke. I didn't fit in. Even at meal times, I ate my cold food alone, long after the rest of the family had finished theirs. I was excluded from their casual conversations, almost like I was isolated to a separate dimension. Not that it didn't make sense. Why would anyone smile at a stranger? Maybe if I made them laugh, I guess? It was the only thing I could think of. Following this realization, I learned to adapt my personality to suit the whims of those around me, like an actor or a clown.
何その喋り方。
Didn't care if they jeered at me. I just wanted some kind of reaction. I'm not mute. Eventually, I was forced out of the first house and sent to the second. At the second house, they made me work to earn my keep. I said yes to whatever they asked, be it cooking, cleaning, laundry, or helping run the shop. According to them, since there were no proof that I was actually related to them, I needed to pay them back for the privilege of living with them. If I didn't work, I didn't deserve to eat or sleep. And if I talked back, they hit me. Not that it didn't make sense. In this world, it costs money simply to exist. But I didn't have any money. My only option was to offer up my labor instead. Hence, I decided to work harder than anyone else. Even if I didn't stand to profit from it, anything was preferable to getting my ass beat. I'm not worthless. Then I was forced out of the second house and sent to the third. At the third house, I used what I learned from the first two houses and made sure to always be friendly and considerate. This seemed to pay off because the adults took a liking to me. They dressed me in nice clothes, fed me well, and let me live comfortably. Put in effort in order to earn their love and affection. To me, this was simply how the world worked. But it didn't last forever. One day a scandal broke out. Fortunately, the fire was contained before it could spread, then it's not a scandal. But when its source was traced back to the kid's room, an interrogation began. The child of the family pointed at me.
この子が火をつけるのを見たの。
It's the same voice as the ex-girlfriend. He was a bald-faced lie, of course. It was my word versus hers, and she was a better actress than me. The adults never questioned their own child. Instead, they turned on me without hesitation.
せっかく可愛がってやったのに。
That it didn't make sense. Who would believe me over their own biological child? An unloved child will never win over an adored one. Following this realization, I started making more of an effort to read. I towed the line at all times. I couldn't let myself have needs. Anytime I needed something, it would only inconvenience someone else. I decided to wear my smile like a mask. I am not a robot. So I was kicked out of the third house and sent to the fourth. People in the fourth house were barely related to me at all. There I was the butt of every joke. I always smiled at them. No matter what they said or did, I kept on smiling like an idiot. I'd get annoyed or creeped out, sure, but that was the worst of it. One day they decided to play a prank on me.
大切なものを湖に落としたから探してほしい。
One look at the smirk on her face and I knew she was lying. But even if I had called her out on it, it wouldn't have changed anything. I pretended to go along with it. As I searched desperately for the treasure I'd never find, they watched from a distance and laughed. Then it started to rain and they all went home without me. At that point I could have safely given up, but nevertheless I kept searching in the pouring rain.
ない。
As the rain beat down on me for hours, my mind started to go fuzzy, and eventually I forgot exactly what I was supposed to be looking for. When I finally looked up at the sky, I found that the clouds had cleared, and I could see the full moon. How lovely, I thought to myself. What could such a pretty moon be holding up there? I thought about the moon for a while, and then, when I looked back at the ground, I noticed a shard of broken glass on the lake shore. Guided by the moonlight, I picked it up and pressed it into my wrist. Pain shot through me, and my fuzzy mind sharpened. Only then did I truly feel alive. I feel pain like anyone else. After I was rejected by 4 different families, I ended up at an orphanage called the Bamboo House.
この子のことですが、栄養失調と風邪などで弱りきっていて、虐待の痕跡も見られます。
そうですか。ここに来たからにはもう安心していいんだよ。みんな、君と同じ仲間だから。
はい。
Orphanage was nothing like the houses I had lived in thus far. People I lived in were total strangers with no blood relation to me. And, like me, they were all children with no family. The adults set the rules, and we obeyed them. There were a lot of restrictions, but adhering to them was easy, so I didn't mind. No matter how much time passed, I never fit in with the rest of them. I wasn't one of them.
ほら、食べや。
Oh, it's a cute rabbit. Everyone at the orphanage had chores to do. My job was to look after the pet rabbit. It was work I enjoyed. The rabbit couldn't talk, couldn't make demands. I didn't need to worry about what I was thinking. It was the only time I felt truly at peace. Then, one day, one of the girls spoke to me.
うさぎさん、好き？
Hardly believe it. It was the most popular girl at the orphanage. Her most striking feature was her smile, soft like the moonlight. As the oldest ward, she helped look after the rest of us. She was kind and beautiful. I always watched her from afar as she soothed the crying children. I was so starved for affection, I got attached to her right away. She talked to me about all sorts of things. Told me about her past and how she ended up there. Apparently, she had lost her parents at a very early age and had been there ever since. She didn't lament her circumstances, nor did she look for someone to blame. I admired her more than I had ever admired anyone. She would always look up at the moon and say to me,
あの月にはね、華やかで美しくて、決して老いることも思い悩むこともない天井人が住んでいるんだよ。
まるで姉ちゃんみたいやな。
そう？なら、私はいつか鳥になって月に帰ろうかな。その時は君もついてってくれるよね。
I wanted her to like me. I wanted to see her smile, so I did everything in my power to make her happy. When I was with her, I had so much fun. For once, I felt happy. Sometime later, I overheard the staff gossiping about her.
まさか彼女に子供ができるなんて。
Child? According to them, she was pregnant. Granted, she had seemed a bit quiet and green around the gills. Given how good she was at taking care of us, I was confident she would make a great mom. So in order to make her smile again, I snuck out of the orphanage to buy her a present, knowing full well I would get in trouble for it.
これあげるわ。丈夫な赤ちゃん生まれるとええな。
ありがとう。
It was a good luck charm for expecting mothers, shaped like a seashell. I couldn't do much to help her with the pregnancy, but I figured I could at least pray on her behalf. When I gave her the gift, she smiled. But at the time, I didn't realize that the brightest beacons only deepened the shadows. The following night, she said to me,
ねえ、今から一緒に付き合ってくれない？
ええよ。
I wasn't sure where she was planning to go so late at night, but I did what she asked. She led me by the hand, and together we snuck out of the orphanage.
どこ行くん？
She didn't say a word. She was walking ahead of me too, so I couldn't read her expression. Eventually, we arrived at the very top of a nearby office building. She let go of my hand and reached up to the moon.
ねえ、知ってる？月の世界と違って地上は汚れているの。そんな汚れた地上にいるから、私の体はもうずいぶん前に汚れてしまったんだ。
汚れてる？
My heart raced at the sudden confession. Not in the romantic sense, but because I had an inkling of the tragedy that was fast approaching.
そう。前に言ったでしょ。私はいつか鳥になって月に帰ろうかな。その時は君もついてってくれるよねって。
言ったけど。
ついにその時が来たんだよ。今日はいい月の日の夜。今から月の使者がやってきて、私たちをあの月に導いてくれるの。だから、ツバメみたいに海を渡り、遠いところに飛んでいきましょう。
子供は。
Dark shadow fell over her expression.
もちろん、一緒だよ。この汚れた地上で育ったら、私みたいに汚れてかわいそうでしょ。だから、そうなる前にここを離れるの。
One part of what she said felt wrong to me, and it filled me with fear.
僕は行かれへん。
なぜ？あなたも私と同じじゃない。
She spoke, she rolled up her sleeve. Her wrist was lined with dozens of scars, just like mine. Instantly my fear was confirmed. She was asking me to die.
君も月に憧れてるんでしょ？こんな地上なんか捨てて、一緒に月に帰ろう。
いやいや。僕は、汚れていても、地上がいい。月になんて、帰りたくない。
She closed in on me. I stumbled backward. Her soft, sweet facade had all but vanished.
なんでなんでよ、一緒についてきてくれるって言ったじゃない。こんなものなんていらないの。私は君が欲しい。
He screamed and lunged at me. It was an impossible request, just like all the others. And if I didn't accomplish it, I would be thrown away. But I couldn't sacrifice myself to her. I just couldn't. So I ran from her. For once, I actually did it. Yeah, that's right. All this time, I wanted nothing more than to run away. Away from my suffering. Away from this tainted earth. Next day, I learned that she was dead. She had gone back to the moon, just like she wanted. The utopia full of beautiful, opulent people. A place where people never grew old and never had any problems. A place I would one day have to return home to. Would my real parents be there, waiting to welcome me with open arms? In which case, what was I still doing here? If this place actually needed me, then why did everyone abandon me? If this world was tainted, then why did I choose to be here? Was it to atone for my sins? I locked my memories away and turned myself into a blank state. Kaguya. I murmured his name. Tears poured down my cheeks and trickled into my mouth. My sight was now so blurry, I couldn't read the words in front of me. Anger and sadness descended upon me, tearing my heart in two. Sniffling and wiping my tears, I kept reading.
ひいさん、これを読んでいる君は今何を思っているのでしょうか。僕は自分で自分の記憶を閉じ込めていました。自分を傷つけ、忘れることで自分を守ろうとしたのです。でもそれは臭いものに蓋をしただけのただの現実逃避に過ぎなかったんです。忘れるということは遠いどこかへ記憶を置いていくこと。たとえ記憶を思い出そうと思い出さなくとも、その記憶を作った事実は消えないのです。たとえ君のことですから、何もかも思い出した僕が君の前からいなくなることもずっと前から気づいていたのでしょう。僕は弱い男です。記憶を取り戻した今、僕は地上にいるわけにはいかないんです。とはいえ、お世話になっていたにもかかわらず、こんな風に日記だけを書いて残す僕のことをさぞかしひどい男だと思われていたらと思うと、自業自得とはいえ心残りになっています。またひいさんだけでなく、シンデレラさんや白雪さんにも散々お世話になりました。ここに来て一月、記憶のない僕に優しくしていただき、本当にありがとうございました。皆さんで過ごした日々は僕にとって何よりも代え難い素晴らしいものでした。さようなら。
So what about the ex-girlfriends that somehow like had the same memory as him while he was being in the other houses? Like, are they not ex-girlfriends then? But then why do they want him back when they were the ones who threw him off? Or was it just like a clever, quotation mark, clever allegories alluding to what happened to him in his childhood? Because that doesn't make much sense, because it's not like only Kaguya perceived those girls. It's that everyone, including Cinderella, Snow White, and MC, perceived those girls as existing. Therefore, they could not be only metaphors and allegories. They are real people. So unless Kaguya somehow like dated all these people after he escaped from the orphanage that somehow had the exact same story as the girls in his past, and then he wiped his memory, it wouldn't much make like none of the options make sense. I feel like they just forgot to include that they're not actually ex-girlfriends. Like maybe they're just girls who knew him or something like that. I don't know. It's weird. And that was the last thing he wrote. Ultimately, I would never discover his answer to my question. Or maybe he just didn't have one. No, that can't be right. There has to be an answer. He read back through the diary again and again. This was not a farewell letter. It was a challenge, girl. And if I was going to prove once and for all that he didn't truly want to say goodbye, if I was going to heal him, then I needed to solve the problem he had laid out before me. I think the writers are trying to portray Yurika as like, oh, she looks cute and she looks nice, but she's actually crazy in the head. I like that, kind of. It's kind of interesting in this route, though I still don't agree with her way of making him jealous and then like being surprised. Like, no, you shouldn't be surprised. It should be calculated already. But otherwise, I kind of like it. Then the window flew open and a strong gust of wind blew in. They've been shitting on her every route. Yeah, like Yurika feels like a doormat in every route. But if they're trying to make it so that, yeah, she's actually fucking insane. Like in Gretel's route, she's insane. And that's fine, that's really cool. But like, I feel like the execution sometimes falters. Like they don't really know how to make her cool like that. Like the duality, they don't know how to balance it. And sometimes it shows. The gust ruffled my hair and made the diary pages flutter. What was that? I looked out the window to find a beautiful moon peeking out through a gap in the dark clouds above. Evidently that sudden gust had carved a hole in them. Moonlight streamed into the moon, gently illuminating me as I stood before the glass. And my gaze lowered to the diary, and I realized there were imprints on the last page where something had been erased. Letters stood out faintly beneath the beams of silvery light. In the instant I read those words, I dashed outside as fast as my legs could carry me. Swimming. That night, I was at the lake. No one ever came here at night, and as such, it was the perfect place to say my goodbyes.
こないなところでお別れするやなんて。僕は、なんてひどい男なんやろな。
Yeah, like, drowning hurts, bro. This was the same lake where we had our first date. I would come here a few times since then as well. It was a dick move, but this was ultimately the deciding factor when it came to choosing a setting for my final farewell. Clouds drifted across the sky, the moon peeking out from behind them. At last, the moon was full. As I waited to see the moon, the night deepened, and before I knew it, it was midnight.
結局、記憶を取り戻しても。
Cowardly, mistrustful, spineless, and arrogant. I was me in a nutshell. Without my memories, I wandered around aimlessly, entrusting myself to the various women who came into my life. Why women in particular? Admittedly, something about them made them easier to be around, but more than that, I think I just wanted to be loved. Loved and needed. It was something I had never gotten to experience. And somewhere deep down, I yearned to find someone who would sincerely love and need me. But in the end, it never lasted long. I quickly discovered some annoying trait they had. Then I would find a sharp object, erase the memories, and find a different girlfriend. Like, yeah, okay, that's a way to put it, but why is it that the memories that the girlfriend brings are exactly the same as when he was mistreated in other houses? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Ironic, isn't it? Every time I erased something, I left a new permanent mark. I knew cutting myself wasn't going to end my life. But once I forgot my time with them, I wouldn't feel the need to. I used this impossible demand as an excuse to reject all forms of love. Yeah, that's right. I tested them. All to make them prove that they would go out of their way for me. And whenever they failed, I would erase my memories and disappear. How unbelievably arrogant of me. I claimed to want love, and yet I rejected it in all of its forms. Ultimately, no one ever fulfilled my impossible request. But even then, I still felt I was happier without my memories. No painful emotions, no problems or worries. Without my memories, my smile was genuine. Or so I thought, until I met her. Yurika Arisu was the first girl I had ever approached of my own volition. I was visiting that cafe with my girlfriend at the time, but even then, Yurika's radiant smile stole my heart. Straight away, I was captivated by her beauty. None of the girls from my past could hold a candle to her sparkle. Blimey, you're one fit bird. Will you go out with me? Thanks, that ruins the whole fucking mood. Looking back, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to ask her out on the spot if I had still had my memories. But even after we got together, I kept my amnesia a secret. After all, what did I stand to gain by coming clean? Again and again, I quickly found that my lack of memories was an asset to me. Myriad scars on my wrist were proof of that. And if I was better off with amnesia, then there was no reason to cure it. I choose to respect the choice that old me had made. You lost your memories on purpose, didn't you? Anytime a problem occurred, I would just wear my smile like a mask and coast through it. No one ever figured me out. Except for Yurika Arisu, that is. She saw through me like I was made of glass. They say never underestimate a woman's intuition, but hers was something else. When she said she wanted me to get my memories back, I was terrified. I wanted to stop her. But I couldn't. There was one thing that remained consistent about me, whether I had my memories or not. No matter how much I hurt myself, I could never find the courage to die. I kept telling myself I would be better off dead, and yet I couldn't pull the trigger. What a weak little worm. After I got my memories back, I took off my new clothes and changed back into my usual heavenly robes. Heavenly robes? As I was folding them up, I thought about the conversation I had had with Cinderella and Snow White. Apparently they had caught on to my not-so-secret feelings. As with her, I owed her them a lot. But once I changed back, those feelings vanished.
このまま月へ帰るつもりか？
はい。ほんの少しの間ということで、ここにやってきたけど。
I'm so confused. Like, is
随
he
分と年月が経ってしまいました。
is he an actual alien? I'm so confused. Like, where are they going with
彼
this?
女はあらゆる手を使ってでも君を返さないつもりだろう。
それは無理な話です。たとえ僕を閉じ込めて、守り戦う準備をしたところで、あの月の都の人に対して、抗うことはできないんです。
だろうな。地上の人間と月の人間では次元が違う。
せめて、もう少し一緒にいられればと願ったけれど、自分の心のままにならず、それも許されませんでした。
So is Kaguya your favorite, or is it still Cinderella? Route-wise or character-wise? The answers differ. What do you want? Do you want my favorite guy in general, or my favorite route?
自分の心のままにならずか。君は誰かに従うのが嫌なのだと思っていたのだがな。それでも月に帰るのか？
はい。 どうしても月に帰らなければなりません。
Whichever. Favorite route is Red Riding Hood because it's simple, and because it's simple, they don't have the chance to mess it up too much, so it doesn't piss me off. But this route's okay too. It's not that bad. Yeah, so but my favorite route would be Red Riding Hood, mostly because I have no other choice. My favorite character would be Alice. Sorry, I'm not into all these men. Cinderella is a close second, but because Cinderella as a character is super funny, and I like him a lot. But Alice has no faults right now. I haven't played his route, so he has no faults. I'm still mad about Gretel. No, for real, like Gretel was my most anticipated character. And then that thing happened, so...
そっか。なら仕方がない。なあ、かぐや。君はなぜ自分がこの汚れた地上に生まれたのか考えたことはあるか？もしもこの汚れた地上に生まれたことが罪を償うためだとしたら、犯した罪とは一体何なのだろうな。
Why did they have to add the non-con shit out of nowhere? To be fair, it was not even non-con. Like, they both really wanted it, but they're both like, no, I mustn't, you know? It's like the whole forbidden love thing, but played up like crazy. It's just edgy and badly written. Like, I feel like if it was well written, I would have enjoyed it more. Like, I would at least appreciate it from a reading standpoint, rather from like liking the character. But if it was well written, I would at least enjoy it. But it was just like a slog to go through. No, but the shittiest one to go through was Cinderella's ending. I literally could not read more because it was so annoying. Like, at least with Gretel, I read through everything. But with Cinderella's, I literally just skipped. Because I just couldn't take it anymore. The way you started that with, to be fair, I'm serious. Like, I think the idea for Gretel's route is interesting. Like, it's so fucked up that if you separate that from an otome, it's an interesting concept. But the execution is shit, and therefore it's not an otome anymore. Well, it's still an otome, like you did, but like, it's not good anymore. The concept is good. The concept is interesting, but the execution is shit on a very controversial topic already. So it turned into a shit show, unfortunately. But if it was written well, I feel like I would have liked it from a, yo, that's really interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I think like delving into what happens after the bad ending of being held captive in bad routes in otome games, like what would happen in that, like I feel like that's interesting. Usually it's like, oh, you get caged, the end, bad ending, you know? But it's just like, what happens after? I feel like it's interesting. But yeah, the execution is shit, therefore it gets no points.
それは
Contemplated how to get to the moon. Hang myself, jump off of a roof, jump off of a bridge, carbon monoxide poisoning, overdose on pills, light myself on fire, freeze to death, electrocute myself. The options were limitless. However, I wanted the quiet death that wouldn't inconvenience anyone. Ultimately, I decided to take advantage of the lake's surface. You see, the reflection of the moon on the water looked almost like a staircase made of light. If I swam out that far, surely I could make it to the moon. Swallowed a few of the anti-anxiety pills I kept hidden on me. That way I'd be too doped up to change my mind partway through. I closed my eyes and imagined a world of light. The moon was home to beautiful, opulent people who never grew old and never had any problems. It was truly the perfect utopia. I felt the light against my eyelids, opened them a tiny fraction. There I saw someone writing down to me on a cloud.
月の国の王子様。
Or is hallucinating. Was this voice merely a hallucination, or I didn't have a choice? My only option was to obey. Not much different from Earth then, is it? As I stared blankly up at the night sky, I thought of her.
さようなら。ひいさん。
Nearly overlooked it. A secret message at the end of his letter. We're champed. Okay. I need a teensy bit. I need a teensy bit of a snack break. Because I feel like we're gonna just get through the endings today while I still have time, hopefully. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a little break to eat. Unless... Yeah, I'm fine. Should be fine. I'm going to go and take a little break to eat a snack. Probably like 5 minutes top. So be right back. Okay, I am back. I feel so much better now. Yeah.
思い出を積み重ねて今何を思うのかという問いについてですが、そんなの決まっています。僕はひいさん、
Huh?
ゆりかちゃん、君のことが好きです。君を好きになればなるほど君が欲しくなる。僕だけを見て笑ってほしい。僕、他の人なんかのものにならないでほしい。君といると僕はどんどんわがままになっていきます。君を物扱いなんてしたくないのに、君は僕のものだと叫びたくなるのです。ゆりかちゃん、君に告白したのも、君と付き合ったのも、ゆりかちゃんのことが好きだから、一緒にいたいと思ったからに決まっています。ゆりかちゃん、僕は君が好きで、僕は君を求め、君が僕を求めるから、僕たちは付き合っていたのです。ゆりかちゃん、今お別れと天の羽衣を着る時になって初めて君をしみじみ思い出します。
It also feels a little like they're forcing it a bit, because like why does he want to go back to the moon? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why? He's just like, oh yeah, it's about to be the full moon. Well, time to go be with the moon, I guess. Time to go fly to the moon. Like, there's no real reason why he would do that. You know? Like, I don't understand. When I arrived at the lake, I saw Kaguya wading out into it. Kaguya! The moon's reflection rippled as I ran out into the dark water.
ひいさん、なんでここに?
Kaguya froze, like he was too startled to process what he was seeing. You never do take me into consideration, do you? For him, the water only came up to his knees, but for me, it came right up to my thighs. If he waded out any further, things were bound to get complicated.
ひいさん。
I grabbed him by the collar and slapped him across the face. Palm stung. And for the first time, I realized that hitting someone meant both people would get hurt. Glaring sharply, I shoved myself away from him. Don't underestimate Detective Yurika. I see right through you, and I know exactly what you're thinking. I knew you would choose to drown yourself here. You love the moon, and this place has a great view of it. Plus, you were probably navel-gazing about the moonlight or whatever, right? I spoke quietly. At any other time of day, I could have seen his face, but unfortunately, the moonlight wasn't enough. Want to go to the moon? Why dress it up in poetry when you can just say you want to die? I wanted to provoke him. I wanted him to fight back. Why? Because it was 1,000 times better than letting him bottle himself up behind his smile.
それだけ言いに来た。
Tell me, Kaguya, do you know what this is? I held up the item in my hand, wrapped carefully in cloth. As soon as he caught sight of it, his eyes widened.
何って。それは。
What are you holding? Guess what I'm supposed to say. Oh my god. Guess what I'm supposed to say. It's a kitchen knife. I brought it with me from the cafe. Cuts really well, you know. We sharpen it every day. Can prove it's real too. Pressed the blade to my wrist and slid it from thumb to pinky without a moment of hesitation. That's not the wrist. From the thumb to the pinky, that's the palm. What do you mean? That's the palm. Hadn't been pushing down very hard, but nevertheless, the piercing pain made me grit my teeth. A thin line of blood gleams beneath the moonlight. See? It's real. I smiled at him to hide my pain, a challenging smile.
そんなもので
His voice wavered as his expression stiffened.
僕を殺すんか
No, of course not. I looked directly into his eyes and continued. I read your letter, and now that I understand your past, now that I understand your feelings, I want to say this again. I want to heal you, Kaguya. But it will take more than a roof over your head to clear away the darkness in your heart. No surprise there, of course. After all, I wasn't there for you during the hardest parts of your life. Talk is cheap, am I right? It would be all too easy to lie to you. From your perspective, everything I say probably sounds like total bullshit. But I get it. I won't earn your trust with words. Instead, I'll prove to you that I love you with my actions. Holding the knife in both hands, I raised it high into the air. Will you stab yourself? This game, I swear to God, Yurika is crazy. Yes, apparently. And plunged it into my belly. I felt flecks of something warm splatter across my face. It was my own blood. Impact to my stomach sent me stumbling backwards a few steps. The stab wound burned like it was on fire. You're in a lake! Of course it burns. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead. The intense pain was like nothing I had ever felt before. Desperately, I struggled to stay on my feet. I hear Kaguya screaming. I made this choice for myself, and yet tears welled in my eyes, and my heart pounded uncontrollably.
Isa! Isa!
Stay away! I caught sight of him approaching and shouted at the top of my lungs.
どうして
Enduring the mind-numbing pain, I looked up and glared at him as he stood there in shock. What do you think? I'm taking you up on your challenge, obviously. I wheezed out an answer. Pain was unbearable. Even then, it was still preferable to the pain of rejection. I won't... How am I supposed to... Bro, what rejection hurts that hard? I don't know. I've never really put myself out there. How would I know the pain of rejection? Come on. Just got stabbed in the stomach. Surely that hurts more. I pulled my shaking hands away from the knife handle, leaving it suspended in my belly. That's good. That means the blood won't go out. Out of nowhere, I started laughing. The sight of a knife in my stomach was just so surreal. I couldn't help but wonder if maybe I was dreaming. Or had I simply lost my mind? No, I hadn't. I was completely sane. Which was precisely why I had made this choice. I fell silent, then turned to the man illuminated by the moonlight. To be clear, this isn't a suicide attempt. I'm not doing this for me. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for you.
僕のために
Yes, this is the biggest sacrifice I can make for you. I would die for you, Kaguya, and I'm going to. Despite the depth of my wound, it didn't seem to be fatal because I still had physical and mental stamina in spades. All this pain and it isn't enough? Human body is such an enigma. He yanked the knife out to get ready for round 2, and a fountain of blood came gushing out like so many tears.
Isa!
As I removed the foreign object from my body, I expected it to be painful, but instead it just felt sickening. Calmly, I imagined what that stain must look like on my white dress. Then I raised my knife again.
やめろもういいやめてくれ
Screaming, Kaguya grabbed me by the arm.
何バカなことやってんだよ君が傷ついたら僕がどれだけ傷つくか分かってんのかよ僕がどれだけ君のことを好きでだけ大切に思ってるのか知ってんのかよ
I swear if she hits him with the, oh, but you're doing the exact same thing by trying to go to the moon, I'm gonna freak out. I swear to God, if they pull that on me.
君が傷ついたら
Swear to God.
自分で傷つけた痛みよりも何千倍も激しい痛みが僕を襲うんだ体を切り裂かれるよりも体が焼けるよりも息ができなくなるよりも
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah?
しくて痛いんだ
I am numb. I have become numb.
僕のことを好きだって言うならそんな思いをさせるな僕のことを愛してるって言うなら二度とこんなことはするな僕は君がいなくなったら悲しいすごく悲しいんだだからお願いだ
Should probably
もうやめてく
go to the hospital instead of doing this because she's in the lake, so like the blood is pooling out faster, especially since she doesn't have the knife inside anymore. I don't know, man. She's losing so much blood. Sobbing, he pulled me into his arms.
信じる僕は君のことを君の愛を信じるだから自分を傷つけることはやめてくれゆりか
Heard a soft splash as something fell into the water near me. Apparently I had lost my grip on the knife. I'm not gonna die after all. Oh my god, they did it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. They did it. I knew it. They were setting it up for that. Oh my god. Okay. Anyone who wants to date anyone, please watch Taisho X Alice, play Taisho X Alice, and then do the exact opposite. This is not healthy. Why do you take your own advice then?
ゆりかちゃん
You don't have to stab yourself to prove a point, everyone. This is not normal. Tell me, Kaguya, can you feel my pain?
あ
Can?
あわかるよ痛いくらいに
Smile crept up to my lips. I closed my eyes and a tear rolled down my cheek. All accounts, I was in agonizing pain, but strangely enough, my heart was at peace. Then Kaguya stepped away from me, and for once, he wasn't smiling.
そうだ病院に行こう今すぐに連れて
Kinda
く
too late, bro.
それまでの辛抱だからな待ってろ
You all been yapping. Like, is this a little too late? He scooped me into his arms and headed for the lakeshore.
早く早く早く
When we made it back to the shore, he lowered me to the ground. Then he pulled off part of his kimono and wrapped the cloth around my wound.
ごめんこんなものしかないけどこれでしばらくの間抑えてて
I grunted in pain, and the next thing I knew, Kaguya's face filled my vision. Why are you kissing? Stop. Why are you kissing? Bro, just get her to the hospital! What are you doing? This is so embarrassing. We cringe. He pulled his lips away, then wiped mine with his thumb.
ごめん安定剤に鎮痛効果はないし
That's not how medicine
残ってる
works.
かどうかもわからないけど何もしないよりかは落ち着くかなと思って
No way, you're recommending Taisho X Alice. I recommend it as like what not to do. If you want to know how badly you can fuck up in a relationship, this is your game. Well, it does make me more flustered.
不死の薬があったなら迷わず使ってたのにな。でも所詮そんなもんは幻想や。
Babe, stop flirting and get to the hospital. Your kimono will get stained.
着物は汚れるためにあるもんや。ほら、これ持っとき。
Hey, I recognize this.
君が初めてくれたハンカチや。
Held on to it all this time?
ああ。これだけは返せなかった。
Scooped me back into his arms and started running. That's a big wound. It'll make sense, but still, wow, that's a big wound. If anyone had seen us, soaking wet and covered in blood, they might have had a heart attack. But there were no residential districts in this area, just summer homes. Plus, it was the middle of the night. Fortunately, the utter lack of people was only adding to Kaguya's current panic. At one point, his face twisted in pain, and he slowed to a walk. Kaguya? I stabbed myself beforehand as well, that's why I'm dying right now. Shoulders heaving, he struggled again and again to keep his tired eyes open. But it was a losing battle, and a split second later, we both pitched sideways. Is this a good ending? Ah! Thankfully, he caught himself at the last possible moment.
ごめん、ゆりかちゃん。大丈夫。
Straightened back up. The pain still lingered in his expression. He was gritting his teeth like he was bracing himself against something. I could see a tiny rivulet of blood trickling from one corner of his mouth. When I realized he was fighting to stay conscious. Had those aforementioned sedatives started to take effect?
ヒーさん、ちょっとごめん。
He set me down at the base of a tree nearby. Kaguya? Oh, I could see that my blood had left a stain on his kimono. As for me, I could still just barely formulate a piece of thought. The intense pain and bloodlust was making me feel faint, same as him. Pulled the cloth away from my stomach and found that the bleeding had slowed considerably.
ちょっと待ってて。
Smiled, probably to reassure me, and picked up a fallen branch lying on the ground. What's that for?
これならいけるかな。
Gripping the branch, he raised it into the air and plunged it hard into his thigh. Bruh. And how are you going to run on that leg now? Kaguya, why? I reached out to him but lost my balance and toppled face first onto the ground. He hoisted me upright, then smiled and spoke softly.
ごめんな、ゆりかちゃん。自分を傷つけるなって言ったばかりなのに、こんな風に傷つけたりして。こうでもしないと意識が持たんくて。
Branch has impaled his thigh. Blood trickled from the wound. It was so gruesome I couldn't help but grimace.
でも許してほしい。これは死ぬために傷つけたものじゃない。
As he spoke, he put his arms under me and staggered to his feet. No, it hurts? No way, it hurts to walk on your bleeding thigh? No, I couldn't have guessed. He stumbled dozens of times, possibly from the pain, but nevertheless pushed forward.
僕は ずっと月に憧れていた。地上は痛くないものや聞きたくないもので溢れていて、僕は生まれた時からそういった汚れた部分だけを見せられてきた。僕の心は明かりのない闇だった。僕が何をした？僕に何が足りなかった？誰も僕を求めてくれない。必要としてくれない。誰も僕を愛してくれない。だからこそ僕は綺麗な月に惹かれ、月に帰りたいと願った。僕は汚れた人間じゃない。本当は月の都の人間で、地上の人間とは違うんだって。あの月には僕を必要とする人たちがいるんだって、そう思いたかった。でも本当はとっくに気づいていたんだ。僕は月の都の人間なんかじゃない。僕も彼らと同じ奥深い地上の人間だ。あれもこれも欲しいくせにどれも手に入らなくて、嘘をついたり人を傷つけたりする普通の人間なんだ。そして君も。
I'm an earthling just like you.
ああ、そうだ。僕たちは同じ人間だ。確かに月の都の人は華やかで美しくて老いることはない。何も思い悩むこともないのかもしれない。でも何も思い悩むことがないというのは、何もかも忘れてしまうということなんだ。君との思い出も君を愛したこともすべて。
Well, Anli, thank you for
僕は
coming.
そんな月なんかに帰りたくない。もちろん君だって月に連れてなんて行かせない。
You came at the right time because our main character just decided to stab herself in the stomach with a kitchen knife, and our love interest just stabbed himself in the thigh with a branch. And now we're trying to go to the hospital together.
もし月の使者が君を迎えようとするなら、僕は長い爪でその迎えの目を掴み潰そう。髪の毛を取って引き落とし、恥をかかせてやる。
Nice. He is very
リカ
nice.
ちゃん、君は僕が絶対に助ける。
They're like making a problem. Like there would be no problems in their out had they just been normal. But they decided to be weird, and now we have problems. Thank you. I rested my head on his shoulder and wrapped my arms around his neck. It hurt to see my beloved in pain, but it would hurt 1,000 times worse if he left me here alone. The good news is, he's not going to abandon me for the moon. Nor will I abandon him. Even after our sins are purged, we're going to spend the rest of our lives here on Earth.
もう少しだから。もうちょっとで助かるから。
Doesn't like problems though. The thing is, if they're like, they realize that they're the problems, I would be fine with it. Like, yeah, let's make problems, you know? But they're like, oh no, how could this thing ever happen to me? Even though they were the ones causing problems. Like, that's the part I'm annoyed with. Okay. Encourage each other as the walk continued. Hey, Kaguya, you understand why I wanted you to get your memories back? I looked up at him.
ああ、今ならわかるよ。
Looked back at me.
君は ずっと気づいて欲しかったんだろう。君の心は僕のものだと。
What does memory have to do with it? Yeah. The heart belongs to you alone.
僕もだ。君が僕に心をくれるなら、僕の心も君のものだ。
Long last, the city lights came into view on the horizon.
光だ。
After all that time walking through the darkness, any tiny speck of light felt blinding. Strength drained from my limbs, and I relinquished my grip on Kaguya.
ゆりか、
As I went limp, he lost his balance, and together we collapsed on the ground.
ゆりか。
Girl put on glasses. The next thing I knew, my vision had gone hazy.
ゆりかちゃん。ゆりか。
I thought I heard him calling my name, but I couldn't tell if it was real life or only a dream. Somehow I had the energy to use my brain, but not enough to move my body. Instantly, I was overcome with a deep primal fear. If I closed my eyes, chances were good I would never open them again.
Kaguya! Yurika!
Poor Cinderella has to deal with these. Okay, fine. I forgive Cinderella for the train wreck that his route was because he's such a good boy otherwise.
Yurika! Yurika!
Stop screaming and just grab her and go to the hospital. Through my hazy vision, I could make out Kaguya's tear-stained face and a full moon floating behind him. How beautiful. Next thing I knew, I was lying on a hospital bed. There was an IV drip in my arm, and Kaguya was asleep beside my pillow, clutching my hand. I tried to sit up, but didn't have the strength, so I turned my head as best as I could. Shoulders rose and fell rhythmically. Exhaustion was etched into the lines of his face. It didn't feel right to wake him, so I let him sleep for a while longer. Eventually, his dark lashes fluttered. I tried to say good morning, but my voice wouldn't come.
Yurika-chan!
Kaguya bolted to his feet.
よかった。今、お医者さん呼ぶからな。待ってて。
I was about to let go of my hand. He lifted my arm to reach out for his sleeve.
動いたらあかんって。手術したところが開いたらどうすんねん。
Butchers? I blinked back at him.
ああ、そうか。普通知らんよな。
I realized my confusion, sat back down on his chair, and squeezed my hand. Then he let out a long breath and told me everything that had happened in the interim. Interim?
ゆりかちゃんが倒れた後な。すぐに病院に連れて行って手術したんや。もちろん手術は成功。幸い臓器には傷ついとらんかったみたいで不幸中の幸いやなってお医者さんに言われたわ。
Well, what?
でもな、それからなかなか目覚まさんくてみんなめっちゃ心配したんやね。
Protecting Cinderella after that train wreck? Well, have you seen the other, like, after seeing this, and especially Gretel's shroud, like, do you blame me? Also, Cinderella is a very good boy in this shroud, okay? It rekindled my love. He laughed dryly, and I could see dark circles under his eyes.
あれから何日経ったと思う？きつかやで。びっくりやろ。このまま目が覚めなかったらどうしようかと思った。ごめんな。その傷残ってしまうかもしれないって。
Well, she did it herself. Like, yeah, you stabbed yourself. Yeah, you're gonna have a scar. No way, you won't have a scar. Especially if you got sutures afterwards.
君
Yeah.
は女の子なのに
Oh my god.
僕のせいで
I hate that. It's fine to have scars. Scars are cool. I have a sick looking centipede on my stomach. He looked to be on the verge of tears. I smiled, hoping to reassure him.
ゆりかちゃん僕はわがままで自分勝手でずるくて嫉妬深い汚れた人間や。そんな僕のために君はこうして命を懸けてくれた。僕の思いを得るために君は最大限の努力をしてくれた。ありがとう。だから今度は僕の番だ。僕は君の思いを得るためにできる限りの努力をする。
I mean, she already likes you, bro. Like, she stopped herself. Like, I don't think you want more than that. That's already creepy.
それがたとえ
It's scary.
どんな無理難題だとしても僕は答えてみせる。ゆりかちゃん、僕は君を愛しているから。
After I woke from my coma, Kaguya came to visit me every single day. Over time, my condition improved considerably, and now in just a few short days, I would be discharged.
こうして抱きしめるの久々やな。
Kaguya?
どうしたん？
Appreciate the hug and all, but I've been trapped on the hospital bed for a while now, and I'd really like to take a shower first. Embarrassed, I averted my gaze. Then I raised a hand and flattened my bangs. Fortunately, I knew I could count on Kaguya to take the hint.
大丈夫。綺麗やって。それにすごくええ匂いするし。
Gently took my hand and peered into my eyes. I tried to keep my eyes averted, but at such close range, it was basically impossible. Reluctantly, I met his gaze. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, that's true. I haven't been drinking a while. Thank you. Do I really? Oh, I get it. The nurse must have given me a sponge bath.
そうそう。髪も顔も体も、君が寝てる間にちゃんと綺麗にしといたんやからな。僕が。
What? Oh, that's a cute. That's a really cute. I like the coloring. Very yellow. Very pretty. Next thing I knew, he leaned in and stole a kiss.
君は僕の彼女なんやからな。他の誰にも君の体を触らせたくない。
When a nurse? But I like nurses. I smirked mischievously as my mind reeled from this outrageous revelation. Wait, what? Did he just imply that he washed my entire naked body? As I stared at him in confusion, his smirk only deepened.
眠ってるゆりかちゃんも可愛いけど、やっぱこうして顔真っ赤にしてるのを見る方がいいな。
You're embarrassing me. My voice came out a bit louder than I meant it to.
別にええやん。
Yes, it is. Normally, this was the part where I would bury my face under the blankets and squeal, "No, don't look at me." But right now, I was recovering from surgery. If you're about to be discharged, you should be able to at least bury your face in your blanket. When I was discharged from the hospital after an operation, I was sitting on the chair playing GTA on my iPad. Like, if you can't even bury your face in a blanket, you are not meant to be discharged. What are you talking about? Like, you're about to be discharged. Did I read wrong? house way too far. Yeah, I would be discharged. And you can't even get, like... What? And you can't even open, like, the blanket and stuff? That's insane. Naturally, the slightest movement resulted in... Hello! My unsexy grunts of pain promptly killed the mood. Granted, I wasn't particularly talented at being sexy in the first place, I suppose.
大丈夫か
Yeah. Touching my aching side, I tried to smile reassuringly. I could feel my face twitching. Evidently, I had hit my limit. Kaguya shook his head and smiled at me sympathetically.
そろそろお医者さん呼ぼうか
His voice was soft and gentle. Yeah. I nodded meekly. It reminds me, how's the cafe do? That precise moment, a pair of familiar faces locked in.
お、起きてた。
Cinderella, Snow White, you came to see me? The two brothers walked up to my bedside.
まあな。わざわざ休業して見舞いに来てやったんだ。ありがたく思えよ。
I'm sorry.
嘘だよ。気にすんな。なかなか見舞いに来られなくて悪かったな。
はい。これ、お見舞いの百合の花。
Kind of GTA on an iPad. It was GTA Chinatown. It was my childhood, okay? I loved it. You can get a chainsaw on it. So I was like, yeah! And then I had like a bunch of apartments because investing in properties is good. And yeah, it was my childhood, bro. Oh my gosh, thank you.
おーきに白雪さん
Before I could accept the bouquet, however, Kaguya stepped in between us.
何？俺は彼女に渡そうとしたんだけど。
Oh, it's on the App Store. Cool. Oh, is it still in the App Store? I don't know. But yeah, I played it on the iPad. It was an iPad too. So it was back in the days.
せやけど彼女は僕のもんやし代わりに僕が受け取っときますんで
I don't like it when they're too possessive.
アイドルかよ。
僕だけのなあ、シンデレラさん白雪さんついでにお願いしたんやけどお医者さん呼んできてくれへんかな
は？なんで俺が？
あいたあかん足怪我したところが痛くて歩かれへんわ
Oh no, poor baby. Clutching his thigh, Kaguya dropped to the floor. Nice try, but you were perfectly fine a few minutes ago.
せやのに毎日家の仕事を押し付けられてこれじゃあ治るもんも治らんわな。
いやいや待て。俺らは別に強制したわけじゃねえだろ。お前が勝手に。
ほんまは彼女のとこにずっといたいのに生活能力のないシンデレラさんと白雪さんの面倒を見なあかんなんて。
俺は頼んでない。
特に不器用な白雪さんなんて気づくとゴミためになるからめっちゃ大変やったわ。ちゅうわけでよろしく頼むわ兄さん方。
Smiled brightly. I got the feeling he wasn't about to take no for an answer.
仕方ねえな。
And so they reluctantly left the room.
やっぱ人たちやな。でもちょっとうっかりさんやな。ナースコールあるのに気づかへんなんてな。
I was thinking about that. Like, why did he say he was going to call the doctor? Like, here we have like the nurse button, but I guess he was just being dumb. I see. Of course, the nurse call button. I forgot I had one of those.
ま、おかげで邪魔者はいなくなったわけやけど。
He tricky little devil. Who are you and what have you done with my boyfriend? Have I witnessed the birth of Dark Kaguya?
これで、しばらくの間は、二人きりやな。
Well, you've really changed, haven't you? Cinderella's one thing, but how the heck do you have Snow White at your beck and call? My comment, Kaguya smiled slightly.
変わってない。僕はわがままで、自分勝手で、ずるくて、嫉妬深い、汚れた人間や。今までは仮面をかぶって、それを隠していたけど、みんなには全部、お見通しだったわけやしな。
So you've dropped your facade?
捨てたわけやない。ただ、これからは時々外そうと思う。仮面をつけてると、息が持たんくなるしな。そのことを思い出させたのは、君やで。ひいさん。僕は嫉妬深くて、独占欲が強くてずるい男だ。これからは遠慮なんてしない。覚悟はええか
Before I could answer, he kissed me. His true nature beneath the mask took my breath away. But it didn't change the fact that I loved him. And I was prepared to overcome whatever challenges our relationship threw at us next.
月の都の人々は皆華やかで美しくて老いることはない。何も思い悩むこともない不死の国。でもそこには心がない。心がないということは人を愛することもできない。それを知ったからこそかぐやは月に帰りたくないと嘆いたんだね。愛は心。目に見えないものだ。目に見えないものを証明するのは難しい。不可能と言っても過言ではない。でもその難題を解いたからこそ彼は人間へと生まれ変わった。そして二人は結ばれましたとさ。めでたしめでたし。
Once upon a time in the Looking Glass world, there lived a young orphan boy named Kaguya. Everyone around him used him for their own purposes. He was shuffled around from house to house to house. And at each house, Kaguya worked hard to earn the affection from the people who lived there. He obeyed orders and never made any demands. No matter how hurt or scared he was, he kept on smiling. He wore his smile like a mask to suppress his true self. But no matter where he went, he never truly belonged. Whenever he felt sad, he looked up at the moon and remembered what someone at the fifth house had told him. Moon dwellers are beautiful, opulent people who never grow old and never have any problems. They live in a utopia. Yearning to return to the moon, Kaguya began to hurt himself. But each time he tried, he ultimately failed and lost his memories of everything save for his name. One day, he had a fateful encounter with a princess at a cafe. She welcomed him in with a beautiful smile. Kaguya took a liking to her right away, so he asked her to be his girlfriend, and happily, she accepted. Two of them lived under the same roof and deepened their bond through a notebook they exchanged back and forth. The princess was more perceptive than anyone Kaguya had ever met in his whole life. She said and did everything he wanted her to. And bit by bit, he fell even more deeply in love with her. But as time passed, the princess started to pick up on the real Kaguya beneath his smile. This frightened him to his core. After all, the real him was despicable, tainted. He was ashamed to reveal himself to her. As she prodded at his sore spots, Kaguya began to yearn for the moon more and more. Then, on the night of the full moon, having regained all of his memories, Kaguya departed, leaving behind only a note. Moon dwellers are beautiful, opulent people who never grow old and never have any problems. They live in a utopia. With no regrets left in his heart, Kaguya plunged himself into the lake. But just then, the princess called out to him. She had realized his true intention. Kaguya had used an impossible demand as an excuse to reject all forms of love. Now that she knew how he truly felt, the princess declared her desire to heal him. Then she hurt him herself with the knife she carried in her hand. When he saw it, he realized the pain felt by his beloved hurt thousands of times worse than any pain inflicted upon himself. So he took off his mask and revealed himself to her. The princess took one look at the real Kaguya and smiled. Healed by her love, Kaguya lived happily ever after. Low-key kind of weird, but you know, it's not as offensive as Gretel's route, so I'll take it.
退院おめでとうございますゆりかちゃん
Thanks.
せっかくの退院祝いなのに何か欲しいものとか他にどこか行きたいところとかはないん
I already have everything I could possibly want. You're here with me, holding me in your arms. I couldn't ask for anything more.
ひいさんは欲がないな
What about you, Kaguya?
ん
Anything I can do for you?
そりゃあいっぱいあるでひいさんが入院してる間寂しくて死にそうやったわ
You mean go to the moon?
うさぎさんみたいに今ようやく君と触れ合うことができて確かにそれだけでも十分幸せやけど
What?
もっと触れたいななんて
What, like a big hug?
ぎゅーっと抱きしめたい
Since it's you, I'll allow it.
もしかして壊してしまうかもしれへんで
Be fine, trust me.
私はあなたが思っているより頑丈ですあなたが少しくらい乱暴に扱ったとしても壊れはしませんやろ
Exactly. How did you know what I was going to say?
そりゃ大好きな君のことやし
Hey, Kaguya?
どないしたん
Can I ask you a favor?
よ
Will you give me your rabbit mask?
これを別に何の価値もないただのお面やで
Pretty please?
わかった君にあげる僕にはもう必要のないものやしな
Thank you so much.
でもお面なんてもらってどうするつもりなこれつけてもひいさんの素顔は
But a cute ending art. What? Not a cute ending in general? Why do you have to specify just the art? Not the story too? Now I can have both your mask and your real face.
そういうことか
At Yurika. Her eyes hold nothing in it. That's the face of a yandere. Yep. Whenever you're hurt or struggling, just tell me. You don't need to grin and bear it. No stiff upper lip required. I'll always accept your needs and feelings.
わかったならゆりかちゃんには特別に他の人には見せない僕の本当の素顔を見せますその代わり君の笑顔も泣き顔もこれからは僕が独り占めにする君が傷ついた時や辛い時は我慢しないでいい全部僕だけに吐き出してそしてこれからも二人で思い出を積み重ねていこうな
Oh, that's so pretty. They live happily ever after. Okay, now time to grind the bad endings. For viewers that just came, we have 13 bad endings. So let's start one by one slowly. I'm gonna go insane. Why are there 13? I don't understand why we need so many. Okay. In response to his sudden confession, this is when he asked us to go to be with his girlfriend. We turned him down. I'm sorry. Bowed my head politely.
ああ、やっぱそうやんな。自分みたいな可愛い子が僕なんかと付き合うてくれへんよな。
Stone was lighthearted, if a bit awkward. I looked up and sure enough, he was smiling.
ほら、さいなら。可愛いお嬢さん。
The men left. An awkward silence descended over the entire cafe. Unable to stand it, I went on lunch break and stole away to my favorite spot. Phew! I took a bite of my sandwich and washed it down with a sip of milk. What an odd guy. As I gazed up at the sky, I thought back to today's event. Working in the service industry, I had experienced my fair share of flirtatious comments, but never before had anyone ask me out on the spot. Not only that, but he probably wanted to use me as a rebound girlfriend. Not something most women would enjoy, I'd wager. Wow, so if we have standards, we can't be a main character. That is horrible. But for some reason, even though I'd only just met him, part of me was already a tiny bit fond of him. Maybe part of it was simply his good looks, as shallow as that sounds. What would have happened if I say yes? Fortunately, no one was around to hear me talking to myself.
知りたい?
Just then I heard a voice from behind me, and my heart nearly stopped. I turned around just as a black cat walked up and nuzzled itself against me. Oh, a cat! Wait, who are you? My gaze slowly shifted upwards toward a man towering over me, dressed in a peculiar garb.
はじめまして。俺は魔法使い。
The wizard?
そうそう。あっと君は名乗らなくてもいいよ。俺は君のことはよーく知ってるんだ。
Sure, buddy.
あ、その反応。さては俺のことをナンパ野郎だって思ってたりして。
Yes? You're not?
違わないかもね。ただ、俺のナンパは甘い甘い恋に誘うものじゃない。
You're a bad boy, is that it?
さあどうだろう。
Why are you flirting with me? No thanks.
残念だな。ところで、君はナンパについてどう思う？
Bad, I hate it. Huh?
俺はこう思うんだ。ナンパは浮ついた行為のように見えるけれど、出会いの一つの方法なんだって。考えてごらん。人の多くはすれ違い、多くは関わらない。自分の人生に関われるキャラクターなんて、世界の総人口から比べればほんのわずかだ。その中で、人と人が知り合いになれる機会はどのくらいある？出会いなんてそこらに転がっているように思えて、なかなかないものだよ。そのせっかくの機会を自分から潰しちゃうなんて惜しいことしたね。
I'm sorry for having standards, and I don't want to immediately become the girlfriend of a guy who was just slapped by his ex-girlfriend and broken up with on the spot. Like, it's a one thing to like nanpa, like to be flirted and with someone and go, yeah, sure, let's hang out. It's a whole other thing to accept dating a guy who just got broken up with in a public place by getting slapped. You know? Sorry, but I don't want people to think I'm easy.
そんなクソみたいなプライド、大義の前では必要ないと思うんだけどな。
Excuse me, the mission?
そう、大義。
What mission?
さあ時間だ。ヒロインちゃん。
Interesting story.
もう一度出会いから頑張ってみよう。
I kind of want to know what happens if we punched him. Low-key curious. What happens if I punch him? Hiya!
あいた。
In a knee-jerk reaction, I hit him with the karate chop. Can you blame me? Everything about this guy screamed womanizer.
おいこら、客に何やってんだ。
Ouch! Next thing I knew, Cinderella walked right up to me and smacked me with his plate again. I'm sorry, it was a reflex. Feeling guilty over my violent reaction, I apologized, but the man waved it away with a smile.
はあ、別にかまへんよ。全然言いたくあらへんかったし。今のあれやろ？僕に対するツッコミやろ。
Playful?
自分おもろい子やな。
Somehow my rude behavior had provoked no more than an amiable grin.
で、どうなん？僕と付き合うてくれるん？
Still? Oh my god, that's crazy. You can still... He doesn't mind getting punched. That's insane. Yeah, anyways, let's load to save file number 2. Well, I break things off with Kaguya. Yes. But you have a point. I don't know if I can keep dating you.
やんな。
I'm sorry.
ええてええて。謝るんは僕の方や。そないな顔せんといとって。悪いんは僕なんやから。ほな、僕行くわ。振られた男がいつまでも女の子の部屋におったらあかんしな。ええてええて。謝るんは僕の方や。ほんま、ひいさんには悪いことしたと思ってます。そないな、ほな、僕、手当てしてくれて大きいな。短い間やけど、自分みたいなこと付き合えて嬉しかったわ。ほな、さいなら。
With one final smile, he turned and left the room. He left, I just sat there and stared down at the table. My lunch break was over, and I needed to hurry back to work so I wouldn't leave anyone hanging, but I was too emotionally exhausted to move. Why did I feel so drained, though? Was it because of all the drama? Was I merely disappointed with the way things turned out? We'd only just met, so I had no lingering attachment to him. So why did I regret what I said? Why did I feel like I was wrong about him? Just then... Cat? Wait, what? I don't remember leaving the window open. Where did you come from, little cat?
さあ、どこでしょ
It's really weird that he came into my bedroom, bro. Who's there?
う。ああ、怖がらないでください。はじめましてお嬢さん。俺は魔法使いと言います。
You're the wizard?
付き合っていた恋人には、すでに付き合っている恋人がいました。ひどい裏切りです。ですが、それは誰にとってひどい裏切りだったのでしょう。君は彼に彼女がいたことを知らなかった。彼女は君という新しい恋人がいたことを知らなかった。
Yes, because at this point, we thought he cheated. Like, we're the side chick. Like, that's still grounds for breaking up. What is this?
君は彼に裏切られ、彼女もまた彼に裏切られた。なら、悪いのは全てを知っていた彼なのでしょうか。ですが、もしも彼も事実を知らなかったとしたら。
That's interesting because they basically spoiled that he has amnesia here. Are you saying it could have been an accident?
ええ、そういうことです。知らず知らずのうちに人を傷つけていたことが罪だというのなら、知らなかった者たちにも罪があると言えないでしょうか。真実はわかりません。なぜなら、彼は君の元を去ってしまったから。物語は終わってしまったんですよ、お嬢さん。
I can't load from this menu apparently. They're not letting me. Okay. Number free? Revel in the moment.
あのな、俺もいちいちこういうボケに付き合う気なんてないが、あえて突っ込んでやる。ありがたく思えよ。どうしたらそんな風に見えんだよ、あ？
せやけど、自分ら夫婦みたいやで。さっきも晩ご飯作ってる最中、ずーっと隣におったやん。
夫婦。それってあれか。俺がこいつに付きまとってるように見えたわけか。
せやな。
ってあんたはさっきから何変な顔して静観してんだよ。
Ouch! I'm not smirking, okay? I'm just enjoying having two hot guys fight over me. Lord knows I never asked to be this beautiful. It's both a blessing and a curse.
自分の都合で考えるなよこのアホ娘。否定しろよ否定。あんたの彼氏だろ。
I don't know. I flirt with my friends in front of my boyfriend, and my boyfriend flirts with his friends in front of me. I don't see the big deal if both party consents. He pinched my cheeks so hard I nearly dropped my fork. Ah, I'm sorry. I was just joking.
とにかくだな。あ？
Kaguya's gone?
早っ！ちょっと目を離した隙に、あいつどこ行きやがった？
Don't instigate if you don't want to see us fight. Like, what? The money! Lying on the table was the same $10 from earlier. I'll be going audio only. Take care. Okay, have a good day. Thank you for coming. Kaguya? I heard the front door open and immediately dashed off in the direction of the sound.
おーっと、ここまでだぜ。
Who are you? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Please, just get out of my way. I need to stop him.
追いかけても奴は戻っちゃ来ねえと思うな。
How would you know that?
俺は魔法使いだからな。わかるのさ。このままじゃどうにもなんねえって。
Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense.
なんでだ？立派な理屈じゃねえか。魔法使いだからわかるって。
So you can see the future or something?
さすがお嬢ちゃんは察しがいい。まあ今回は外れちまったみてえだけどな。人は意識的にせよ無意識にせよ、その大小にしろ常に選択を迫られているものだが。
Single bad move doesn't normally mean game over.
本当にそうか？打つべき手を間違ってどうにもならない状態になることくらい容易にあり得ることだと思うがね。いわばお前は守る駒を失いチェックされた状態っつうわけだ。
So, I can still turn things around.
だが劣勢に変わりはねえ。お前は常に余裕を持ってゲームを進行しなければならないんだよ、ヒロインちゃん。
Why is that?
いつ形勢逆転されるかわからねえからな。用心に越したことないだろ。つうわけでだ。チェックメイト。
Huh. Note save 5. Apparently we're skipping save 4 for now. Are you cutting yourself? My forward sweep made him flinch. And his lips began to twitch, possibly from forcing them into a smile. Why would you do that? His faint expression pained me in turn. I couldn't understand what would drive him to do such a thing. I reached out to touch him, but he smacked my hand away.
ごめんなさい。
His eyes widened, as if he was just as startled as I was. Then they filled with tears, and he staggered backwards before bolting from the room. Wait, don't go!
ああ、行っちゃった。まあ今のは少し難しかったかな。あなたは誰？
こんな時に余裕だな、ヒロインちゃん。ま、これも定例ということで。俺様魔法使いってんだ。よろしくな。魔法使いって何？これも定例だな。魔法使いは魔法使いであって、他の何者でもないのさ。以上。次頑張ってこい。
That's it? That's so bad. Like, he didn't even add any flavor text. Yeah, anyways, save file 6. You believe him? No.
はいはい、これもうバッドエンドでーす。え、ちょっと遊んでみたかった？冗談だった？ああ、そうだね。お遊びが通じる相手だったら笑い合えるかもね。嘘でーす、ドッキリでしたって。だけど世の中には冗談が通じない人もいるってこと忘れてないかな？
Okay.
何がダメだということは今までの経験で十分判断できるはずだ。判断できなかったのなら君は人の心を読む術に長けていないタイプ。まさに空気読めない子ちゃんだね。言われたことない？そんな君でもやり直しさせてあげるんだから優しいよね。ま、次は外さないように。
I kind of like that one because it implies to there being more at play. Okay, now bad ending 6. Bad ending 6. Ask him why he kept it from you. Why did you keep this from me for so long?
やっぱ怒るわな。
Should hope not. I'm your girlfriend, you know. You can't trust me? Is that it?
ちゃうね。そうやなくて、僕が怖かっただけなんや。
Scared that I'd reject you? It really hurts that you think like that. I stared bitterly at the floor. My heart ached to think he didn't trust me. But maybe that was only natural. We barely knew each other, and we hadn't yet established a foundation of trust between us.
ごめんな。
Only response to his apology was to purse my lips. Then after I heard him leave, I finally looked up.
あんたの心の声を当ててあげよう。ああ、やっちゃった。だろう？
やっちゃった。
あれ？違った？まあどうでもいいけど。
わ？
あんたは誰だって一体何者なのかって目をしてるね。もちろん俺はそれを今ここで言う気はないし、聞かれても教えてあげない。秘密は多い方が魅力的って言うしね。
Is that it? That's even worse. Okay. Bad ending 7. Why does he have so many? I don't understand. Will you obey Cinderella's rule? Yes. It's his house. I can't break his rules.
せやな。ええ子やで。
Yeah, I'm a very good girl. I would have picked this, honestly. If I promised something, I would try my best to do it. Emphasis on try. Wearing his usual soft smile, he stroked my hair. If I was a good girl, I wouldn't have come and woken you up at this ungodly hour. You're not going anywhere, right?
行かへんよ。僕の彼女を置いてどっか行くなんてあるわけないやん。
Mean it?
せやから信じて。
Yeah.
眠いやろ。今日はもう遅いし早ね。
Okay. Admittedly, his headpats had a very soporific quality to them.
部屋まで送ったろか。
No, that's okay.
さよか。ほなおやすみ、ひいさん。
Sleep well, Kaguya. Next morning, Kaguya was gone. How dare he lie to me? He tricked me. His room was so spotless you'd never know anyone had been living in there. Almost like he never existed to begin with. Infuriated at my own idiocy, I bit my lip. Should have seen this coming. I'd been with him long enough. I should have known how he would react after I discovered his secret.
随分と悔しがっているようだの。
What's with your voice?
まあ今のはちょいと分かりづらい反応だったかもしれんの。だがしかし何も手がかりがなかったというわけでもない。現にお主は今自分の間抜けさ加減に腹を立てているではないか。
Do I know you?
わしは魔法使いじゃ。
Okay.
その反応はお主、わしのことを疑っておるな。
Who in their right mind would believe a guy who popped out of nowhere wearing that getup? You sound like Gandalf for crying out loud.
そんなにこの喋り方は変かの。
Sorry, I know we only just met, but it's extremely bizarre.
そうかそうか。
だったら君のために変えてあげよう。あれ？まだおかしいかな？
No, it's fine, but
人に言われて喋り方を変えるのはおかしいかい？
you're just a weird guy in general,
でも
dude.
しょうがない。君だって言ってたじゃないか。
Interesting. Fascinating. I am so intrigued. I am so intrigued. I can't wait to figure out what the deeper story is. I still have zero clue. Bad ending 8? Will you take that risk? I'm like, oh, never mind. I don't want you to stop being yourself.
そっか。なら、このままでいいよ。別に記憶なんて取り戻さなくてもええや。そう。僕が望んだんやしな。
Next morning, when I woke up, Kaguya was gone. Tricked me. Infuriated at my own idiocy, I bit my lip. Is this the same?
今の彼でいてもらいたい。
Different.
なら、忘れ去られた過去の彼はどうなっちゃうのかな。
Who are you?
さあ、誰でしょう。これは彼から仕掛けられた巧妙な罠だよ、ヒロインちゃん。彼は君を試しているんだ。何を試しているって？さあ、それを暴いてこその物語だろ。
But like, in his story, like in the happy ending, he's like very upset. We wanted to see his actual self, like his old self. You can't just change it up to suit your narrative like that. I don't know. Okay. Bad ending 9. Is it possible Kaguya is a monster? No. I stopped and regarded him with a serious look. No, you're not. I wasn't joking around. Neither was he, of course, but unlike me, he was still smiling faintly. You are not a monster, Kaguya. As I made my feelings clear, the corners of his lips twitched.
そんな人って僕のことよう知らんのに？
Oh. It was too late to take back what I said. You're right, I don't know you, but I do know you.
矛盾しとるな。
Alright, but that's just how it is. We may have only known each other for a short time, but that's still valid.
ほんまに真実やったんかな。
What?
僕が嘘ついてないと思うとる。
Were you? Tell me, Kaguya, what did you lie to me about?
そのお面記念にあげるわ。ほな、さいなら。
Kaguya!
月の王子はもういない。君にお面を残してどこか遠くへ行っちゃった。
ねえねえ、なんで月の王子は突然いなくなってしまったの？
それはね、 彼がここにいたくないと思ったからさ。
ねえねえ、なんでここにいたくないと思ったの？
それはね、彼が誰かのものになりたくなかったからさ。
ねえねえ、誰のものにもなる気がないなら、なんで月の王子ははっきりと断らなかったの？
それはね、彼が頼み事を断れないからさ。特にお世話になっている人からの頼みなら。
That makes sense. I like that. I like that one. That gives a little bit of insight into things, I suppose. And then this one. This is Bad Ending 10 with a CG. So I grab Kaguya's arm. You don't look well. I really think you need to rest. I grabbed him by the arm insistently. Take you back to your room now. Okay, let's go. It's pretty long, huh? Wish there's a skip to next choice button. My biggest regret about most otome games is that they don't have that. What am I holding? A kitchen knife. Stab yourself? Yes. And then I swung it down again. Impact made me lose my balance, and I fell backward into the water.
Yurika!
So, if I didn't make him jealous, he wouldn't have saved me from stabbing myself again. I see. I could see Kaguya through the water. And I started to sink, but something hauled me right back up again.
Yurika! しっかりしろ! なんてこと。
Pretty. I lifted my heavy lids to find Kaguya holding me and crying. Don't cry. My voice left my lips in a hoarse whisper.
どうしてこんなことを。僕を月に行かせないためにわざとこんなこと。
Tell me, Kaguya, can you feel my pain?
ああ。
You can?
わかるよ。痛いくらいに。でも、君は僕の傷なんかよりもずっと。
No, what I'm trying to say is, when the person you love gets hurt, it hurts you in turn.
好きな人が傷つく痛み。
Been in pain for a long time now because every time you got hurt, I felt it too.
わかる。わかるよ。僕も君が傷つくのはすごく痛い。
And stop hurting yourself, please. I can't take this anymore.
喋るな！いいから黙っとけよ。
Eyelids fluttered. Keeping them open felt like such a chore.
いいさ、ダメだ！目を閉じちゃダメだ！
Kaguya tried to stop me, but the messenger from the moon had come to take me away. Let me see your face.
顔くらいいつだって見せてやる。だから。
Last, the mask comes off. I've always wondered what you looked like underneath it. And that was where my consciousness faded.
いいさ、いいさ、いいさ、いいさ、いいさ、いいさ、いいさ、いいさ。ゆりかちゃん。 返事をしてくれ。お願いだ。たった一言でもいい。声を聞かせてくれ。もう一度声を。
カちゃんゆりかちゃんゆりかちゃんゆりかちゃんゆりかちゃんゆりかちゃん僕のゆりかちゃん僕はなんてことを。
Holding me in his arms, Kaguya let out one anguished scream after another. Tears soaked his handsome face, now twisted in misery.
僕はバカだ。僕は君が欲しいと、君が好きだと思いながら君を信じられなかった。君は何度も僕のことを好きだと言ってくれてたのに、その報いがこれか。これが僕の犯した罪なのか。
He reached out and touched my cheek. His fingers left streaks of blood in their wake. His hands, his body, were now stained with my blood.
リカちゃんリカちゃん、僕を捨てて月に行かないでくれ。行くなら僕も連れてってくれ。
Have to stay here, Kaguya. I wanted to speak to him one last time. Even that was too much for me now. I wanted to heal you, Kaguya. I didn't want you to go to the moon. I was willing to do anything to keep you safe. And to that end, I even offered up my life. If you couldn't forgive yourself, then I was willing to do it for you. Then Kaguya whispered into my ear.
君ともう会うこともないなら、この世に生き続ける理由がどこにある。
Tell me, Kaguya. Did I make the wrong choice? Well, yeah, stabbing yourself like that to prove a point is generally seen as a bad choice, yeah. Was I wrong to hurt you this badly? My eyelids refused to open, but I glared up at the moon regardless. Please don't take my beloved away from me. You stabbed yourself. You're taking him away from you. What is this? I don't like that ending. Stupid.
幼き者よ。かぐやは罪を作ったために、このような汚れた地にいたのだ。罪の期限は過ぎた。さあ、かぐや。汚れたところにどうして長くいる必要がある。こうして、かぐやは月の使者に連れられ、天に昇っていきました。おしまい。
I don't really like that ending. It was trying so hard. It was really trying so hard, but yeah. Not my thing. 11? Wrong. Is this not 11? The exchange diary. Oh, bad ending 11. Okay. It's our exchange diary. I've read your last message to me, Kaguya. You love me, don't you? I love you too, so please, don't go. Pressed the exchange diary into his hand, but Kaguya didn't take it. Instead, he let it fall into the lake. In an instant, it vanished into the inky depths. Ah! I plunged my hand into the water to feel around for it, but came up empty-handed. And when Kaguya next spoke to me, his voice was flat and emotionless.
ごめん。それでも僕は行かなければならないんです。
Yes, you do. You do have a choice.
さようなら、ひいさん。
Wait, please. Don't go.
伸ばした手は届かない。何しろ、相手は天に昇ってしまったのだから。よく考えて。愛を信じたいけど、信じない相手に証明するのは、どうしたらいい？
Stabbing yourself, apparently. That's insane. That's just insane. Like, the mental gymnastic needed to say that stabbing yourself equals good ending is insane. I would have never guessed. But ending 12. Will you stab yourself? No. I was prepared to die. After all, I knew that was what it would take to prove my love for Kaguya. But the blade refused to fall. Why can't I move? Why? Kaguya walked up to me and took the knife from my hands. What are you doing?
君はそれでいいんだ。僕も君を月には連れて行けない。
Then he stepped back.
さようなら。
Kaguya! Bruh. Next instant, Kaguya plunged my knife into his chest. Body crumpled into the lake with a deafening splash. Kaguya! Kaguya! I tried desperately to grab him, but it was too late. His face was already as ghostly pale as the moon itself. Kaguya, this can't be happening. Tell me this isn't happening. Tell me it's not real. Don't leave me.
愛は見えない。見えないものだからこそ疑う。だからこそ、君が疑えば、その愛も消えてしまうのさ。
Okay. So it turns out there's 14 bad endings, so we have 2 more. But it might be a little long, so I'm going to go to the toilet for one last time before we start. Be right back! Alright, last 2 endings. Here we go. Okay. New. Save file 4. Scold him. No bickering at a dinner table, mate. That's a joke, I donned an accent myself.
Oh.
Seemed to confuse him because he blinked back in surprise. And then skip. So, you have amnesia? Yes. Stroke his hair? No. Don't know. I'm not sure. But in terms of what's best for you, I think you probably should.
僕のため
The answer is still yes. Nothing. At this, I fell silent. Honestly, I found his comment hurtful and offensive. What was his comment? Oh, whenever you get sick of me, feel free to kick me to the curb. He sincerely think I was that heartless?
月が
Honest with him?
それ夢の話やろ
Well, yeah, but that's not the point. Interesting, so it does change something. Something R-rated? Oh, is that all? Oh, so Yurika. Okay. I think I like this because so Yurika would seem like she's starting to like him, but in a way she would use him. So she only sees him as like a handsome guy who she can toy with. So because of all like the things she says, and she doesn't build enough emotional connection. Okay, interesting. Oops. Please. Okay. So yeah, I think that's what's happening. I like that. Interesting. Back at them. Shut up! Instantly, the room fell silent. They all stared at me, eyes wide. Now that I had their attention, I turned and pointed at the true culprit. Kaguya, who here is your girlfriend? Ah, we don't help him out. We just think about, like, what matters to us. He raised both hands in surrender, as if I had him at gunpoint.
ひーさんゆりかちゃんです
Freaking, I turned back to the other women. Yeah, he's more like a trophy now. Times like these, the best thing to do is to get it straight from the horse's mouth. Like that. Now, this is a good bad ending, hopefully. So far, anyway. It's possible Kaguya is a monster, maybe. Now, save file. Why do I want Kaguya to regain his memories? Because I love him. I love Kaguya, and that means I'm willing to do everything I can for him.
かぐやのため
Next morning, Kaguya was gone. Oh, I thought it's gonna be different. Why?
あらあら、どうしてかしら。彼が突然消えてしまったわ。でも突然と言っても目の前からパッと消えてしまったわけじゃないわ。ならどうして？
それは今までを振り返ってみて考えればいい。ねえ、ヒロインちゃん。君が大事にしなければならないのは自分自身じゃない。
I like this.
君は彼にとっていつまでも都合のいい女の子でいなければいけないのさ。
Interesting. Because so far, in every route besides this route as well, we have to prioritize. We have to prioritize the guy's needs over ours. So I'm wondering now if there's gonna be a reason at the end why that is the case. I'm so interested in the overarching story. For this, I'm gonna have to let him go to the moon. Let him go to the moon. It would be all too easy to cling to him. But instead, I suppress my feelings and declare, if you were a moon dweller and you one day had to leave this tarnished world behind, if it was what you really wanted, then I wouldn't stop you. It's hard to let go of someone, but if being on this planet was too much for you, I couldn't possibly make you stay and suffer. I do have one question for you. You really think it's a utopia? Moon dwellers are beautiful, opulent creatures who never grow old and never have any problems. But would you really say that counts as true happiness?
それは
Hesitated and looked away, but as I was waiting for him to find an answer,
かぐやくん
then a voice called out from behind. Then this is the same. At ending 14. Kato grabbed Kaguya's arm apparently. Okay, so it'll only differ at the end. Interesting. Figuring out all these bad endings must have been really annoying because you have to go back all the way to save file 4 and start like choosing different things. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Kaguya, Kaguya! No matter how many times I reread the diary, no matter how many tears I shed, it didn't change anything.
お姫様は王子様を止めることができず、王子様は月に帰ってしまいました。お姫様は王子様が残した日記を読んで、大層深く悲しみました。
Don't even go after him.
おしまい。
Yikes. Who are you?
こんばんは。今宵は美しい月の日ですね。美しい物語の最後にふさわしい夜だ。
Story?
そうさ。悲劇は物語を美しく見せる。
I don't care how shiny my story is. I couldn't heal him, and now I'm dying inside. Failed his task.
この国のお姫様まで振るだなんて。彼も大したものだ。どうする？もう一度やり直すかい？
Is that even possible?
そうさ。君が望めば何度だってやり直せる。ここはそういう世界だからね。
So is the next arc gonna be any good? Apparently yes. Apparently starting from episode 3, it's gonna be good. It's almost over. Don't stay up, it's almost over. In that case, I'll try again as many times as it takes. Hell, I'll start over from scratch if I have to. I want to heal Kaguya.
たとえ君が死んだとしても。
Oh, this is a clue! Like what we have to do with the knife. Of course, I'll gladly give up my life to help him.
その息だ、ヒロインちゃん。この物語は他より少し意地悪だ。
There's 14 bad endings.
一筋縄じゃいかないよ。
See. If I do, I'll oversleep. Oh no! Every time I stream, you don't sleep. I feel bad, you know. I feel like I directly contribute to your health negatively. I don't like it. But honestly, like from a story standpoint, not from a romancing standpoint, it's actually very interesting. It's just that again, they handle the very, very sensitive topics very crudely. Like people could be triggered. I know a few friends that definitely can't play this route because it's triggering. So it's a shame, but honestly, it's quite interesting. I like the amnesia plot. I like the allegories to the moon. I like how he dates people who are the same as his past self, and like the way he runs away and whatnot. I just don't like how some things are glossed over or they're unclear, and again, the way the sensitive parts are badly written. It's helpful to help you stay up late in the night, LV. No. Ippy time! For everyone who is not in the Asian time zone, it is Ippy time. And with that, I am also going to be ending stream because I want to have dinner. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I had a bunch of fun. I don't know what I'll stream next. Probably the extra stories in Steam Prison. Because I haven't gone through like the extra stories, the short stories and whatnot in Steam Prison. And then we'll probably go to the grand ending in Steam Prison. Yeah, yay! We're gonna finish Steam Prison soon. Yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching. As always, I'll probably just schedule the next time I'll go live when I know I have time. I don't think I'll be available tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, I will schedule it when I have free time. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for watching. I hope to see you again next time. Bye bye.